151, Heaven's Chain. The fifth Mizukage surrenders. Throw away your weapons and be my wife. Even if you don't understand, aren't you happy to hear this? It's not someone else, it's me who recognizes your value. Golden Flash said slowly. The ninjas beside him didn't even have the qualifications to turn around and look at them. Raising his hand, a wave of treasures suppressed them. Endless treasures bombarded around the Hero King and Terumi Mei, drawing a circle that kept people and animals away. She created a world for two with her bare hands. Such a romantic scene almost made Terumi Mei fall into it. Wife? Such a distant word, but one day it would appear in front of her. As the holder of the two bloodline limits of lava release and melting release, even saliva can easily dissolve people. Marriage is destined to be a dream that she will never get in her life. No way. Someone would actually want to marry such a terrifying woman like Mizukage. Outside the circle separated by the treasure, a group of mist ninjas also heard the words of the Hero King. However, it was different from the affectionate confession of ordinary people. The Hero King's confession was so strong that it sounded more like an order. But how dare he do that? Mei Terumi's terrifying bloodline limit would melt even the Iron Man. It's really like an old man hanging himself because he thinks his life is too long. Bakanang. Lord Mizukage, be careful, he must be cheating. You will never get married in this life. The innocent young man Kojuro shouted worriedly. He was really worried about Mei Terumi. But what he said made Mizukage-sama frown. Even his colleagues around him looked at him as if he was hopeless. What Mizukage-sama hated most was hearing words like marriage and being unable to get married. And Kojuro, this young man, repeatedly broke the rules. Sure enough, Mizukage-sama roared immediately. Get out! Kojuro, you stinky boy, you wish I could never get married, right? Wait until the battle is over, and I'll beat you into a pig's head. Mei Terumi turned into a Hedong lion, turned around and roared in the direction of the mist ninja outside the circle. Turning around and changing her expression, she looked at the Hero King expectantly. I can be your wife, but I have a condition. You must accept a kiss from me, and only those who can bear it are qualified to be my husband. From a lion to a kitten, with a smile on her face and tenderness in her eyes. As expected, the speed at which girls change their faces is faster than turning pages of a book. They are born with natural talents. Haha, it's not difficult. However, I never do passive things. I will implement this condition. You just need to close your eyes. The Hero King sneered and strode to Terumi Mei. He pinched the chin of the Mizukage with his right hand. Looking at the beautiful red lips, he pressed them down. Suddenly, a strong sense of crisis that could threaten life rose quietly. What's going on? The Hero King frowned. The crisis that he instinctively felt did not come from anywhere else. It came from Terumi Mei, who seemed to be harmless. Why, even a strong Hero King is afraid. Terumi Mei half opened her eyes, and her eyes full of expectation gradually turned into disappointment. As expected, while the two blood limits gave her power, they also accompanied her forever like a curse. Even a strong Hero King could not stop biting. After all, the strong have all kinds of light sensitivity beyond that of ordinary people. Instinctively, they will be alerted to the threats they are about to face. Especially when it comes to life and death crisis. Haha, there is nothing in this world that I am afraid of. Gilgamesh laughed and was about to suppress this feeling of uneasiness and continue to print. But when he was just about to touch it, as if he had been electrocuted, the huge sense of crisis made him let go immediately and took 2 steps back. Although, Gilgamesh can't stand provocation the most. But it doesn't mean he is stupid. This woman obviously has a problem. It's better not to mess around before you figure it out. Forget it, it's not the right time yet. When I destroy Konoha and conquer all the major ninja villages, I will marry you. Gilgamesh glanced at the mature and beautiful Mizukage and said lightly. Humph. In the end, you are still afraid. If that's the case, please ask the Hero King to withdraw from the Hidden Mist Village. As Terumi Mei spoke, her entire figure completely turned into smoke and disappeared in front of the Hero King. When she reappeared, she was already holding a kunao behind him. Same trick, do you really think I won't be on guard? Heaven's chain! Gilgamesh shouted, without dodging. But the Mizukage's movements were completely locked in mid-air. With his right foot on the ground and his left foot suspended in the air, the whole person was in a 45 attack state. Under the gravity, the dress fell straight down, revealing a large area of cod-white slender ankles. Several golden chains penetrated from the void and firmly locked Terumi Mei's limbs. What kind of weapon is this? The Mizukage gritted his teeth and couldn't break free with all his strength. This is the heaven's chain used to warn the gods. The higher the divinity, the stronger the chain will be. It's a bit of a fuss to use it on you. You should feel honored. Golden explained patiently. Protect the Mizukage. The delay of these few rounds. There was a loophole in the bombing of the noble phantasm. Ching and Kojuro used the instant body technique to flash to the side of the Hero King. Why do you always think that close combat is my weakness? A golden ripple appeared on the right side in an instant. A strange-looking spiral sword was brought out by the Hero King. With a wave of his hand, he repelled the attack of Ching and Kojuro. Then, the lightning that surged like thunder penetrated the bodies of several mist shadow ninjas from a distance. Don't take my appreciation for you as a reason to act recklessly. If you don't surrender, then die. The Hidden Mist Village will also be completely eliminated today. The Hero King snorted coldly, and the golden ripples in the sky appeared behind him, and the noble phantasm's attack was still endless. Even the throne of heaven Vimana reappeared at his feet. After all, the Hero King didn't like to stand on the ground and fight with others. If they were to fly again, these ninjas would have no chance at all. And now, the Mist Shadow ninjas were exhausted, with huge consumption of chakra. Oh, forget it. I surrender. We are willing to join the Hero King. Locked in the heaven's chain, unable to move, Terumi Mei sighed softly. But the voice was clearly heard throughout the venue. Lord Mizukage! Kojuro half-shouted unwillingly, but when he saw the captured Mizukage, he shook his head after all. Put away the double swords, flatfish. Seeing the Mizukage, the captains put down their weapons one by one, and the Mist Shadow ninjas also completely lost their fighting spirit. Very good. You will soon find that this is the wisest choice of your life. Seeing this, Gilgamesh finally nodded with satisfaction. Then he pinched the Mizukage's chin again, under the shocked eyes of Terumi Mei. A was imprinted on her forehead. 152, the end of the Third Hokage's battle. The Hidden Leaf Village. As the civilians in various areas were completely sent to the shelter, the ninjas of Konoha can finally fight back with all their strength. In addition, the members of Xiaomu's second-year club showed their power. The speed at which the Sand Ninja and the Sound Ninja fled was faster than in the original. The Konoha collapse plan failed. Kabuto Yakushi, who was hiding in the dark, pushed his glasses. He could expect that the plan to collapse Konoha would not be so easy to succeed. After all, Konoha is known as the #1 ninja village. Even after several turbulences, it is not as glorious as before. But the overall strength can still look down on the ninja world. However, what he did not expect was that the ones who showed great power in this war were not those famous Jonin, but some juniors who just started to participate in the Chunin exam. Konoha is worthy of being the incubator of geniuses in the ninja world. But this year, there are too many geniuses who suddenly appeared, right? Looking at the rampant Tathagata Dharma image, Light Giant, Geruruman, Tyrannosaurus, Golden Ring Turret in various regions, Yakushi Kabuto felt pity for the Sand Ninja and Sound Ninja. It is estimated that many people will be beaten so badly that even their mothers will not recognize them. Earlier, I actually reminded Orochimaru to pay attention to the new geniuses of Konoha, such as Natsuki and Hinata, who were famous a few years ago, and Akimichi Koji who can transform into Ultraman. But Orochimaru's attention is still on the third Hokage and Uchiha Sasuke. Compared to other strange abilities. After the Akatsuki organization personally experienced Uchiha attack as Sharingan, Orochimaru has reached a state of obsession with this eye. If his Heaven's Curse seal can be placed on these little monsters, I wonder what the result will be? Forget it, it's better to leave Konoha as soon as possible, so as not to get myself involved. Yakushi Kabuto shook his head and no longer considered these problems that have become a foregone conclusion. The whole figure turned into smoke in an instant and disappeared from the corner. When Xiaomyu fought all the way back to the Chunin exam venue, it was already a mess. Sand Shikako was nowhere to be seen. And the barrier of the 4 purple flame array had also disappeared. A group of Konoha ninjas stood on the roof behind the Hokage's seat, and the atmosphere was depressing. It seems that the era of the third Hokage has come to an end. Xiaomyu sighed secretly. With a move, he flew to the top of the examination building. At this time, most of the Konoha elites here came. Such as Jiraiya, Might Guy, Kakashi, etc. Xiaomyu. You are not injured. Sister Yui Kurane found her brother flying in the air at the first time. Seeing him covered in blood, her heart was hanging. Ran over quickly, regardless of the dirt on Xiaomyu, she hugged him and checked him. No, it's okay. These are all from the enemy. Xiaomyu said helplessly. On the way here just now, several summoned beasts and snakes suddenly jumped out. He hit them into the sky with a palm and smashed them into pieces. As a result, a bloody storm fell, and she forgot to dodge for a while and was soaked. It's great that you're okay. You don't know, even the third generation Hokage sacrificed. Yui Kurane hugged her brother tightly and said sadly. What? Lord Hokage actually died? Although he knew the result long ago, Xiaomyu still pretended to be surprised and asked. Yes, Orochimaru did it. Yui Kurane said with a warning, in the future, if you see this person outside, run away quickly. This person is born in the year of the snake and is very insidious. Even a strong person like the Hokage was tricked. Xiaomyu nodded with difficulty and responded, okay. Yui Kurane hugged too tightly. The fragrance suppressed the smell of blood, and Xiaomyu almost fell into the soft chest. Why does it feel like the scale is getting bigger and bigger? Isn't my sister going in the direction of Princess Tsunade? Okay, now is not the time to be sad. Konoha has suffered such a disaster, and there are still many places that need to be handled by manpower. As a disciple of the Hokage and one of the 3 ninjas, Jiraiya quickly put away his grief and commanded the elite ninjas to deal with the aftermath. Xiaomyu, you did a great job. Jiraiya saw Xiaomyu's achievements with his own eyes. He not only solved the most threatening 3-headed snake outside. He also defeated hundreds of hostile ninjas. With the end of the war, this information began to spread rapidly to all parties. Xiaomyu, thank you for your guidance to Xiao Li. Might Guy finally found an opportunity to express his gratitude to Xiaomyu. Lok Li was able to perform the Buddha's palm because he had received his guidance. It's just a little help. Xiaomyu waved his hand, looked at the several huge palm prints in the distance, and asked. Where is Xiao Li? And Naruto, Sasuke, and the others chased Shikako of the sand and fought outside the village. Good man, can this be made up? Will Naruto successfully summon Gamabunta next, and talk nonsense to wake up Gaara completely? Sure enough, Gaara still needs the Child of Destiny to wake him up. Thinking of their long-winded scenes of the Jinchuriki bond, Xiaomyu gave up the idea of following the past. Night fell quietly. This final battle of the third Hokage was also completely over. After washing off the dust and blood, Xiaomyu was feeling extremely comfortable in the bathtub. After all, it was the first time to participate in such a fierce war, and it was inevitable that he was exhausted physically and mentally. Bang! Suddenly, there was a loud noise outside. The door was hastily blasted open. Xiaomyu, you are famous. I didn't expect you to kill the three-headed snake and defeat hundreds of enemy ninjas. And tell me, what's the matter with your move that created a 1,000-meter-high Buddha? Why am I the only one who knows it? The elder sister, who had just returned home after a mission, shouted happily. After searching several rooms, she kicked open the bathroom door. Isn't this something that everyone knows? How come you just realized now that your reaction arc is too long? Also, don't barge in, I'm taking a shower. Xiaomyu rolled his eyes. At that time, I received a mission to protect the people in the ninja school and ran to the underground shelter. As a result, I missed my brother's glorious moment. I worried about you for nothing. No, you perform it again. Let me, your sister, see what the legendary trick is like? Yui Kurane came in a hurry, glanced at Xiaomyu, and curled her lips. Tisk, wash quickly, otherwise you will let your sister wash you like when you were a child. After a little scare, Yui Kurane turned around and walked out as if nothing had happened. Okay, I'm looking forward to having my sister's service. Xiaomyu was not to be outdone, and she had never lost a fight in the past few years. 153, the elders are crazy, let Xiaomyu be the Hokage? Xiaomyu was just joking to scare her sister. I didn't expect Yui Kurane to run out with a clatter, and soon she really came back with a change of clothes. Hehe, do you think I'm kidding? I don't know how many times I washed you when you were a child. You killed so many enemies today, and you are covered in blood. I must help you clean it up. Yui Hong walked slowly into the bathroom. No need, right? At this time, Xiaomyu felt guilty. Really no need. Sister snorted, stroked the cod white-sleeved neck with her fingers, and then slowly tore open the bathrobe with both hands. A white and greasy piece instantly came into view. First, the delicate lock drum, then the upright semicircle. Xiaomyu quickly covered his eyes, but his fingers quietly opened, like a child. Haha, idiot! Yui Hong suddenly paused, and then violently tore open the bathrobe. In the end, it was not a white scene inside, but a layer of bath towel. Damn, 15 was tricked again. Xiaomyu couldn't help but shout in disappointment, if you have the ability, take this layer off too. Haha, you wish. The elder sister glared at him, then strode over and ordered. Make room, turn around obediently. Humph. Xiaomyu turned around reluctantly and made room. Then, the water rolled, and Xiri Hong also stepped into the bathtub. The slender and soft fingers gently fell on her brother's back. The force was just right, slowly pushing the angular muscles. Suddenly, Xiaomyu, who was ready for battle, had goosebumps. After a while, he hummed with enjoyment. What happened to you? Was you injured by those sand ninjas? Looking at her brother's growing body, Xiri Hong became more and more satisfied, and her eyes flashed behind him. How is it possible? I didn't get hurt when I dealt with those trash. Xiaomyu turned around and asked in confusion. Oh, I was wrong. Sister's eyes were wandering and she was absent-minded. What's the matter? Illusion is your best skill. Could it be that you are under an illusion? Xiaomyu laughed. But he found that Xiri Hong's face was very red. Forget it, you wash yourself next. My sister stood up calmly and ran out. I don't know if she really didn't understand or was pretending not to understand. During this period, she didn't even notice that the layer of scarf had fallen off. A large area of white almost blinded Xiaomyu's eyes. 3 days later, a large memorial service was held in Konoha. This was to commemorate the fallen third Hokage and the Konoha heroes who died in this war. As soon as the memorial service ended, a high-level meeting of the highest standards was held in the Hokage building. Two Konoha advisors, Mito Kato and Udaten Koharu, and Konoha Nabekage Danzo, Jiraiya. Without Sarutobi Hiruzen, Danzo once again argued for the right to be Hokage. But just like the original, he was directly rejected by the two advisors. Absolutely. They all wanted Jiraiya, who is now the strongest and the disciple of the third Hokage, to be the Hokage. But Jiraiya refused because he was not suitable and had more important tasks. The final result of the discussion was to let Jiraiya go out to find Tsunade to be the fifth Hokage. In this way, it seemed that everything was back on track. But when Jiraiya took Naruto out of the village, the unwilling Danzo found two consultants and gave the second candidate for Hokage, Yui Natsuki. After all, if Tsunade came back, with her influence, then Danzo would never have a chance to get involved in the throne of Hokage. But if a brat who is still wet behind the ears is allowed to be the Hokage, it would be much easier to control. Moreover, Natsuki is now known as the little hero of Konoha and the guardian of Konoha. In terms of reputation, there is no one who can match him in the entire Konoha village. His portrait and experience are even hung in the corridor of Konoha Ninja School along with the previous Hokage and Konoha elites. Chapter 88 of the previous article. Now, what is lacking is only the qualifications. A young Hokage, no matter how famous he is, lacks qualifications. This forces him to ask us for help, and then we can still firmly control the power center of Konoha. And if he becomes Hokage, then we can use the righteousness to let him contribute all those powerful abilities, and then the whole Konoha will definitely be able to move to a higher level. If Tsunade becomes Hokage, I dare say that within a few years, you will be completely eliminated. At that time, your stupid juniors will still be able to keep the existing industry. Danzo's words completely moved the two Hokage consultants. Why didn't you bring it up in the previous meetings? Mito Kato Yan asked puzzledly. At that time, you refused to let me be the Hokage. Your first reaction was to reject whatever I said. What's the point of me saying so much? And at that time, Jiraiya was here too. Danzo snorted with displeasure. Now Jiraiya has gone out to invite Tsunade back. If they come back and find that we have appointed a new Hokage? Menyan asked a little worriedly. Hehe, wait for them to come back. This matter is a foregone conclusion, and they have no say. Can they still stand on the opposite side of our entire Konoha? Danzo laughed sinisterly. And so many geniuses emerged in Konoha in this battle. The most important thing now is to plan well and let these little geniuses and the families behind them join our camp. 427 The atmosphere in the Yui family has been a little subtle these days. Yui Hong hesitated to speak in front of her younger brother several times, and finally forgot what she said. Yui Kurane, Eldermanen wants to see you. That day, just after lunch, an envoy came to Yui Kurane. Okay, I'll be there right away. There were a lot of reconstruction tasks after the war, and as a jonin, Yui Kurane's task completion rate was also very high. However, usually she would go to take the task herself, or the envoy would hand down the task scroll. This time, the direct summons from the Konoha elders were very rare. Soon, Yui Kurane came to the Hokage building. When she stepped into the Hokage's office, she could see several figures inside at a glance. Shimura Danzo, Mito Minen, Udaten Koharu. Hello, elders, may I ask what do you want to talk to me about? Yui Kurane asked respectfully. After several elders exchanged a quick glance, Mito Minen stepped forward and said. Yui Kurane, your brother Xiaomyu has made great contributions in this battle. He is now famous in Konoha and even the entire ninja world. And the third Hokage has died, and Konoha urgently needs a person who can take on the responsibility to lead. So, we want him to be the acting Hokage and lead the entire Konoha. As soon as these words fell, Yui Kurane's eyes almost popped out. What did you say? Let Xiaomyu be the Hokage. 154, Puppet Hokage? The Red Cloud Black Robe Akatsuki organization is coming. Are you crazy? Let Xiaomyu be the Hokage. Yui Kurane widened her eyes and looked at the elders in disbelief. She knew best what kind of person her brother was. He was lawless, immature in thought, and his every move made people laugh and cry. Although I don't know what happened, his strength has skyrocketed recently. It seems that he can get stronger even when sleeping. He fought against the boss in Konoha and the Kingdom of Waves, and stopped Orochimaru's plan to collapse Konoha. He is known as the little hero of Konoha and the youngest guardian of Konoha. But being able to fight is completely different from being able to govern. The shadow of a village, the Hokage of the first ninja village, not only needs super strength, but also requires extraordinary command. To be able to deal with the old guys in the major ninja villages. Besides, Xiaomyu, who loves to play, will never agree. Indeed, Xiaomyu is too young to be the Hokage. But Konoha is now in a precarious situation, with its overall combat power low, and the major ninja villages are also eyeing it covetously. By the way, as a sister, do you know your brother's talent? He has all kinds of powerful and strange abilities, and even taught Rock Lee, who doesn't know ninjutsu, to use the Tathagata palm to evolve Inyazuka Kaiba's ninja beast. If this ability is contributed, Konoha's overall strength will surely reach a new level. Danzo stepped forward and explained. Although he is extremely eager to be Hokage, he cares more about the power to control the fate of others. Just like Kota Amatsukami who robbed Uchiha Shisui a few years ago. Now Konoha is weaker than ever, it is better to use this kid Xiaomyu to drive away Tsunade who is about to be recalled. At the same time, let him spit out all the powerful abilities he has mastered. Moreover, I just received the latest news these 2 days that the Land of Water has completely fallen into the hands of the arrogant Hero King. This guy and his Uchiha clan have a deep hatred for our Konoha, especially for us old bones. Now that they have the support of the ninjas of the Hidden Mist Village, they will definitely lead them to make a comeback. At that time, I can hide first and let these passionate young people take over first. Wait until this kid is no longer useful, and then assassinate him. The throne of Hokage is still mine. This time, there is no old man like Sarutobi Hiruzen who is good at dancing with long sleeves to stop me. Although Midaman and Udadan Koharu have been trying to stop me from becoming Hokage. But I actually never took these 2 old guys seriously. If I didn't have the support of Jiraiya and Tsunade, I could get rid of them at any time. Natsuki's ability. Yui Kurane was a little embarrassed. Oh no, I forgot about this because of the bubble algae incident a few days ago. Originally, I wanted to ask him how he could have so many powerful skills. As a result, when I was giving him a bath, I accidentally caught Natsuki's treasure. I was shocked. This kid's strength has skyrocketed, and I didn't expect that this has also skyrocketed. It's too scary. So much so that I have been avoiding him these days. Midaman thought Yui Kurane was still hesitating about Natsuki becoming Hokage. He also stepped forward to persuade. Now, Konoha has suffered a great disaster, morale is low, and the overall combat power has dropped by 2 levels. We need someone with strong ability and unlimited potential to be the Hokage to deter the villains. Hokage is the ultimate goal of many ninjas' lifelong struggle. If Xiaomyu becomes the Hokage, he will surely revive the glory of your Yui family. As for the troublesome government affairs, we old bones can still hold on for a few more years, and we are willing to serve the Hokage for a few more years. Mito Kato Yan applied solemnly, with a righteous look. The words "revive the glory of the Yui family" moved Yui Kurane. Indeed, the family is now too withered with only the last 2 siblings. If Xiaomyu can become the Hokage, the Yui family will surely return to glory. The former clan leader and father Yui Shinku will also be very pleased in heaven. And Konoha is their home, and protecting Konoha is their responsibility as Konoha ninjas. However, I always feel that these old guys have bad intentions. The heart of those who mess with shoji is dirty. Xiaomu is so innocent. If he enters this vortex, will he be sold out by them and count money for others? Besides, what does it mean for them to help handle government affairs? Is this to let Xiaomu be a puppet Hokage? You guys stay in the back and control Konoha, right? Although Yui Kurane is very tempted by the Hokage, for the safety of her brother, she decided to refuse first. Forget it, Xiaomu is still young and can't handle the big task. He is still a child himself. By the way, Hitaki Kakashi has outstanding abilities and was a genius who was famous in Konoha and the ninja world before. Why not let Kakashi be the Hokage? Or the son of the third generation, Asuma? Yui Kurane refused and gave several other candidates. Mito Kato and Udaten Koharu and others immediately looked at each other. Haha, if we let them come, how can we control the position of Hokage? It's people like Natsuki who are known by the whole village, famous as a hero of Konoha, and powerful. At the same time, they are simple, second-year students, and are no different from children. He is simply the best candidate for the puppet Hokage. Hehe, you also know that was in the past. Kakashi has been depressed for too long now, and he no longer has the limelight and strength of Konoha's genius. As for Asuma, he has been under the protection of the third generation for many years, and his character is indecisive. Before Tatsuna Koharu finished explaining, a figure flashed outside the Hokage's office. Report to the elders. Konoha's strong enemy is attacking. Hitaki Kakashi and Sarutobi Asuma went to stop them, but they were defeated. One person is unconscious, and one is seriously injured. We need support. The Anbu wearing an animal mask said in a hurry. What? Kakashi and Asuma were defeated. How many people came from the other side? Midamanen was shocked. He asked quickly. Even Yui Kurane rolled her eyes. This seems too coincidental. Just when we talked about Kakashi and Asuma, the two of them were defeated. They are really not suitable to be Hokage. There are only two people on the other side. A black robe with red clouds. One of them is Konoha's S-level rebel ninja, Uchiha Itachi. 155, I've been watching you, Tsukuyomi. On the calm river surface. 4 figures stood opposite each other. 2 of them wore a black divine robe with red clouds on it, and their heads were wearing a bamboo hat. There is a mysterious aura all over his body, and a faint murderous aura fills it, making people who approach him unconsciously creepy and their hair stand on end. And standing opposite them are Hitaki Kakashi and Sarutobi Asuma. If it weren't for the summons of the elders. According to the original work, there would be another person standing here, Kurane Yui. Uchiha Itachi. I didn't expect you to dare to come back. Kakashi's face was solemn. With just one Sharingan, he has become famous in the ninja world and is known as the copy ninja Kakashi. And the opposite is the genius of Uchiha, who awakened the Manjiki Sharingan at a young age and launched a war of genocide that shocked the ninja world. In terms of cruelty, magnanimity, and degree of danger, Kakashi is ashamed of himself. Konoha has just experienced a war, the death of the Hokage, the change of power among the top leaders, and a weak period of heavy reconstruction work. I didn't expect that Uchiha Itachi would take advantage of the situation and break into Konoha at this time. I have no confidence in defeating them, so I can only cooperate with Asuma to hold them back and wait for reinforcements. Kakashi, be careful. The one next to him is probably not a good guy either. Uniform clothing, it seems that 427 and the others have joined an amazing organization. Asuma's expression was exactly the same, full of vigilance. They are at least well-known senior ninjas in Konoha. But the two people opposite seemed to be very relaxed, obviously not taking them seriously. Interesting, it seems that Mr. Itachi has met an acquaintance. Then let me introduce myself. Kisame Hoshigaki took off his bamboo hat, and his distinctive shark face was impressive. After all, even in the entire ninja world, there are not many people who look like this. My name is Hoshigaki Kisame, a former ninja from the Hidden Mist Village, an S-rank rebel wanted by the Land of Water, and now a companion of Mr. Itaki. He openly said his identity as an S-rank rebel, as if he was not ashamed of it, but proud of it. I know you, one of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the Hidden Mist Village, and your weapon is the big sword, Samsara. Kakashi continued, I wonder what you two want to do by coming to our Konoha. I heard that your Konoha was in chaos, and even the 3rd Hokage died. Mr. Itaki, I came back specially to reminisce about my hometown. I was originally here to accompany Mr. Itaki to relax, but you guys came here to get in the way, so it's no wonder we are rude. Hoshigaki Kisame grinned. 2 rows of sharp teeth that shone like saw teeth were exposed. The expression on his face became more and more ferocious. Moreover, we heard that Konoha has gained several great geniuses. Strong people cherish each other, and we also want to meet these young and promising ninjas. This is too much. This shark-faced man didn't take them seriously at all. Asuma was immediately filled with anger, and the cigarette in his mouth burned to the end. Senior Kakashi, Mr. Asuma. Long time no see. At this time, Uchiha Itaka stepped forward and greeted. I just came back to take a look, without any malicious intent. Please don't worry about us, I don't want to kill you for this. The faint warning words, the implicit murderous intention made people shudder without a fight. People who are familiar with the deep meaning of the original work know it. The 3rd generation died, and Konoha was leaderless. At this time, Uchiha Itaki appeared in Konoha to let Shimura Danzo, Mito Kato and other Konoha high-level people who knew the hidden story of the year, not to forget the previous agreement. He, Uchiha Itaki, is still alive. If he dares to break the agreement and touch his brother Sasuke, then Konoha will pay a painful price for it. Hehe, you are indeed a lawless S-level rebel ninja. You speak as you please and don't take others into consideration at all. You two are indeed very strong, but we are not soft persimmons that can be slaughtered at will. Come as you want, leave as you want, what do you think of my Konoha? Fire escape, ash accumulation burning. Asuma shouted loudly, and his anger turned into fire escape ninjutsu. On this wide river surface, a sea of fire exploded. Originally, he was in a depressed mood and had not yet come out of the death of his father, the 3rd generation Hokage. These arrogant rebel ninjas came to offend him. The fire escape he performed at this time was several times more fierce than before. In the blink of an eye, the raging sea of fire surrounded Uchiha Itaki and Hoshigaki Kisame. Not bad. This ninjutsu attainment is considered elite in the entire ninja world. What a pity, you seem to have forgotten what ninjutsu I use. Hoshigaki Kisame grinned, and the 2 rows of saw teeth knocked. His hands turned into afterimages, and he quickly formed a seal. Water escape, waterfall technique. Boom! The entire river surface exploded, like a river flowing backwards. Even in the desert, I can create an ocean. On the river surface, you dare to use fire escape on me. Hoshigaki Kisame laughed loudly, with a proud look on his face. The huge amount of water quickly rose, destroying the surrounding sea of fire. Then it roared forward and collapsed. Kakashi and Asuma were like a small boat in a tsunami, in danger of being destroyed at any time. Water style, great waterfall technique. At some point, Kakashi had already pulled down his mask. Under the scar, a single blood-red Sharingan stared at Hoshigaki Kisame. Released the same ninjutsu as him. As expected of the copy ninja Kakashi. You have used this eye well. Uchiha Itaka couldn't help but praise him lightly. 2 water-style ninjutsu collided with each other, stirring up a cloud of mist. The waves were stirred up, like a tsunami, pushing to both sides of the stream. However, Kakashi's chakra and attainments in water-style ninjutsu were not as strong as Hoshigaki Kisame's. He was pushed back in a short while. But he stopped the momentum of the rapid attack, and the time he gained was enough for Kakashi and Asuma to escape from the range of the ninjutsu. Hehe, is this all the strength of you Konoha ninjas? It's been a long time since I had the opportunity to have so much fun. Today, I will play with you here. Hoshigaki Kisame mocked loudly. Hands formed complex hand seals again. Water style, 5 sharks. Among the late-stage bosses in the entire ninja world, only this guy can perform every technique in a disciplined manner. Unlike other cheaters who can bombard with a clap of hands or a loud roar. 5 ferocious sharks swam quickly in the river. In the blink of an eye, they found Kakashi and Asuma hiding in a large area of water mist. Wind style, chakra mode. Asuma's whole body was filled with light blue energy. The speed of the whole person doubled. Chakra blade, shiny chimonji. Facing the sharks biting at him, the whole person did not retreat but advanced, relying on speed to cut directly into the sharks. And Kakashi, with the lightning of 1,000 birds singing in unison on his right hand, stepped on the water quickly and dived towards Hoshigaki Kisame. So fast! This ninjutsu finally made Hoshigaki Kisame show a hint of surprise. Because he found that Kakashi's aura had locked onto him. He couldn't avoid it if he didn't use the substitute technique. Enough, don't make too much noise. Uchiha Itachi took a step forward, and his Sharingan eyes spun rapidly, turning into a windmill. The Manjiki Sharingan quietly opened. He didn't want to make too much noise. The main purpose of this trip was to warn the Konoha high-level officials. Although the third generation was not there, his identity as a spy and the promise that Konoha must protect Sasuke's safe growth were still valid. I've been watching you all the time. Tsukuyomi. The world in Kakashi's eyes quickly dyed endless red. The whole person was tied to a wooden stake. In the field of vision, endless Uchiha Itachi, holding a katana, slowly walked over. 156, the game of me chasing you. Mr. Itachi is as reliable as ever. Seeing Kakashi easily fall into Uchiha Itachi's Tsukuyomi, Hoshigaki Kisame sighed sincerely. It is indeed the Sharingan that is famous in the ninja world. It is too strong. If I were to fight it, I would be hit in an instant. Mr. Itachi doesn't like too much noise. Then, let's end the game. Kisame Hoshigaki said as he drew out his ninja sword, Samsara. With a body flickering technique, he arrived in front of Asuma who was cleaning up the sharks. Samsara, slashing. The big sword, like a door panel, slashed wildly, forcing Asuma to give up killing the last shark in a hurry and passively parry. Ding ding ding. In the blink of an eye, the two had already exchanged dozens of blows. There is something wrong with your sword. In just a moment, Asuma felt his own chakra being consumed crazily. It was only a matter of time before he was defeated. This is Samsara's chakra swallowing. Even if you know the characteristics of this sword, you can't avoid it with your ability. Become the food of my sword. Kisame Hoshigaki laughed. Under the water, the last shark also took the opportunity to break out of the water and bit Asuma's right leg fiercely. He staggered and almost lost his balance and was dragged under the water. Kisame Hoshigaki would naturally not let go of such a big flaw, and twisted the sword with his right hand. Samsara eating air slash. The bandage wrapped around the sword suddenly disintegrated, and the hideous spikes broke through, instantly tearing most of Asuma's body. Even pulled over by these barbs. When he was about to be captured alive by Kisame, a cold voice came from behind. Tianyin. Suddenly, Asuma's figure, like a puppet, completely stopped moving forward and was pulled back in the opposite direction. What happened? The duck flew away, which made Hoshigaki Kisame a little annoyed. Looking up, he saw a handsome boy with heterochromatic eyes on the opposite shore, raising his right hand. He pulled Asuma over through the air. Oh, this ability! It looks like the leader's moves. Hoshigaki Kisame stared at the boy with a dead fish face and became a little interested in the boy. The ninja world has always respected the strong. This guy is young and looks more imposing than Kakashi, who was hit by Tsukuyomi, and Asuma, who was already seriously injured. This guy is probably one of the geniuses who have emerged in Konoha recently. Uchiha Itachi also came to Kisame. He looked at the slightly immature figure opposite with a slightly solemn look. He had only seen this strange and powerful aura in Pain and Uchiha Madara. He had an impression of this person. Yui Natsuki. He was Sasuke's younger brother and classmate. He was also the top student of that class, and once made Sasuke discouraged, wanting to learn to surpass the existence. I didn't expect that after a few years, he would grow to such a level so quickly. I wonder if Sasuke and him have become good friends. Hey? Where's Kakashi? Hoshigaki Kisame was about to ask why Itaka came here, and whether he had killed Kakashi directly. Then he saw Kakashi fainting and slowly landing beside the boy. He was also pulled over. You two, swaggering into my Konoha. You don't take Konoha seriously. You don't think you can do whatever you want just because you beat 2 jonin. Natsuki stood on the shore, facing the wind, with a majestic aura. When ordinary people see 2 jonin defeated, they would have been like facing a great enemy, or fleeing to report the news, or concentrating on alert. But Natsuki looked calm, as if he was not facing 2 powerful and vicious S-level rebel ninjas. Instead, he was facing 2 harmless Luokai. This confident look made Uchiha Itachi and Hoshigaki Kisame look at him more highly. I just came back to see my hometown and remember an old man who passed away. There is no other meaning. As for Kakashi-senpai, they are just unlucky. If you don't stop us, we can live in peace. Uchiha Itachi said slowly, his expression as cold and calm as always. Let's play a game. Xiaomyu suddenly raised a finger and said with interest. What game? Hoshigaki Kisame almost choked. This boy's thinking was too jumpy. He seemed to be talking to you seriously in the last second. In the next second, he didn't care at all. He didn't listen to what you said at all and jumped directly into playing games. A game where I chase you and you run away. Facing the sun, Xiaomyu smiled exceptionally brightly, like an innocent child. But what he said made Kisame furious. You are kidding me. Water style, water shark bullet technique. At such a young age, he is so arrogant. He dared to let the 2 S-rank rebels run away in front of him. Then let him see how cruel the ninja world is. There are so many geniuses. Mr. Itachi and he were also geniuses. With the help of the river channel full of water elements, it is easy to perform water-style ninjutsu, and the power is several times stronger than usual. A huge shark splashed out of the water and bombarded Xiaomyu like a missile. Tathagata palm. The young man raised his palm, and the air seemed to explode with faint ripples in an instant. Buzz. An invisible palm print whizzed past. Shoo. The shark in the air was smashed by an invisible wall. Retreat. Uchiha Itachi narrowed his eyes slightly, revealing a trace of horror. He quickly grabbed his companion Kisame's shoulder with his right hand. The instant body technique was launched, and the 2 disappeared in the blink of an eye. Boom! The next moment, a water wall of more than 10 meters exploded where the 2 were originally. The entire stream was instantly cut in half. A huge palm print appeared in front of the 2. The water flow beside was pushed away by an invisible force and penetrated the riverbed. What kind of ninjutsu is this? Kisame Hoshigaki widened his eyes. Just now, he was careless. If it weren't for Mr. Itachi, he would have been a dead fish under the riverbed. The main thing was that the young man raised his palm lightly, without the momentum of other ninjutsu. The power of the bombardment was stronger than many A-level or even S-level ninjutsu. It was too deceptive. At this time, the river surface. A palm print that penetrated the riverbed was still embedded there. At this time, the roaring water began to flow back, which made Hoshigaki Kisame shudder. Aren't you going to run away? Then I'll continue. Great Light Fist. Xiaomu kindly reminded him on the other side, with the playful expression of a cat playing with a mouse. What? Are you coming again? Akidu-sak, wait. Hoshigaki Kisame raised his hand to stop him and retreated. This time, the other side of the river lit up with a dazzling golden light. Wow, the attack just now without any momentum was so strong. How powerful would such a huge momentum be? Hoshigaki Kisame rolled and crawled, and his hands quickly formed seals to give himself a second insurance. 157, this guy looks like Chief Pain. Could he be Pain's branch of Konoha? The dazzling golden light turned into a huge fist. It plowed over quickly along the river surface. The powerful energy blasted a path several meters deep across the water surface. The sound was terrifying. What? Is this the new generation of Konoha's genius? Are you sure it's not some old monster who has changed his skin? Like Kakuzu and Orochimaru. Kisame Hoshigaki howled loudly. I have been in the ninja world for so long, and I haven't encountered a battle with such a big contrast for a long time. The young boy who looks harmless can blow people into pieces with one move. Kisame Hoshigaki glided along the water surface and ran forward at a very fast speed. But still couldn't escape the attack range of the golden light. He had to perform the instant body technique repeatedly and try to run to the edge. The golden fist shadow came from behind and hit the main direction where Kisame fled at the beginning. Boom! A small mushroom cloud rose. 100 meters in radius collapsed and exploded, and a huge deep pit appeared beside the river bank. Ah! A large group of 7 crows gathered on the broken tree trunk next to them and turned into the figure of Uchiha Itachi. Is this guy really just a junior of the same class as Suzuki? Uchiha Itachi's always cold and indifferent expression finally changed, his eyes slightly widened, and his face was shocked. For a long time, countless geniuses have been born in various countries in the ninja world. Even he himself is a genius who looks down on Konoha. At a young age, he opened the Mangeki Sharingan, which makes people shudder. But compared to the calm and composed boy in front of him, who could blow up 2 circles with a wave of his hand, he was still a little inferior. And according to the intelligence received before, this guy still had many strange abilities that he had not used. It seems that the intelligence needs to be updated again, and the danger level of this Xiaomu needs to be raised to a higher level. Kisame, are you okay? Uchiha Itachi shouted towards the big pit with smoke and dust. The landforms in this area were deformed. The river water began to pour in fiercely. Ahem, I almost ran out. Kisame Hoshigaki broke out of the ground at the edge of the big pit. The whole person was covered in dust, and even the cool red cloud black robe was torn in several holes. The high spirits when he just solved the Konoha Jonin were gone. Yes, if I can solve you in 2 moves, it will not be fun. Xiaomu's indifferent voice came again. Kisame Hoshigaki hurriedly looked towards the source of the sound. I saw that scary boy, floating in the air. The position was just higher than the rolling smoke and dust blown by the wind. The position of him and Uchiha Itachi was clearly visible to the other party. The boy raised his palm again. What? Come again? Kisame Hoshigaki glared with anger, quickly formed a seal, and performed the water clone technique. More than a dozen Kisame Hoshigaki appeared immediately, and were about to disperse in all directions. Tathagata palm. Buzz. Boom. The huge handprint directly smashed Kisame's dozen water clones into powder. Heavenly attraction. The powerful gravitational force firmly sucked the body of the last Kisame. Originally, Kisame Hoshigaki used the instant body technique and jumped to avoid the Tathagata palm. Now he is in the air, with no place to use leverage. Caught off guard, the whole person was pulled into the air and flew towards Xiaomu. What? Mr. Itachi, save me! Seeing the golden light of the young man light up again, with the speed of the opponent's no-seal ninjutsu. There was no time to perform powerful ninjutsu in a hurry, and if he performed a ninjutsu with small power and fast seals, he would be skinned alive if he didn't die. As a last resort, Hoshigaki Kisame quickly asked for help from his companions. At the same time, he quickly formed seals with his hands, ready to take this move. Tsukuyomi. As early as when he saw Xiaomyu flying over, he performed the Buddha palm again. Uchiha Itachi opened the Mangeki Sharingan again. Using the sky full of ninja crows as a guide, he attracted Xiaomyu's attention and immediately released Tsukuyomi. Suddenly, Xiaomyu felt that the whole vision began to be stained with a hint of red. Then the blood color completely filled the whole world. Even the sound and color were stripped away, leaving only a black and white and bloody world. This is Tsukuyomi, right? Interesting. Suspended in the air, Xiaomyu muttered as if he was in a spell of immobilization. And the strong gravity pulling Hoshigaki Kisame also stopped quietly. Ha ha ha, Mr. Itachi, you are indeed the most reliable. I got rid of his control. Well, now it's my turn to show off my power. I'm going to teach this kid a lesson. Hoshigaki Kisame was overjoyed and laughed. While preparing ninjutsu, he turned back to report the good news to Uchiha Itachi. But he saw Uchiha Itachi, whose right eye was bleeding and whose face looked constipated and extremely uncomfortable. Kisame, run away. I can't hold on for long. Uchiha Itachi persuaded him with difficulty while frantically outputting pupil power to stabilize the world of Tsukuyomi. This scene completely frightened Kisame. Even if he was controlled and was about to suffer, shouting loudly was just a slightly exaggerated show. After all, it had been a long time since he had encountered a battle where he was suppressed, which made all the fighting cells in his body excited. But it was the first time he had seen Uchiha Itachi in this situation, and the power of the Mangeki Sharingan was obvious to all. Itachi easily subdued the crazy Deidara and others with a small illusion. Now, even Tsukuyomi couldn't control the enemy, but it was the first time he encountered it. Hoshigaki Kisame hurriedly looked up at Xiaomyu in the air. I saw the boy's two strange eyes, one golden and one blue. He was not in a state of emptiness like others. This guy, the golden left eye reflected the bloody world of Tsukuyomi. The blue right eye, however, reflected looking at him, the figure of Hoshigaki Kisame. This discovery immediately made Kisame's soul scared. Water style, water dragon bullet technique. He quickly called out the prepared water style to Xiaomyu. Great compassion palm. With another wave of his hand, the rushing water dragon was instantly beaten into a drizzle. Mr. Itachi, he is really not controlled by your Tsukuyomi. Kisame Hoshigaki's hoarse voice rarely screamed like scraping. Reincarnation Eye, Tensei. Before he finished speaking, a ray of blue light flashed in Xiaomyu's blue right eye. The repulsive force of the reincarnation eye was launched, and the whole person of Hoshigaki Kisame was blasted down from mid-air. Like a cannonball, it pierced the air and penetrated the ground fiercely. Boom! The place where it fell was shattered like a spider web. Everything is false in front of my real evil king's true eye. If you don't want to experience the moon reading in person, I have 100 ways to break your illusion in an instant. The boy's indifferent voice floated from the sky. It made Uchiha Itachi feel more pressured. It seemed that the other party was not bragging. His moon reading did not stop and was still consuming pupil power crazily. But the other party was able to free his hands and beat Hoshigaki Kisame to a life or death unknown. I hope this thick-skinned guy is okay. Besides, what is the evil king's true eye? The Sharingan with strong observation ability can see the difference between the boy's eyes from a distance. The illusion world created by his own moon reading was suppressed by him in his golden right eye. What kind of ability is this? Is there an eye more powerful than the Mangeki Sharingan in this world besides the circle eyes of the leader Pain? Your bloody world 4.4 is not good looking. Let me help you transform it. Xiaomyu raised a finger, looking down from above, full of pressure. God said, "Let there be light." A faint golden light lit up from his fingertips. Then, it became brighter and brighter. The fourth of the 5 styles of Tathagata, Buddha's light shines everywhere. This is the only move in the 5 styles of Tathagata that does not have a physical attack, but the powerful buff can eliminate fatigue and greatly increase physical strength and courage and morale for friendly forces under the light. It can also reduce the courage of the enemy, which can be called a battlefield auxiliary killer. Now it can even be used to break illusions. This light seems to be able to penetrate the virtual and the real, and the black and white bloody world in the moonlight is also stained with a layer of golden light. His intense pain, like a needle prick and 1,000 cuts, came from the spiritual world. It made Uchiha Itachi cry out in pain and quickly stopped the release of the moonlight. In the air, the dazzling light did not weaken, but became brighter. Ahem, this guy looks like Chief Pain. Could he be the chief's Konoha clone? 158, Uchiha Itachi and the Konoha elders were speechless. Ahem, what is this guy's identity? He can't be an unknown person with such ability. However, his behavior and some of his abilities are similar to Chief Pain. Could he be the chief's Konoha clone? Kisame Hoshigaki climbed up from the broken ground and complained with a dusty face. During the period, he coughed up several liters of blood. Others would be finished with 1 liter of blood, but he coughed up several liters. If it is the same person I saw a few years ago, then he should be in the same class as my brother Suzuki. He just started to take the Chunin exam not long ago. Now that the Hokage is gone and there is no new appointment, I guess he can only be considered a genin now. Uchiha Itachi recalled a little, remembering the child who was more handsome than their brothers when he brought his brother to school several years ago. It was the boy in front of him. What? He is so strong but he is only a genin? Are those old guys in Konoha blind? Kisame Hoshigaki said in disbelief. Konoha is the place that produces the most geniuses. But it is also the place that can kill geniuses the most. This kid is so capable, but he is only a genin. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't believe that the first largest ninja village is so narrow-minded. No wonder it is declining year by year. If even this kid defected, Konoha would not be far from collapse. Thinking of this, Kisame's eyes lit up. If he could recruit such a powerful member for the Akatsuki organization, it would be a great achievement. By then, it would be no problem to sweep across the 5 major ninja villages. Why hide in the rain country to cover up? Moreover, the leader has issued more and more tasks recently, and it seems that everything is ready and he is not going to hide anymore. It is estimated that it will not be long before the entire ninja world will realize the strength of their Akatsuki organization. Otherwise, they wouldn't dare to do this, wearing Akatsuki uniforms and swaggering in Konoha. Although it's a bit impossible. But Kisame still decided to try, at least he could delay the guy's attack. There's nothing wrong with it. So he shouted loudly, "Hey, boy over there! We admit that you are really strong. Would you like to join our organization? We believe in bringing true peace to the entire ninja world. We don't have all kinds of cumbersome constraints here. As long as you complete a few tasks occasionally, you can do whatever you want." The leader is even more ridiculously strong. All of us combined are not his opponent. After shouting this, the dazzling golden light in the sky gradually dimmed. It worked, and the other party withdrew. Kisame Hoshigaki was secretly happy. Become a rebel ninja like you, hiding in the East Tibet, being hunted by the whole ninja world? Also, who gave you the courage to come to Konoha to recruit the future 5th Hokage? A roar suddenly came from a distance. It was Mito Kado-en, Utane Koharu, Shimura Denzo, Yui Kuren, and a group of Anbu ninjas who were in the Hokage building just now and quickly ran over after receiving the news. 5 generation Hokage. Even Uchiha Itachi almost popped his eyes out. Just now, he said that he was just a young ninja, but now he is going to be promoted to Hokage directly? But can the other party really be a Hokage at this age? This is something that Kado-en, Danzo, and other old guys who are keen on power can do? Will they not be collectively hit by the god of the sky? That's right. Xiaomyu has saved Konoha from danger many times in the past few years. He is loved by all the villagers in Konoha. Even the ninja school has inherited his deeds. Whether it is strength or prestige, he is in full swing. He is the most suitable person to be the Hokage. Midaman said with a smile. But Danzo deliberately snorted. You ants should be thankful that you have never deeply felt the might of heaven. With such weak strength, I guess you can't even beat my little members, but you dare to recruit the Supreme Lord of the Nth Dimension. Xiaomyu floated in the sky, looking down indifferently. I am in a good mood today, so I will not punish you for your first offense. If you dare to make a mistake next time, you will be punished by heaven, and your body and soul will be destroyed. Uchiha Itaki. Hashigaki Kisame. Mito Kato en. Yuta en Ikoharu. After these words, everyone on the ground, whether enemies or friends, looked at each other and were stunned for a long time. Ah ha ha ha, sorry, my brother has loved to joke since he was a child, and he was joking with you. Yui Kurane, her face was so hot that she quickly laughed and explained. In front of so many big shots, Xiaomyu was sick again. As a sister, I really wanted to dig a hole and crawl into it. But the elders are all here. If he offends these people, his brother will have a hard time in the future. Not to mention being a Hokage. And with Xiaomyu's personality, he can never be a Hokage. Otherwise, he will be sold out by these old guys without knowing it. Haha, Xiaomyu really loves to joke. As a sister, you have to make him restrain himself in the future. He can't behave so childishly when he becomes Hokage. Mito Kato-en said to Yui Kurane with an ugly smile. Yui Kurane nodded repeatedly, humbly accepted the advice, and quickly admitted the mistake for her brother. Is this the guy who has been suppressing us just now? Kisame Hashigaki asked with an ugly face. Well, according to what they said, he will become Hokage soon? I don't know what those old guys are doing. Let's retreat first, it will be troublesome if we are surrounded later. Itaki Uchiha was also confused, completely confused by Xiaomyu. Okay, Mr. Itaki. Kisame Hashigaki nodded. His hands turned into afterimages again. Be careful, those rebel ninjas are going to attack us. The ANBU ninjas who had been watching this place from a distance shouted a warning and surrounded them in a fan shape. Water style, great explosion water wave. The huge water flow was lifted up, and in an instant this area became an ocean. Kisame continued to release the second high-level ninjutsu without stopping. Water style, 1,000 food sharks. Countless sharks appeared in this ocean and rushed towards the ANBU frantically. Fire style, dragon fire technique. Wind style, wind cut. The ANBU ninjas used their best ninjutsu to clear the sharks that were rushing over. But the large number of evil sharks in the water actually put them in danger in a short period of time. This time, Hashigaki Kisame's full-strength attack finally made the elders and the ANBU realize the strength of the enemy. This guy alone has the power to destroy dozens of elite ninjas. And next to him is Uchiha Itaki, who has a more notorious reputation and a Mangeki Sharingan. The most important thing is that it is such a powerful combination. 427 The situation just now was indeed suppressed by Xiaomyu. This boy, apart from anything else, is firmly at the level of a village shadow. Great Light Fist. A voice like the power of heaven sounded, and a dazzling golden fist shadow smashed down. Amidst the huge roar, nearly 100 sharks were smashed into powder. A temporary circular airspace was created on the wide water surface. Uchiha Itaki did not retreat but advanced, quickly leaping towards the dozen or so ANBU ninjas who were circling around. Danger, retreat quickly. An ANBU with his eyes open shouted loudly. Unfortunately, it was too late. Uchiha Itaki's body was full of strong chakra fluctuations. The whole body suddenly exploded, and the huge shock wave caused the water surface of dozens of meters around to explode. It was about to swallow the dozen or so ninjas who were closest. Tianyan. Xiaomu's voice sounded again. More than a dozen Anbu suddenly felt an irresistible pulling force, pulling themselves back quickly, avoiding the explosion of Uchiha Itachi's shadow clone. This delay also completely made Uchiha Itachi and Kiki-same disappeared in front of everyone. We were saved. It was Natsuki who saved us. Thank you, Natsuki-sama. Alas, we didn't help, but made things worse. At this time, the ANBU who survived in this area thanked them one after another. If it weren't for Natsuki, they would have been buried in the explosion. The explosion of the shadow clone is the most unexpected and cruel ninjutsu. You hurt the enemy by 1,000 and you lose 800. After the end, the caster has to endure the memory of the shadow clone, the pain of being torn to pieces. 159, Natsuki angrily sprayed Mizutam in flames, and Danzo was secretly happy. The words of these two siblings are too creepy. Then Uchiha Itachi and Hoshigaki Kisame fled. This area gradually calmed down. The vast ocean created by the water escape ninjutsu also slowly disappeared. Is everyone okay? The battle was already decided, and the elders came up. Koharu Yutane pulled up several injured Anbu ninjas and asked with pretended concern. With Lord Natsuki here, we are all fine. It's just that Kakashi is still unconscious, and Asuma is seriously injured. The Anbu responded as a routine. Since the Hokage is gone, they temporarily obey the orders of the Hokage's advisors, Midamanen and Koharu Yutane. This is one of the reasons why Danzo didn't dare to mess around. The other is that the major ninja clans in Konoha are still accustomed to obeying the orders of the Hokage. The Hokage, one day he is gone, the huge war machine of Konoha will not be able to operate for one day. You don't know without comparison, Natsuki is really excellent. Asuma sighed, and at this time he was supported by the Anbu and received treatment from Koharu Yutane. The Anbu next to him nodded in unison. A few months ago, when they followed the third Hokage to deal with the terrifying boss fire demon beast that suddenly appeared in Konoha, they discovered that this young man's strength was far beyond that of ordinary people. Unexpectedly, he has become even stronger now, and even they can't see through his true strength. Unfathomable, probably used to describe this kind of people. You have seen that Konoha is extremely weak now, and even cats and dogs dare to bully it. Although the Sand Village announced its surrender, the death of the third Hokage has made other major ninja villages ready to move, and various forces are constantly testing our Konoha. Therefore, the establishment of a new Hokage is our most urgent matter. Midamanen Yan took the opportunity to speak loudly, and then looked up at Xiaomu in the air. After many discussions and the current situation, Ui Xiaomu is very suitable to be the fifth Hokage. Ui Xiaomu, are you willing to succeed the fifth Hokage and take on the responsibility of guarding Konoha? As soon as these words came out, everyone looked at Xiaomu in shock. I didn't expect Xiaomu to become a Hokage at such a young age. However, it is normal to use extraordinary means in extraordinary times. At present, various forces are eyeing him covetously, and it is indeed only he who can take on this great task. Otherwise, can we still use the famous Hitaki Kakashi who was defeated by Uchiha Itachi in one fell swoop? As the son of the third Hokage, Sarutobi Asuma has enough qualifications, but he was seriously injured when facing these two rebellious ninjas just now. Obviously, he cannot protect Konoha and take over the position of Hokage. Otherwise, if Asuma takes the position, he will be directly ridiculed by the entire ninja world. A dignified Hokage can't even deal with the rebellious ninjas who ran to the village. Just when everyone cast their hopeful eyes on Xiaomu, Xiaomu frowned, looked down at Mito Yan, and shouted loudly. How dare you? Can you, a coward like you, call me by my real name? Caught off guard, Mito Yan almost couldn't breathe. Thinking that this kid might agree happily because of vanity. Or he might refuse because he was playful and afraid of trouble, he could deal with it well. I didn't expect that this guy would suddenly point the finger at me. This thinking is too erratic and unpredictable. If this kind of person wants to become Hokage, can he still listen to them as planned? Seeing the strange sight cast by the Anbu, Mizuta Manyan coughed repeatedly and asked hoarsely. Ahem, cough cough cough, am I afraid of death? If I am afraid of death, how could I appear here? As an elder of Konoha, no matter whether what he said makes sense or not, most people would give him face. Who knew that Xiaomyu was not polite? Look, the fight is over, and you just ran to the front. Konoha has gone through ups and downs in the past few years. When did you old guys hide in the back and appear at the end? Yu cough cough cough. Mizuta Manyan was so angry that he was out of breath and almost died. Kurane Koharu, his decades-old partner, could tell at a glance that Minyan was just pretending to be angry. However, after all, they were his own people, so they had to unite against the enemy and suppress the arrogance of this brat. Immediately, he took a step forward and was about to scold Xiaomyu for daring to talk to the elders of Konoha like that. Yui Kurane, who was beside him, hurriedly took 2 steps forward and blocked Kurane Koharu. He looked up and shouted at his brother. Xiaomyu, come down quickly. How can you talk to the elders like that? They are so old, and even if they have no merits, they have worked hard. This almost made Kurane Koharu choke with anger. So we have worked diligently in Konoha for decades, but we have not made any merits, right? Why are these 2 siblings talking so creepy? She opened her mouth wide and was about to use her expertise to scold them. As a result, Yui Kurane turned around and stopped Elder Koharu from speaking, and apologized with a smile on her face. I'm sorry, Master Minyan, Master Koharu. Xiaomyu is still a child, and he speaks too directly. He is really not suitable to be a Hokage. If Xiaomyu, this troublemaker, becomes Hokage, Konoha will be finished without the enemy attacking. Besides, he is too naive, how can he play with these old guys? As a sister, protecting her brother is the first priority, and resigning this appointment is the right thing to do. Before Koharu Yudatan said a word, her mouth, which had just closed, was about to open again. Good guy, your brother is straightforward, which means that everything he says is right. It seems that she apologized for her brother, but in fact she affirmed the words of the kid and helped him take the blame. There are so many people watching, how can the elder put his face if he doesn't refute a few words? If that's the case, I'll teach you a lesson first. Koharu Yudatan took a deep breath. Just about to speak. Pa! A figure blocked her in front of her again. No words to say. Koharu Yudatan's face slowly turned purple. Elder Koharu, why bother with these juniors? Shimura Danzo blocked Koharu Yudatan's words with his body position, turned around and said to Yui Kurane with a smile. On the contrary, Natsuki's character is the best Hokage of this period. The people of Konoha are panicking now, and they need a Hokage who can lead by example and move forward bravely. And we old guys are really not good at charging into battle. When Natsuki angrily sprayed Mizudaman and just now, he almost laughed to death. Anyone can be the 5th Hokage, but he must not stand with the factions of Minyan and Koharu. Only in this way can he have a chance to make plans. At the critical moment, he can rely on snatching Shisui's Kota Amatsukami Manjiki Sharingan. Turn the tide and let Konoha change a new world. Now let's follow the wishes of this kid and promote him. When Konoha is stable and these people are no longer useful, he will use Kota Amatsukami to control Natsuki and let him perish with all the opposing forces. In this way, he can become Hokage safely. 160, Stop acting, I will definitely be the Hokage. I didn't expect that even Danzo would support him to be the Hokage. It seems that Natsuki is really going to be the Hokage. The Anbu were shocked and looked at each other. What does Koharu think? Shimura Danzo turned around and looked at Yudatan Koharu. He had made it very clear that Xiaomyu should be the Hokage and charge into battle. Doesn't he hate the high-ranking officials hiding in the back the most? Then let him lead the charge and be a green-headed fifth generation to solve all the dangers. If he can't solve them, he will die heroically, and someone else will be the Hokage. 2. Koharu Utane's face turned purple. What's wrong with you? Danzo realized that Koharu's face was not right. At number, %. Koharu Utane wanted to scold people several times in a row, but was interrupted. There was a gust of air in her chest, which was neither up nor down, and she almost suffocated. At this time, she finally had the chance to speak, and she immediately wanted to vent her frustration. I don't agree. Xiaomyu is disrespectful to his elders. If he becomes Hokage, the whole Konoha will be torn apart by him. Tatsune Koharu said angrily, and it was so smooth to say what she had been holding back. Okay, my brother is indeed not suitable to be Hokage. Elders, please find someone else. Yui Kurane nodded quickly and agreed. No matter how strong her brother is, he has always been a simple person in her eyes who needs to be protected. Dealing with these scheming elders is not a good thing. Report. It's bad, advisor. 2 secret posts on the northern border of the Land of Fire have lost contact. After investigation, there are traces of cloud ninja activities at the scene. The rock ninjas of the Land of Earth are also frequently mobilized. At this moment, an Anbu used the instant body technique and flew over from a distance. Brought bad news from the distant border area. Everyone was shocked when they heard it. What was coming finally came. Konoha has suffered many disasters in the past 10 years. First, there was the Nine Tails Rebellion, in which the 4th Hokage and his wife died, and many elite ninjas and small families in the village were also hit hard. A few years later, the Uchiha clan rebelled, and their overall strength dropped again. Now, in the Chunin exam, Orochimaru launched the Konoha collapse plan, and the 3rd Hokage also died. With so many heavy blows, people have to doubt whether Konoha still has the strength to be the #1 ninja village in the ninja world. Everyone expected that the neighboring big ninja village would not miss such a good opportunity to test. But they didn't expect them to come so quickly. They started to invade the border before Konoha chose a new Hokage. I guess the spies in the village are also taking frequent actions. Mito Kato Yan couldn't help but sigh. Now Konoha really can't stand the tossing. Thinking of his youth, he followed the 3rd Hokage, who was known as the hero of ninja, and dominated the ninja world. Now that he is old, he has to bow to reality. Protecting Konoha still needs young people. Even though he doesn't like Xiaomyu's temperament, he has to admit that this kid is quite strong. The other little geniuses of Konoha are far behind him. If the Rock Ninja and Cloud Ninja attack, he is the only one who can deter the enemy. Just like the White Fang of Konoha in the past, with golden flashes, he appeared on the battlefield, and the enemy retreated without fighting. Now Konoha needs such a powerful cage-level warrior with great deterrence. Thinking of Hitaki Sakumo and Namikaze Minato, Midaman Yan sighed in his heart again. Finally, he walked up to Xiaomyu and said, "You have heard that Konoha is in danger now, and all parties are ready to make a move. As long as the Hokage is not established, the outside world will think that our Konoha is still in turmoil. So, as the advisor of the previous Hokage, I beg you to become the 5th Hokage." Although, what he discussed with Danzo before was to use Xiaomyu, a capable but brainless young man, to be a puppet Hokage. But at this time, he really wanted someone to stabilize Konoha and shock the 4 sides. After all, his family and his roots are in Konoha. If Konoha is gone because of intrigue, then everything is meaningless. He was originally an old man who was about to be buried, and his reluctance to give up power was just to seek more benefits for his family. Mito Kato N. Don't you see his attitude just now? Seeing Mito Kato N's decision, Utane Koharu suddenly shouted on the spot with an ugly face. Shut up! Don't you see what time it is now? If the Rock Ninja and the Cloud Ninja come to kill us, can we rely on you, the old, weak, and sick? When we are surrounded by enemies, only the strongest can be the Hokage, and no one is more suitable than Natsuki. Mitomano N stopped Yuta and Kohara from going crazy. She was so angry that her face turned purple again. The dark of Konoha behind him, Shimura Danzo almost couldn't help but jump out. He has something to say about the strongest in Konoha. He has hidden his wood release ability, the Sharingan on one arm, and Shisui's Kota Amatsukami. The strongest in Konoha? It's ridiculous. He doesn't think this kid can beat him. However, now is not the time to expose himself. Let the kid help him clear the obstacles and repel the external enemies, and then come out to harvest the fruits of victory. By then, he will firmly sit on the position of Hokage and realize his wish for decades. You obviously want my brother to go to the battlefield. I don't agree. Although it was the first time she saw the Hokage advisor being so humble, for the sake of Natsuki's safety, Yui Kurane gritted her teeth and stood up to refuse. We do need Natsuki's strength, but don't forget that Konoha is the home of all of us. If the land of earth and the land of lightning start a war, all of us ninjas will go to the battlefield with Natsuki. Including us old guys. Mito Kato Yan said with righteousness and a serious face. For a moment, Yui Kurane was speechless. She is worthy of being the Hokage advisor for decades. In the original work, even if the third Hokage died, she could still strategize and win over Jiraiya to call back Tsunade. During this period, I don't know how many means she used to suppress the idea of Danzo, a Naruto fan, to take the opportunity to rise to power. In the Book of the Hokage, it is even evaluated that Mito Kato Yan has the same strength and wisdom as the third Hokage. The main job is to be the Hokage's advisor, leading the ninja village with clear thinking and making judgments on the ever-changing situation. He was the playmate of the third Hokage in his childhood, so he has always been with Sarutobi Hiruzen, and his strong strength and wisdom are also trusted by most of the senior ninjas. This may be the main reason why Danzo was suppressed and unable to rise to the top even though the third Hokage died in the original work. Xiaomu recalled the information about the character Mitoman N in his previous life. Although there are some differences between reality and the setting, judging from this person's behavior, it should be similar to the evaluation. However, for such a person who has been good at dancing for decades and has integrated power and conspiracy into his bones, it would be stupid to believe in his righteous words. The various actions of these elders are probably acting. However, it is unreasonable not to be a Hokage after traveling to this world. Looking at this time, everyone's eyes gathered. Xiaomu chuckled. Stop acting, I'm going to be the Hokage. 161, the most beautiful Jonin in Konoha. Hokage-sama. An Anbu wearing an animal mask half knelt on the ground and shouted respectfully. But there was a hint of helplessness in the depths of her eyes. Because the Hokage in front of her was the newly appointed 5th Hokage. He was also the youngest Hokage in history. Just finished the Chunin exam. With several famous military exploits and powerful and strange strength, he was promoted by the fire speed. Just let a person who is obviously still a child be the Hokage. Is this really good? The elders of Konoha don't know what they are doing. Forget it, this is not something she, a small Anbu, can guess. Let her take a good look at what the new Hokage will do next. What should we do? And the boy called Hokage. At this moment, he was still on his desk, staring at the pile of documents like a small mountain. This man was Xiaomu, who had just agreed to be the Hokage a few days ago. Now, he looked at so many things to deal with, and for the first time he felt overwhelmed. After all, Konoha had just experienced war, and many places were destroyed and needed to be rebuilt. The streets even needed to be replanned. Then there was the border's defense against the Cloud Ninja and the Rock Ninja, and the Konoha Ninja's mission attendants. Everywhere needed manpower. No wonder when the 5th generation took office in the original work, he couldn't even mobilize manpower to chase Suzuki back. It was still the Konoha 12 little strong men who were genin who needed to catch up. It was hasty. I shouldn't have agreed so quickly. And I wanted to be the Hokage just to live the Hokage dream. I'm not here to handle official business. These small matters don't need the Hokage to step in. Hokage-sama. The ANBU, Uzuki Yujeo, who had been kneeling for more than an hour, had to remind her again. Was the new Hokage trying to show her his power? He called her over, but she didn't say anything and stared at the document for an hour and a half. If she wasn't afraid of disturbing Hokage's thoughts. If she wasn't a ninja with years of training, she would have reminded him long ago. But now, her legs seemed a little numb, and Hokage-sama didn't seem to be thinking about anything, but simply staring blankly. She had to remind him. Oh, you're here. The Hokage finally came back to his senses and slowly cast his eyes over. One gold and one blue, the eyes as pure as gems, exuded a breathtaking charm. The empty heart of Uzuki Yujeo suddenly beat violently. Damn it! Although I had seen him from a distance before, I found that this young Hokage was so handsome now that I observed him closely. The youngest and most handsome Hokage in history. He should be better than the famous Golden Flash, the fourth Hokage. By the way, what did I call you for? Xiaomyu was a little surprised when he saw the Anbu with beautiful purple long hair. I didn't expect that the one who came was a rare female Anbu. And what is the name of the ninja with purple long hair in the original book? I thought about it, but couldn't remember it. I suddenly felt a little bored and waved my hand. Forget it, you go down first. The voice of the fifth Hokage came. Uzuki Yujeo, who was full of feelings, was suddenly full of black lines. Is it because I knelt for nothing for the past hour and a half? Is this new Hokage really here to show off? Although she complained a little in her heart, her years of experience as an Anbu member still made Uzuki Yujeo put on a respectful attitude and nodded. When she turned around and was about to use the instant body technique to leave, the little Hokage behind her spoke again. Oh, I remember. Go call my sister over. As if she was afraid that she didn't know her, Xiaomyu added. It's the most beautiful jonin in Konoha, Ui Kurane. Uzuki Yujeo staggered and almost sprained her waist. The most beautiful jonin in Konoha, this kid really dared to say it. However, after thinking about it, there were few jonin in Konoha, and even fewer female jonin. Please give me flowers. That Ui Kurane was indeed beautiful, but of course she didn't agree that she was the most beautiful. After all, her own appearance was not bad, and she didn't think she would lose to Ui Kurane. It's a pity that she doesn't have a brother who can be the Hokage. Her lover, Gekkou Heiate, also died in Orochimaru's plan to collapse Konoha. Yes. Uzuki Yujeo replied with a little resentment. Put two fingers together, and Chakra rushed to her feet. The body flickering technique was quietly activated, and the whole person turned into a cloud of smoke in an instant. Just as she disappeared from the spot, Xiaomyu's voice came again. Oh, by the way. There is one more thing. Call the Hokage advisor, Mito Kato-en, and Yutain Koharu. Bang! Beside the office door, Uzuki Yujeo slammed into the wall. The body flickering technique is a way to instantly increase one's speed to a level that is difficult to measure with the naked eye. The Hokage's instructions came again. She couldn't break in time and slammed into the wall. The mask was cracked. The whole person took 2 steps back and fell to the ground. Hey, you are a new ANBU, right? Why are you so clumsy and dumb? You can't just walk straight to the door, but you bumped into the wall. How did you pass the ANBU selection? Did you use a back door? It will be very dangerous to go on missions in the future. Xiaomyu shook his head slightly and reproached, with the style of a Hokage. You. It's because you can't just say everything you want to say at once. Uzuki Yujeo couldn't help it after all, she covered her nose, turned back and angrily said to Xiaomyu, "Also, I am a serious jonin, and I have completed S-level missions many times. I also passed the selection and became an ANBU." The purple-haired girl, with beautiful eyes, was filled with tears because of the pain in her nose and grievance. White skin, slightly flushed, the whole person is as beautiful as a flower. Chuan. The era of Konoha's two shadows, the youngest Hokage in history. 162, my younger brother is the Hokage. Uzuki Yujao stumbled out of the Hokage's office, and her little face under the mask was blushing. I didn't expect that as an elite jonin, she would make a fool of herself when she met the new Hokage for the first time. This is really embarrassing. Fortunately, she was wearing a mask. Otherwise, Uzuki Yujao would be even more embarrassed. Obviously, the other party is just a cute little brother. But when he was wearing a Hokage robe and his sharp eyes were cast over, the momentum was like a deep sea. This momentum was even stronger than when he faced the third-generation Hokage. It seemed that he could easily crush an elite jonin like himself. It was impossible for people to treat him as a child. No wonder the Konoha high-level officials agreed that a little guy who had just graduated from the ninja school would be the Hokage. Just based on reputation and rumors, even the sense of oppression when facing him just now has far exceeded that of other jonins in Konoha. Forget it, whether a child becomes Hokage or not is not something I can decide. I, 427, should just concentrate on doing my work in the Anbu. Well, just now the Hokage asked me to pass on a message, calling Ui Kurane and the Hokage advisors to the Hokage's office. In order, then let's go find Ui Kurane first. Uzuki Yujao calmed down and smoothed her slightly messy purple hair. After a few moments, the figure completely disappeared near the Hokage building. The Hokage's summons. When Ui Kurane received the message from the Anbu, for a while, she was still a little dazed. The third Hokage had just died not long ago. The new Hokage is actually her younger brother, Ui Natsuki. This feeling is always a little strange. It's like being in a deep dream and not awake yet. A little brother who often acts like an adult, occasionally acts like a spoiled child in front of his sister, sleeps late every day, and has a delicate face like a jade sculpture. He actually became the Hokage. I really want to see what he looks like in the Hokage building. Will he be naughty again? How can he convince others if he still looks like a little brat? No, Xiaomyu is a guy who does things irrelevantly and easily messes up. I must watch him. With all kinds of uneasy thoughts, Ui Kurane, who was on the main street of Konoha village, used several instant body techniques in succession. After a while, he arrived in front of the majestic Hokage building. The quiet Hokage building was as solemn and murderous as ever. Birds dared not approach here at all. Don't think that there seems to be no one in front of you. But secretly, the strongest guard of the Hokage, the Anbu, is on duty. If a stranger comes with hostility, he will be killed on the spot before he approaches the building. Maybe he has already greeted them in front. The journey is smooth. Kurane Ui was not stopped by any Anbu. She came straight to the door of the Hokage's office. Her eyes were complicated, and she even felt nervous about meeting her old leader, the third Hokage. Knock, knock, knock. Kurane Ui took a deep breath and knocked on the door gently. Come in. A steady but slightly younger boy's voice came from inside. Kurane Ui secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It was her younger brother's voice. I really don't know what this naughty boy's first day at work was like. Slowly pushed open the door. Walked in. What came into view was the bright office and Xiaomyu sitting in the office chair with a serious face. Why did you take so long? Xiaomyu frowned and asked. The whole person stood up instantly, and the white and white Hokage robe moved without wind. The momentum of a cage-level strong man spread out. Ui Kurane became nervous. Long. As soon as I heard the call from the Anbu, I came here right away. Faced with the sudden and rising terrifying momentum of Xiaomyu, Yui Kurane was a little confused. She became respectful and nervous unconsciously. This is the Hokage. The strongest person in Konoha. Sure enough, Xiaomyu does have the potential to be a Hokage. Just talking about this momentum, it is more terrifying than the third-generation Hokage. Yui Kurane, do you know your mistake? Xiaomyu walked slowly in front of her with a gloomy face. The terrifying momentum like a mountain rose with the approaching footsteps. It made Yui Kurane a little breathless. 3 really don't know. Yui Kurane said with a little panic, and took a half step back. Bang! The door of the room behind her suddenly closed by itself. The huge sound scared her. He turned his head subconsciously and saw that the door behind him was closed. No one had broken in. Oh, Xiaomyu has a strange ability to manipulate objects. He must have activated his ability quietly. He turned his head and was about to ask. The whole shadow had enveloped him. He raised his head slightly and saw Xiaomyu's delicate face in front of him. A pair of blue and light gold eyes were like gems, captivating. He couldn't help but let Xiri Hong took 2 steps back. No, that's not right. When did you grow so tall? Although this year, 12-year-old Xiaomyu began to grow taller and his body size exploded. But he was still a little shorter than me. Just now, I could look down at him slightly, why do I have to look up now? Her eyes slightly drooped. Sure enough, this guy was half suspended in the air. He really showed off his abilities all the time. Yui Hong, put your identity in perspective, I am the Hokage. Xiaomyu narrowed his eyes slightly, and while saying this, he pushed her to the door. Arm bang! My sister's back quietly hit the door. There was no way to retreat behind her. Ah yes! Hokage Hokage! Since entering the Hokage's office, Yui Hong's heart has been pounding. The rhythm is all controlled by the other party. She has never seen Xiaomyu so imposing. Do you know what you did wrong? Xiaomyu asked condescendingly. I know. Yui Kurane's eyes gradually misted up, and she lowered her head slightly to avoid Xiaomyu's scrutiny. What did you do wrong? I didn't put myself in the right position, and I shouldn't have offended the Hokage. Yui Kurane was about to cry. Humph! You still know that I'm the Hokage now. Raise your head. Xiaomyu ordered. Yui Kurane raised her head tremblingly. At this moment, she really felt that she was facing a powerful Hokage. Instead of a brother who was with her day and night and was very familiar. It was the first time that Xiaomyu saw such a wronged sister. Humph! You used to discipline me fiercely every day, and now you can finally do the opposite. Xiaomyu couldn't help but smile. This made Yui Kurane, who was right in front of him, catch this point instantly. 4.4 No, he is my naughty brother Natsuki. Even if you become the Hokage, you are still my brother. As soon as Yui Kurane figured it out, her momentum rose immediately. At this time, her eyes were still filled with tears of grievance and shock, and her fair cheeks began to turn red due to shame and anger. This scene made Yui Kurane extremely charming. Damn, Natsuki, you are so brave. Before Yui Kurane finished her words, Natsuki bit her lips. You. My sister widened her eyes and wanted to retreat, but she couldn't retreat because she was standing by the door. She almost suffocated. What's worse is that Natsuki's hand actually reached into her clothes. In an instant, Yui Kurane became weak. Where did you learn this? Why are you so skilled? Wow, me little brother has become the Hokage without knowing it. Who can suppress him in the future? 163, it's absurd, Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't leave us alone for so long. A faint heat rose. In the Hokage's office, 2 figures were standing together. Leaning against the door. Is it okay? Asshole Xiaomyu, you even bully your sister. If you do this again, your sister will be angry. Yui Kurene's face was red, and she leaned on Xiaomu. Hands were tightly pressing Xiaomu's right hand hidden under her clothes. This little rascal is so naughty, I don't know who taught him, he dared to mess around. Tisk, I'm the Hokage now. Who's older, the Hokage or my sister? The Hokage is the most powerful in the whole village, so you should do whatever I say. Xiaomu blinked and said jokingly. Of course my sister is older. Even if you are the Hokage, you are still my brother. How dare you disobey me? Yui Kurene put her hands on her hips, full of momentum. After the nine-tailed rebellion, if we hadn't adopted you, would you be here today? Anyway, the family status must be corrected today, otherwise there will be no turning back in the future. Who knew that this move made Yui Kurene forget to hold down Xiaomu's hand? At 1500 hours, the arm in the clothes climbed up again and took the upper hand. Ah! Yui Kurene screamed, and the momentum she had just risen suddenly disappeared. As a result, before she could finish her words, she was stopped by Xiaomu's probe again. For a moment, Yui Kurene lost her strength again. The head was buzzing, and she was at a loss. At this moment, there was a knock on the door behind him. Knock, knock, knock. Godame Hokage, what's the matter with calling me here? Outside the Hokage's office, Mito Kato-en frowned and knocked on the door. Yutane Kohara was also standing next to him. They were the Hokage's advisors, and their daily work was to assist the Hokage. However, this office has always been open. I don't know why the door was closed this time. I asked them to come over and wait. It seems that it is necessary to teach the little Hokage about etiquette. In the room, Yui Kurene suddenly widened her eyes. She felt her scalp suddenly, it was like an explosion, the limbs were stiff, and the little hands were cold. There was a door between them, and I felt like I was caught stealing the sun. I quickly pushed Xiaomu away, opened my mouth, but didn't dare to say anything. After all, they were all ninjas, with sharp hearing, and a slightly different tone would be noticed. I should adjust my breathing first. But the anxious expression clearly told Xiaomu to stop, and the elders of Konoha were coming. Originally, Xiaomu was also shocked, but seeing Yui Kurene like this, I suddenly became playful. I kissed her again regardless. Now Yui Kurene was completely helpless. It's a waste, forget it, let it be discovered. Anyway, those two old guys can't beat my brother. Besides, Xiaomu is the Hokage, the person with the highest status in the village, what's wrong with asking them to wait? If you have the ability, take him down. This way, Yui Kurene will be happier, so that my brother won't be used as a gun. After figuring this out, Yui Kurene put her hands behind Xiaomu, and became friendly and generous. Knock knock knock. Godame Hokage? If you don't open the door, I'll leave. After waiting for another quarter of an hour, Mizuta Manyan shouted angrily. He could sense that there was someone inside. Could it be that the little Hokage fell asleep while sorting documents inside? Impossible. Just now, I clearly heard a slight movement. Besides, the kid might still be very young in other aspects. But his strength should not be underestimated. When I entered the Hokage building, the other party probably noticed it. No, I can't leave now. Just smash the door to see what the kid is doing. Xiaomu. I know you are inside. If you don't open the door, don't blame me for removing the door panel. After all, you were unreasonable first. The third Hokage has never made me wait so long since he was alive. The veins on Mizuta Manyan's forehead were bulging. Why are you talking so much nonsense with this brat? Just kick him in. At the beginning, I strongly opposed you and Danzo's recommendation of him as Hokage. You see, this guy doesn't take you seriously at all. Yutane Kohara sneered, her words full of sarcasm. Just about to kick it open. Finally, Xiaomu's voice came from inside. Wait a moment, it will be ready soon. What? Still waiting? Yutain Koharu has a worse temper than Menyan, and screamed in a duck voice. Even the old monkey Sarutobi Hiruzen dare not treat us like this. Today, I will teach you what respect for the elderly means. After saying that, he raised his right hand and was about to use ninjutsu to dismantle the Hokage's office. Click! A delicate hand grabbed her wrist. Yutain Koharu turned around and saw. The one who pulled her was the Anbu ninja who called them over. A female ninja with long purple hair. Mr. Advisor, please respect yourself. This is the Hokage building. We will regard any dangerous actions as provocations. The masked purple-haired Anbu reminded calmly. Several murderous auras rose from all over the Hokage building. It seemed that if they disagreed, they would bury the two old guys here. Okay, good Anbu trained by Sarutobi Hiruzen. Yutain Koharu laughed in anger. Most of these Anbu were trained by the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, and they were special guards loyal to the Hokage. Originally, they were paving the way for his son Sarutobi Asuma, but they were ambushed by Orochimaru during the Chunin exam, and a series of aftermaths were not arranged in time. Now it has benefited the new fifth Hokage, Natsuki. Okay, Xiao-chun, stop making trouble. After all, Xiaomyu is still young, and he is a new Hokage. He doesn't know many rules and etiquette. Let's wait for a while. Mito 427 Menyan hurried out to smooth things over. Although he was also very angry. But in the Hokage building, he didn't even see the Hokage, and he had a conflict with the Anbu here. It would be too embarrassing to tell others. And they are old, if they were younger. Humph. Maybe I have to let these young people see the power of Konoha's wise general. When he was young, his strength was no less than that of the third Hokage. There is an introduction in the Book of Formations. Humph. Hearing what Mito Menyan said, Yutain Koharu snorted coldly and stopped releasing ninjutsu. Seeing that they were honest, Izuki Ujeo also hurriedly stepped back 2 steps, and disappeared into the shadow of the corner with her purple hair fluttering. This wait lasted another half an hour. Mito Menyan's forehead was bulging with veins. This time he couldn't bear it. He took 2 steps forward, raised his right hand, and just as he was about to knock twice, he blasted the door open. Then he saw the door of the Hokage's office quietly opened. This sudden move almost sprained Mito Menyan's old waist. 2 consultants, you are finally here. Xiaomyu was surprised, as if he only knew they were here now. Who was the one who responded just now? Puff. This shameless side made Yutain Koharu faint on the spot. Only the Anbu hiding in the shadows, Izuki Ujeo, blinked innocently. This 5th generation Hokage won't start to suffer from Alzheimer's disease at such a young age. 164. Let the elder sister be the Hokage advisor. Is it okay? The advisors are waiting outside the door. The elder sister finally began to struggle, with her 2 delicate hands against Xiaomyu's chest, pushing hard. The throat kept making sobbing sounds, and the few sobs seemed to have exhausted all her strength. The remaining sound was blocked by Xiaomyu's mouth. Seeing that her brother was being shameless, Yui Kurane was unmoved. She had to grab his ears with both hands and slowly pull them up. After a while, seeing that Xiaomyu still didn't stop talking, she could only increase the strength little by little. Finally, Xiaomyu grinned and let go. Humph! Stingy! Xiaomyu snorted coldly, with an unsatisfied look. Let those 2 black-hearted old guys wait outside the door. How can they be Hokage consultants if they can't even wait for this little time? Besides, I just used the silent barrier, and they can't hear what we are doing inside now. Go away, I think you are even more black-hearted, and you will bully your sister. Yui Kurane panted and sighed, while adjusting her collar. She said, you have been leaving them alone for almost an hour. You just became Hokage, and you still have to rely on them for many things. What do you rely on? What useful suggestions can those two guys give besides pointing fingers? Xiaomu responded, and glanced at the pile of documents on the desk. After Orochimaru's Konoha collapse plan. Currently, a large area of the village has been destroyed, commercial street planning, residence reconstruction, ninja task arrangement, preparations for the Hokage succession ceremony, etc. There are too many things to do. Sure enough, being a Hokage is not that easy. In the original novel, after Uzumaki Naruto became Hokage, he took on all the responsibilities and was busy reviewing documents all day long. Even the education of his children was neglected. I am willing to become Hokage to develop my own second-year soul and let more people activate new abilities so that I can become stronger. I am not here to work seriously. Well, these old guys like to deal with government affairs so much, so let them deal with some trivial and harmless documents. It just so happens that these things are the most and best time. Also, sister can come to help me, otherwise those documents make my scalp numb. Xiaomu turned his eyes to Yui Kurane and suggested, then it's settled, sister will also be the Hokage consultant. The future task is to help me review important documents, and you don't have to go out to perform dangerous tasks. This surprised Yui Kurane. It's good, she can have more time to accompany her brother, but she soon shook her head and said, No, no. I have never been a Hokage consultant, nor have I dealt with these documents. If it was wrong, the whole village was influenced. And, my calendar is not enough, you will definitely oppose it. The village is in my heart, but there is no sister, and the family is so important. I am Naruto and appointed a Naruto consultant. They also pushed me with 3 obstructions, so I would not do it, let them face the Bing Feng of Yanren and Yunren. As expected, my heart ached. Yes, after all, Xiaomu was still young, but he was pushed down to the position of Hokage. Now is the weakest period of Konoha. These black-hearted elders are obviously using his power to intimidate the 4 sides. They probably formed an internal meeting among themselves, and they would not discuss the really important things with him, a little Hokage. Okay, sister will definitely work hard. Yui Kurane nodded, her eyes firm. I must help my brother to keep a good check and open my eyes, so as not to be fooled by these old guys without knowing it. Okay, then it's a deal. I'll remove the silent barrier and open the door. Xiaomu laughed happily and took 2 steps forward to pull the door. As expected, he is still a child. Yui Kurane saw her brother's handsome and childish smile. The whole person's heart felt illuminated. Humph. Just pretending to be an adult, now you are exposed, still a brat. Hey, don't open the door so quickly, sister is not ready yet. When Yui Kurane saw Xiaomu going to open the door, she remembered that they had kissed for so long just now, and her clothes were still not tidied up. She was so scared that she quickly stepped back and checked her makeup. Xiaomu removed the barrier and just opened the door. She saw Mito Kato-yan raised his right hand. He looked like he was ready to knock on the door. Because he was not mentally prepared. Mito Kato-yan staggered and stopped, almost spraining his old waist. Before the old guys asked questions, Xiaomu spoke first. The 2 consultants are finally here. After hearing this, Mito Kato-yan's face turned purple. A feeling of depression gathered in his heart. I was left alone. They have been pretending to be innocent for so long. No one in Konoha has ever dared to give them face like this. Just when they were about to take action. Poof! A light sound came from behind. You. Tetsune Koharu had a myocardial infarction and was so angry that he was out of breath. He rolled his eyes and fainted. Elder Koharu, what's wrong with you? Someone, please ask the best medical ninja to come over. Xiaomu hurriedly shouted in a pretentious manner. Hokage, the best medical ninja in Konoha is Elder Koharu. The Anbu hidden in the shadows, Duzuki Yujeo, immediately came out and replied. I will ask the second best medical ninja to come over right now. As soon as the voice fell, the figure disappeared again. Xiaomu, wait, come back. Bang. Uzuki Yujio hit the wall again and appeared at the corner a few meters away. The whole person staggered back. There was a little resentment in his eyes. I forgot that this Hokage was a person who spoke several times. He also liked to teach people. Tell me, why are you always so reckless? I haven't said I'm going to play yet, and you ran away again. How did you get selected into the Anbu? As an Anbu, can't you be more stable? Sure enough, the old-fashioned words came again. The key is that the youngest person here is the 5th generation Hokage. After talking too much, even Mao Uxi Yan was a little doubtful whether she was really not stable enough. Take Elder Xiao Chun with you and send him to the nearest hospital. If emergency treatment is needed, by the time you come and go, the opportunity will be cold. Xiaomu pointed at the Koharu on the ground and shouted. There is nothing wrong with this arrangement. Mao Uxi Yan felt that she was reckless again. I could only answer respectfully, hi. Then, I carried Koharu Tatin on my back and used the body flash technique to disappear again. Hey! Wait! Bang! What's the matter again? Ma Zhao, Uzuki Yujio hit the wall again, and there seemed to be a bump on her forehead under the mask. The whole person turned around, and the air pressure was very low. Ah! It's okay, I just want you to pay attention to safety. Elder Koharu can't stand falling. Xiaomu waved his hand and asked her to leave quickly. Don't delay the patient's condition. Uzuki Yujio disappeared from the spot with murderous intent. This one finally looked a bit like an Anbu. This interruption made Mito Kadokawa calm down a little. However, the questions that should be asked still need to be asked. My Lord Hokage, what were you busy with just now? You seem to have forgotten our existence. Mitoman gnashed his teeth and asked, emphasizing the words Lord Hokage and forget. Hehe, Nyo, throw a lot of documents to me. I'm not skilled, I must be very busy. Xiaomu pointed to the pile of documents on the Hokage's desk, which was as high as a mountain. Standing behind, Yui Kurane, with a flushed face, rolled her eyes. I feel that Xiaomu is actually quite suitable to be Hokage. This skill of lying with open eyes is not small. 165, only Danzo, that idiot, is keen on being Hokage. He kissed his sister for more than an hour, but he said he was busy reviewing documents. Yui Kurane covered her mouth and laughed secretly behind him. Xiaomu's ability to lie with open eyes and be shameless is always so funny when facing the Konoha elders. So I plan to let Kurane Yui also be the Hokage's consultant to assist me in my daily work. Xiaomu said lightly. As if this was a trivial matter. What? Let Kurane Yui be the Hokage's consultant? Mito Kato-en widened his eyes and was shocked by Xiaomu. Then he waved his hand, no way. Let's not talk about Kurane Yui being a jonin. She has just become a jonin not long ago and is not qualified for jonin work. How can she be a Hokage consultant and assist the Hokage? Moreover, her qualifications are far from enough. There are many ninjas in the village who are highly respected and powerful. Xiaomu's eyes condensed, and murderous aura instantly spread. I'm just informing you. Do you think I'm discussing with you? And all those trivial documents are piled up on me. How come I don't see any important matters? What about helping to find cats, weeding for villagers, and hunting wild boars in farmland? Just find someone to summarize these things, let me take a look, and choose to issue tasks. All of them are piled up for the Hokage. Are you looking for a handyman? Where is the commercial street planning map? Why is there only a document for me to stamp? I can't even see the complete plan for 27. This wave of questions was asked in succession. Mitoman Yan suddenly felt endless pressure from all directions. It seemed as if a mountain was gradually carried on his back, ready to crush him at any time. What he didn't know was that this was Xiaomyu secretly using the ability of the reincarnation eye. Humph. In the end, the world of Naruto is still about strength. Do you have the ability not to use it and play conspiracy with these old politicians? Sure enough, after a moment, Vitamin Yanhadi can't hold on any longer. I sighed again in my heart, the strength of this little Hokage. Although he is a little young, his strength is really unambiguous. Quickly pulled a face and smiled, "Oh, my Hokage, please take back your momentum. My old bones really can't stand it anymore. I think Yui Kurane can really be a Hokage consultant. After all, she is your sister. Girls can be more careful in handling documents." Vitamin Yan suddenly felt that the pressure on his body, like a mountain, was relieved a little. He sighed secretly and said, "As for those documents, they are really the daily work of the Hokage. When you just graduated from the ninja school, didn't the third Hokage personally issue these tasks to you?" "Hehe, you are just fooling around. I don't believe that no one has sorted and summarized them for the third Hokage, and he sorted and reviewed them all by himself. If that's the case, then this pile of documents will be left here, and I'll look at them when I'm in a good mood. Those tasks issued by the third Hokage himself are just deliberately showing off their presence because they are interested in the protagonist group of Naruto and Sasuke. Other ordinary ninjas take D-level and C-level tasks, which do not need to be issued by the Hokage himself." Seeing that the little Hokage wanted to give up again, Vitamin N hurriedly said, "Some matters, we can help, and consultant Yui Kurane can also help. Alas, it seems that it is not feasible to use some tedious small matters to keep the little Hokage in the office and make him have no time to take care of other important affairs in the village. However, it doesn't matter, young people are also active and energetic. These are just used to slightly consume the energy of the little Hokage and divert his attention. The reconstruction of Konoha and the expansion of our own family territory and industry are the top priorities. Recently, we are busy dividing the territory, so we don't have time to help the little Hokage deal with things. The old man Danzo wants to occupy a commercial street again, and he can't be allowed to eat it peacefully. This guy's root organization is active and has countless secret bases. After the night of the Uchiha clan extermination, it seems that some dangerous research has been launched again, which requires a lot of capital investment. Perhaps we can use the little Hokage to suppress Danzo. However, the most urgent task now is to let the young Hokage solve the enemies invading the border. If these Rock Ninja and Cloud Ninja troops cannot solve the problem, then when they come to Konoha, everything will be over. Godage, now the northeastern and northwest borders of the Fire Country are constantly encroaching on the Cloud Ninja and Rock Ninja. The Fire Country daimyo has repeatedly sent envoys to ask us to repel the enemies. If we don't attack again, it will be difficult to take back these territories. Besides, you have just become Hokage, and your foundation is not stable. If you can take this opportunity to defeat the enemies in one fell swoop, at that time, not only Konoha village, but the entire Fire Country will praise your reputation." Vitamin Yan slowly persuaded, speaking earnestly. "Hey, I'm not afraid that you, a young man, can resist the temptation of the famous ninja world. This fighting and killing thing really needs you young people to go. As for the rear of Konoha, let us old bones help you sit in charge." Vitamin N's expression remained unchanged, but he was more and more delighted the more he thought about it. Once, he was also a passionate young man who risked his life for Konoha. Now, he found that being good at maneuvering and using power to make decisions is the real way to win. Even the third-generation Hokage, who was known as the hero of ninja, was influenced by him and became a Hokage who was good at forbearance and concessions in order to seek peace. He was confident that the little Hokage would slowly become the sharpest knife in his hand under his operation. Only the idiot Danzo would be keen on being a Hokage. Such a hot potato, a position that everyone is eyeing, is not so easy to sit on. Didn't you see that the third-generation Hokage was ruined? No one who was a Hokage had a good end. Don't you want to be the second in command for a lifetime? You can walk sideways in the whole Konoha with power, and you don't need to face danger directly. Cultivate the power in your hands, just target those who want to harm you internally. So even if Sarutobi Hiruzen is gone, Danzo has no chance to become Hokage as long as he doesn't give in. Mito Kato-en was a little complacent. Danzo was repeatedly blamed and his power was suppressed. In fact, it was also because of his advice behind the scenes. Reputation? Can you eat this thing? Xiaomyu answered nonchalantly, looking up slightly and looking at people with his chin. As the Lord of the Dimension and the founder of the Dimension End Gathering Society, being Hokage is just a matter of interest. As for the harassment at the border, any of our members can solve it. The Beast Tamer of Judgment likes this kind of mission very much. The Giant of Light also said that he is too bored recently, and the second magician also lacks some training. Which one of them should I send? Xiaomyu fell into deep thought while talking, and left Mito Kato-en aside. Mito Kato-en was sweating profusely after hearing this. I made a mistake. I forgot that this little Hokage seemed to have a bit of a weird head. He didn't play by the rules at all. He couldn't say anything he had prepared. By the way, the club hasn't had any new members for a long time. Now there's a chance for you to join the club. What do you think? Is my advisor Menyan interested? The assessment is to clear the border from enemies. Suddenly, Xiaomyu seemed to have figured something out, and looked at Mito Menyan with shining eyes. This isn't this bad. Mitomen was shocked. I'm not interested in playing house with you. Besides, if my old body really goes to the front line, I'll die. 166, let the daimyo come to see me, Mitomen cried anxiously. Hokage, your club sounds like it's full of elites, plus an old man like me, it always feels a bit out of tune. Besides, I'm old, and my daily work has already consumed all my energy. I really don't have the energy to join any clubs. Mito Menyan's forehead was sweating, and he quickly refused. What kind of club is this? The assessment to join requires going to the front line. If you want to take the opportunity to kill me, just say so. Although this little Hokage is young, he has a lot of ideas. Fortunately, I have been around the Hokage for many years, and I have seen all kinds of tricks. If you want to trick me into leading the team to the front line, it's impossible. Yui Kurane next to him couldn't help but laugh out loud again. This old elder would never say Hokage even if he was beaten to death, but he called him that. It shows that he is really afraid of joining Xiaomyu's unreliable club. But now that his younger brother is the Hokage, he has to keep an eye on him and not let him talk nonsense. Don't offend all the high-level officials of Konoha one by one. Thinking of this, Yui Kurane took 2 steps forward to help out and said, Yes, Elder Menyan is busy enough at ordinary times, Xiaomyu, don't make things difficult for him. You have a point. Letting an old man like you join the club will simply lower the average of our club. Xiaomyu frowned and nodded in agreement. Then let it go. Mitomen's face was full of black lines, so I just said a few words modestly. Do you really think that the brats in your club can beat me? However, who is the beast tamer of the judgment? What about the second magician? The name sounds scary, probably just a nickname made up by a child. It's the Giant of Light. Why does it sound like the kid Akimichi Koji who can transform? If he really transforms into that kind of Giant of Light, I may not be able to beat him. Forget it, these fighting and killing things can be avoided if possible, I don't need to worry about it at all. I am different from Danzo, who covets the position of Hokage. As long as you don't remove my position as an advisor and drive me out of Konoha's decision-making level. Everything is easy to talk about. XXX. If someone else becomes Hokage, I will have less say. But this little brat is Hokage, and he doesn't give face to anyone, which is actually what I want. When he has conflicts with other family leaders and elders, he will need to rely on me to solve them. In the end, everyone will find that I, Mizuta Manyan, am the indispensable person in Konoha. And he seems to listen to his sister. His sister has a sense of belonging to Konoha and can listen to the elders. When the time comes, let her convey some words. In the future, I will affirm this little girl's work more and improve her good impression. By the way, 5th generation, the handwritten order from the daimyo of the Land of Fire has been delivered. As if he just remembered it, Mizuta Manyan took out a scroll from his pocket and handed it over. The daimyo of the Land of Fire. Xiaomyu frowned and took out the scroll. Yes, the daimyo is the nominal supreme leader of the Land of Fire. The tax revenue of the entire Land of Fire is collected there, and countless samurai are kept there. Although our Konoha ninja is the highest fighting force in the Land of Fire, we do not produce anything in normal times. Therefore, all major expenses still rely on the supply and task rewards of the daimyo and lords. Now they agree that you will succeed as the 5th Hokage. You only need to go to the capital of the Land of Fire to meet the daimyo in 5 days. Mito Kato-en explained with a smile. Xiaomyu opened the scroll, and it was written on it that the current daimyo of the Land of Fire agreed to Yui Natsume's succession as the 5th Hokage. He was also asked to go to the capital of the Land of Fire to be officially conferred in 5 days. What daimyo do you want me, the Hokage, to meet? You said it the other way around, right? Xiaomyu snorted coldly and swung his hand casually. The repulsive force of the Samsara Eye was activated. Bang! The scroll burst out of the window like a cannonball. It disappeared into the sky in the blink of an eye. Ah! This! Mito Kato-en was startled and quickly persuaded, Hokage-sama, this has always been the process. Every time a Hokage takes office, he needs the consent and authorization of the daimyo. This is actually just a formality to demonstrate the daimyo's supreme leadership in the Land of Fire. Even the 3rd Hokage came this way. Xiaomyu didn't even look at Mito Kato-en. Turning back to the Hokage seat, his voice was a bit murderous. The strong need to seek the consent of the weak, what's the reason? I don't care how the previous Hokage were appointed, I must let the daimyo come here. Let's set it at the Hokage succession ceremony in 10 days. If the daimyo doesn't come, I won't recognize his identity as the daimyo. We won't send another ninja to the border Rock Ninja and Cloud Ninja. When the country is invaded, it will be up to the people of the Land of Fire to decide who is to blame. This made Mito Kato-en stunned. Good guy, all the previous Hokage had to do this. Go and be conferred. It would be fine if you didn't go, but you asked the daimyo to come. You, the 5th generation, are so powerful. He could imagine the scene of the daimyo's rage. Maida Manyan was about to scold the little Hokage for his arbitrary behavior. What he met was a pair of cold eyes. The blue and light gold eyes that were usually beautiful, at this moment, were evil and soul-stirring. A gust of wind blew, and the cold murderous aura swept over again with boundless pressure. It seemed that he would be crushed to pieces in the next moment. Gudong! Maida Manyan swallowed carefully, sweat pouring down his forehead. Hokage, calm down. This is just a formality. The daimyo will not interfere with our selection of Hokage. Otherwise, you will be rejected when you see your age. The daimyo actually wants a name, and what we want is profit. This is a recognized form in the ninja world. If we touch the daimyo and break this situation, we will definitely be besieged by all the countries in the ninja world. Mito Kato-en hurriedly said, fearing that this young man would be addicted to power and not only want to be the Hokage of Konoha, but also the daimyo of the Land of Fire. Did I say I would touch the daimyo? Xiaomyu said coldly. Ah! Mito Kato-en was dumbfounded. He was frightened by the words and murderous aura of the little Hokage just now. Now that I think about it, the 5th generation really didn't say he wanted to kill the daimyo. Hey, that's good. I just asked you to come to Konoha to watch my succession ceremony 10 days later after calling the daimyo. By the way, let him bring the succession documents as well, so that I can save the time of making a trip. Konoha has just been in turmoil, and all the countries in the ninja world are eyeing it covetously. As the highest fighting force in the entire land of fire, the 5th Hokage cannot leave Konoha. Do you understand what I mean? Xiaomyu knocked on the table and said slowly word by word. Ah? Oh. So that's how it is. Midaman Yan nodded to show that he understood. As a result, before he finished speaking, Xiaomyu raised his hand to interrupt him. Since Advisor Yan has understood and agreed, then the matter of inviting the daimyo will be handed over to you. If you can't do this, it proves that Advisor Yan is indeed old and it's time for him to retire. Advisor Yui Hong, see you off. I'm tired all day and need to rest. Yui Hong suppressed her laughter, her eyes fixed, and took 2 steps forward to block Mito Kadokane's confused look at Xiaomyu. Elder Kadokane, then I'll trouble you. After all, you are still good at entertaining guests. As he spoke, he pushed Mito Kadokane out of the Hokage's office. Bang! Until the door behind him slammed shut, the cold murderous aura disappeared without a trace. Mito Kadokane came back to his senses. He wanted to cry but had no tears. He didn't expect that after participating in government affairs in Konoha for many years, he was actually tricked by a little kid. It sounds good, but he still wants the daimyo to come over. Thinking of facing the wrath of a daimyo who cannot be beaten or scolded. It seems that Konoha can't beat a little Hokage. Midaman N's head was agitated, and he forgot how he walked out of the Hokage building. 167, Tsunade, bet on the title of Hokage. The Sky Highlight Column, Naruto Awakens. The famous tourist and entertainment holy place in the Land of Fire, Tansho Street. This place combines casinos, food, hot springs, acrobatics, and even custom shops. It is one of the most famous tourist holy places in the Land of Fire. Just like the original. Jiraiya brought Naruto and found Tsunade here. When mentioning the matter of letting Tsunade go back to be Hokage, he still attracted ridicule. At the same time, Naruto also made a bet with Tsunade to master the Raise Nan in 1 week. And now, it is already a week later. Orochimaru met with Tsunade and injured her, stimulating her hemophobia. The scene of Jiraiya and Naruto running to the rescue after being knocked out by drugs. As in the original, Naruto Uzumaki's opponent is his former senior, Kabuto Yakushi. Facing Kabuto, who has the strength of a Jonin and constantly uses the chakra scalpel. When Naruto had not learned the Raise Nan, he was beaten without any chance to fight back. Even in the original, it was because of the mouth-to-mouth and the surprise that Kabuto Yakushi was injured with the Raise Nan. At this time, the situation was more critical than in the original. Because he personally participated in the Konoha collapse plan. Kabuto Yakushi knew that several of the little ghosts in Konoha had some strange abilities. So this time, facing the 7 people of Naruto Uzumaki who could follow Jiraiya, one of the 3 ninjas, he no longer looked down on them. If Naruto knew, he would probably cry out loudly that everyone else had awakened their abilities, but none of their Team 7 had awakened. This also caused the Raise Nan that Naruto had finally made to be dodged by Kabuto Yakushi. It did not hit him head-on as in the original. It's over, it's over. Why did you hit a clone? Naruto was covered in wounds and looked extremely miserable. After all, Kabuto Yakushi's chakra scalpel was indeed extremely sharp. Besides, because he was cautious and calm in the face of the enemy, he fully exerted his strength as a Jonin. This made Uzumaki Naruto have no chance of winning. Even the joy of successfully performing the Raise Nan was diluted a lot. Hey, I was worried for nothing. I thought you had special abilities like other kids. It seems you don't have this talent. Yakushi Kabuto grinned and finally began to be proud. Fortunately, he was more cautious, otherwise he might have capsized in the ditch and been hit by the unexpected Raise Nan. The key is that I didn't expect this kid to actually learn this difficult Raise Nan. although it was just a regular ninjutsu. But it was really surprising. Okay, if you don't have other abilities. Before he finished speaking, Yakushi Kabuto had already used the instant body technique to disappear in an instant. When he reappeared, he was already standing in front of Uzumaki Naruto. There was no mercy in his eyes, and the cold lenses of his glasses flashed a chilling light. Here is where you will be buried. Yakushi Kabuto smiled slightly. Do you really think I will attack after I finish talking? There are too many geniuses in this ninja world. Caution is the only truth that will last forever. The azure blue, sharp chakra scalpel tore through the air and fiercely went to Naruto. Puff! The sound of the sharp blade piercing flesh and blood gave Naruto goosebumps all over his body. He trembled unconsciously and even closed his eyes subconsciously. But the expected pain of being pierced did not come. Open his eyes. A figure with bright golden hair blocked in front of him. Tsunade, Granny Tsunade. Naruto froze in place. From this perspective, you can clearly see that the chakra blade pierced Tsunade's body. A blue light appeared on her back. A lot of blood stained her clothes. Tenshou Keiku! Tsunade shouted hoarsely. Bang! Boom! A foot pressed down. The ground in front of him suddenly collapsed and cracked like an earthquake. Frightened, Kabuto Yakushi quickly let go and retreated. In the end, he avoided it through the substitution technique. At this time, Tsunade had time to look back and gave Naruto a thumbs up. Naruto, I didn't expect you to really do it. You are great. Don't worry, I'm here, and I won't let anything happen to you. I'll bet on the title of Hokage. Looking back, Tsunade's face was full of smiles, but the corners of her mouth were full of blood. This child is too much like Noe's, and he must not let anything happen to him. This time, it will never happen. This is Grandma Tsunade, she agreed to go back to be Hokage. He really did it, and it should have been something to be happy about. But seeing Tsunade's injuries, Naruto couldn't be happy. From childhood to adulthood, he has been looked down upon in the village. He gradually felt the warmth in front of his friends like Xiaomu. I still remember that the last time he was protected so desperately was when he just graduated from the ninja school. Teacher Irika did the same thing, using his body to block the blade. Now, Granny Tsunade did the same thing. The wounds are even more serious, and it seems that he is basically dead. How can I, Naruto, be so loved by everyone? It's all my fault. This made Tsunade next to him confused. What's wrong with Naruto? Naruto, the crybaby, burst into tears again. It's all my fault that I'm too weak. If I could be stronger, like Xiaomu, Granny Tsunade wouldn't be hurt like this. It wouldn't hurt everyone. Naruto blamed himself while walking forward and blocking Tsunade. Naruto, that's enough, take a rest. I'm fine. My hemophobia is gone. Looking at Naruto, who was also covered in wounds, Tsunade quickly advised. Knowing that it was her condition that scared the child. Hurry up and use the yin seal to release it. Suddenly, a huge amount of chakra surged out, and the injuries on his body were recovering rapidly. Unfortunately, Naruto didn't see these. With tears streaming down his face, he fell into his own world again. He stared fiercely at Orochimaru and Kabuto Yakushi opposite him. He took out a transformation device from his arms tremblingly. It was the same transformation device that Akimichi Koji used to transform into the Giant of Light. Although he didn't know why he had never successfully transformed in all these years. But he had a hunch that he would succeed this time. This time, let me protect Grandma Tsunade. Let me protect Konoha, which I cherish. Transform! Uzumaki Naruto shouted loudly, while holding the transformation device high in his right hand. After a while, there was no movement at all. Pa! After being drugged by Tsunade, Jiraiya, who had just recovered, slapped himself hard on the face with his right palm, saying that he couldn't bear to watch. Naruto, stop it, this is not a place to mess around. Come here quickly, I will take care of Orochimaru and the others. Even Tsunade was stunned for a moment. Emotions have been brewing to this point, and you little brat actually took out a toy and said something stupid about transformation. At this moment, Tsunade deeply doubted that there was something wrong with Konoha's education. It seems that she really needs to go back to be the Hokage and rectify Konoha. Only by witnessing the Chunin exams on the field, Orochimaru and Kabuto Yakushi, who had seen this kind of phenomenon before, did not take it lightly. At that time, the exaggerated situation of Inuzuka Kaiba making Akamaru evolve was vividly remembered. Although the lines they read were slightly different. But they were also second year, full of confidence, and loud. Kabuto Yakushi. What are you still standing there for? Kill him! Orochimaru shouted. It's better to be safe than sorry. Deal with this kid first. Yes. Kabuto Yakushi also knew what Orochimaru was afraid of. Even he was a little scared just now. Fortunately, this kid didn't seem to succeed. Orochimaru and Kabuto's actions as if they were facing a great enemy made Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Shizune feel a little incredible. Naruto is holding a small toy and shouting, "Why do Orochimaru and the others seem a little scared?" Shizune asked with a puzzled face. Jiraiya instantly recalled Konoha and those kids with special abilities. It is said that they also made a second-year speech before awakening their abilities. This made him wonder if Naruto was going to awaken some special ability. At this time, Naruto was stunned not because he failed. But there was a voice in the club badge given by Xiaomyu, and he shouted the wrong line. He should not shout transformation. Instead, he should shout Wind Eagle Armor, Fusion. At the same time, Kabuto Yakushi just stepped in front of Naruto, with a cold murderous look on his face. Don't shout. You can't succeed. The chakra scalpel with a blue glow came down. Buzz. A dazzling beam of light lit up around Naruto. The chakra scalpel was like piercing a wall of light and could not go in. How is it possible? Kabuto Yakushi's eyes were red with bloodshot eyes, and veins on his forehead were bulging. He couldn't pierce it even with all his strength. Naruto's voice resounded through the sky. Just like the heavenly sound that appeared in Konoha several times. This time it resounded outside Konoha, in the bustling Tansho street. Everyone, whether they were having fun or working, was awakened by this majestic but not harsh voice. What happened? What happened? What a big noise, which senior ninja released a large-scale ninjutsu. The crowd talked about it and ran out one by one. Quick, look! What is that? After a while, someone was the first to discover the abnormality. Looking for the sound, a huge beam of light that penetrated the sky and the earth came into everyone's eyes. 168, shocking the three ninjas, Naruto turned into an armored warrior. What? The huge beam of light almost blinded Jiraiya's eyes. The main thing is that Naruto's nonsense behavior actually worked. It seems that the prediction of the great Toad Sage was correct. Naruto is the child of destiny. He is the one who can create miracles. He made a bet with Tsunade and learned the A-level ninjutsu Raise Nan in a short time. Now he has created such an outrageous light and shadow effect. What's going on? Tsunade was also confused. This is the first time I have seen such a situation. I have never heard of it before. Could it be that after decades of slacking, there is such an outrageous new ninjutsu in the ninja world? Damn! Konoha has really mastered a new power. Orochimaru's face was extremely ugly. He had seen this kind of light column when he pretended to be the fourth Kazekage and participated in the Chunin exam. Once can be said to be accidental. But it was Konoha's little devil who triggered this light column twice in a row. And the panic-stricken voice like the power of heaven. It has never been heard of in other places in the ninja world. So this must be the latest thing developed by Konoha. This technology must be obtained no matter what. The spies planted in Konoha are all good for nothings. Such important information, but the source has not been found until now. After the Chunin exam, I was a little suspicious of the 15th super genius named Xiaomu. I only know that he has various strange abilities, but I can't find out the source. Could it be the last research result of the old man of the third generation before he died? Just when the three ninjas were shocked and thinking about it, the light column triggered by Naruto has gradually disappeared. Then, in front of everyone, was a warrior wearing a blue armor with an eagle as the totem. Naruto himself felt a little over-frightened. Looking at his body, he moved his arms excitedly. Just now, after shouting that the Wind Eagle armor was combined, he actually summoned a set of armor. The whole person suddenly felt full of security. The armor was so armed that it made Yakushi Kabuto, who was standing in front of Naruto, feel a toothache. He wanted to evacuate, but Orochimaru was behind him. If he ran away without even trying to attack, even if he ran to the ends of the earth, he would be caught by Orochimaru and dismembered directly and used as experimental materials. So without thinking too much, Yakushi Kabuto gritted his teeth and his hands lit up with two blue rays at the same time. Chakra scalpel. Playing tricks? Don't think I don't know that you are using the spirit summoning technique to summon eights, just a set of armor prepared before. Let me test your strength. Yakushi Kabuto shouted loudly to give himself courage. At the same time, it attracted the attention of the three ninjas. Indeed. If this is just an ordinary set of armor, there is no need to make a fuss. Open it for me. A cold light flashed past, and Yakushi Kabuto stabbed towards Naruto at a very fast speed. Puff! As a result, Naruto disappeared instantly. It was totally unexpected that such a bulky armored warrior could disappear instantly. This made Yakushi Kabuto unable to stop his momentum, and the whole person fell on the bumpy ground. Just fell at Tsunade's feet. Yakushi Kabuto could not see the position after disappearing. But others saw it clearly. After Naruto disappeared instantly just now, he immediately appeared on the left side 10 meters away. Instantaneous body technique? A distant voice asked in silence. No, the instant body technique is just a ninja attaching chakra to the soles of their feet, causing an instantaneous speed increase, which is similar to the effect of teleportation. But in the eyes of people with sharp eyes, there will still be a track, because it is not a real disappearance. And if Naruto uses the instant body technique with this armor, ordinary people can see the blue track flashing by. So, it is obvious that what happened just now was a real space ability, teleportation. Jiraiya thought for a moment and said with surprise. What? Space ability, teleportation? Is this really a Konoha genin who just graduated not long ago? Naruto just learned to raise Nan. Now he not only wears a strange armor, but also has space ability. Shizune shouted in disbelief. Don't say it, Shizune doesn't believe it. Tsunade even suspected that Naruto in front of her had been replaced. After all, the rare space ninjutsu was used. It shouldn't be difficult to transfer Naruto away instantly when the beam of light rose, right? This made Tsunade ignore it, and she kicked Kabuto Yakushi under her feet. She looked at the armored warrior 10 meters away on the left with a vigilant face, and asked politely. Are you really Naruto? Who knew that the armored warrior was more excited than her after hearing Tsunade's words? The whole person danced and screamed like a toad. Wow, 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 it's so exciting. Tsunade-san, I am Naruto. I don't know how I put on this armor, it's so cool. And, let me tell you. Just now, Senior Kabuto rushed over and I was startled. I wanted to run away quickly, but I didn't expect that I dodged it in a flash. Although Naruto's words sounded a bit muffled because of the armor. But everyone could still recognize that it was indeed Naruto. That's right, even if he didn't say anything, this guy's exaggerated movements made it clear that it was Naruto at a glance. The Toad Sage dragged his chin and nodded. He still understood his innocent and naughty apprentice. It's really Naruto. What kind of operation is this? It's too contrary to common sense. Tsunade was a little amused, but then she breathed a sigh of relief. Not only was Naruto not seriously injured by Kabuto Yakushi's attack, he also transformed directly. Anyway, this is good news. Next it will be Orochimaru's turn to have a headache. It's time to settle accounts with him. Ahem, it's really Naruto, you shorty are really creating miracles. 427. Can you tell me how you did it? Or who taught you this transformation technique? In the distance, Kabuto Yakushi, who was kicked casually by Tsunade like trash, climbed up. He spat out blood and looked exhausted. This question made Naruto think of Natsuki at the first time. Sure enough, Natsuki is worthy of being our idol. After joining his club, after so many years of practice, I can finally transform like Koji. But why is my transformation so small? Chokji can transform so big, I guess I am not proficient yet. When I become proficient, I will definitely be able to become as big as Koji's Giant of Light. And my armor is more handsome. Naruto was getting happier and happier as he thought about it, and he immediately responded to Kabuto's question. Senior Kabuto, it's... Naruto, shut up, don't tell him. He is our enemy now. Tsunade reminded loudly. Oh, that's right. After hearing Tsunade's voice, Naruto reacted and then recalled what Kabuto Yakushi had done just now. Suddenly, the excitement disappeared. Full of anger surged in his heart. Senior Kabuto, you bastard, you killed Tsunade's mother-in-law whom I just met. I'm going to beat you up. Naruto shouted loudly, making Tsunade roll her eyes. Is the person who just talked to you a ghost? This kid is really a fool. 169. What does the damage caused by Kabuto Yakushi have to do with me, Orochimaru? Ah! Naruto shouted, staring at Kabuto Yakushi. He raised his leg and rushed over. Right arms clenched into fists and raised high. Wearing the Wind Eagle armor, he looked majestic. And the faster he ran, the faster he ran. Under the sunlight, he drew a blue-green track. Boom! The huge sound startled Shizuan, who was holding the pig. In the eyes of everyone, Kabuto Yakushi used a body flickering technique to dodge and move back. Naruto, the armored warrior, did not dodge or avoid, but rushed at full speed. He crashed directly into the big rock behind Kabuto Yakushi, and the whole person was embedded in it. That, Tsunade-sama, is Naruto really okay? Shizuan was a little worried and whispered. Although Naruto's outfit looked safe and powerful. But the person who wore it was a big fool. It should be fine. He probably just put on this armor and is not familiar with it yet. Hey, kid! Do you believe it? Why don't you step back and let us deal with them? My body has recovered. Tsunade also looked at Naruto with a frown on her face. Ah, no need. Naruto shouted loudly, and at the same time pulled his body out of the rock wall with all his strength. After I put on this armor, my speed was too fast. I couldn't control it for a while. This made the eyes of the people present condense. Indeed, general armor is known for its defense. If you put on armor, the overall speed will be reduced by several levels. Why did Naruto's speed of movement increase after putting on this armor? It's almost catching up with the instant body technique used by the ninjas. What they don't know is that this set of Wind Eagle armor is originally known for its speed in the world of Armor Hero. It is the fastest among several sets of armor. Wakaka, nothing happened. Senior Kabuto, if you have the guts, don't run, take my punch. Naruto adjusted his body shape and rushed up again with a scream. Yakushi Kabuto rubbed his glasses and used the instant body technique to avoid Naruto's attack. Are you kidding? You're still standing there without running? You're standing there without running, let me stab you and see. Kabuto complained crazily in his mind, but then he thought, this guy doesn't seem to run, so he can't break his defense even if he stabs him. Suddenly, the whole person became gloomy. I also want this set of armor. Swish! After several successful dodges, Naruto finally touched the edge of the piece of clothing. This achievement immediately made Naruto's eyes light up. Senior Kabuto, you seem tired. I just finished warming up. This armor is so comfortable, it's effortless for me to run. Naruto's carefree personality couldn't help but start showing off again. Hearing this, Kabuto Yakushi was full of black lines. What a bastard! I really want such a set of armor. Is it too late to join Konoha now? No, it's too late to waste time. This kid's movements are getting more and more skilled. And this set of armor doesn't seem to require chakra during the sustained stage. But when I use the instant body technique to dodge, I always consume chakra. If I delay it, I will definitely lose. Anyway, he has almost figured out the function of this set of armor. I believe that Orochimaru, who is watching the battle, can analyze more information. Enough. Thinking of this, Kabuto Yakushi began to retreat. He stayed here to deal with Naruto in order to test the strength and ability of Naruto's armor and obtain information. Tsunade has recovered, and Jiraiya has also come. There is no point in fighting anymore. Kabuto Yakushi retreated explosively, not wanting to tangle with Naruto anymore. However, Naruto didn't want to let him go. Such a good sandbag, oh no, a training target, how can I let it go easily? Thanks to Senior Kabuto, Naruto felt that he was getting more and more proficient in the armor. As soon as he moved, he immediately brought up a fierce wind and chased after him at a very fast speed. He was the last to arrive, and he was on par with Kabuto Yakushi in a flash. Senior Kabuto, you are so slow. Naruto even opened his palms and made a face on his head. A robot-like image, doing this move, is both cute and funny. You little brat. Kabuto Yakushi gritted his teeth and said something from his teeth. It's getting faster again. This kid treats me as a training target. However, I'm waiting for you to get close. A sinister smile flashed across Kabuto Yakushi's face. He released the ninjutsu that he had prepared while running. Water escape, water dragon bullet technique. Behind him, a huge water dragon roared up. The sudden trick caught Naruto off guard. Of course, this big fool had just gained new power, so he couldn't have any idea of being on guard. Suddenly, the whole person was swallowed up by the water dragon bomb and rushed out. The flat ground exploded with water splashes all over the sky, and an obvious waterway meandered for dozens of meters. Ha ha ha, your armor can block some ordinary physical attacks. Can it block ninjutsu? Yakushi Kabuto pushed his glasses and laughed happily. Naruto. This time, Tsunade was also anxious. Just now, seeing that Naruto had obtained the power of miracle, it was quite safe, so she didn't intervene. Who would have thought that he would be beaten to pieces in a short while? If it were an ordinary person, he would have been crushed to pieces without any protection. Sure enough, the battle between ninjas can never be relaxed. Sneak attacks, assassinations, and showing weakness to the enemy are the ninjas' tricks. Good show. Orochimaru, if there is any problem with Naruto, I will peel your skin off. Tsunade shouted loudly while pressing her right hand to the ground. Summoning technique. Smoke rose up into the sky, and a huge slug appeared. Summoning technique. Jiraiya saw Tsunade finally take action, and followed closely, summoning the toad Buntat. The whole person leaped onto Buntat, who was as big as a hill, and rushed towards Orochimaru and the others. No matter what Naruto's condition was, it was right to drag these two enemies first. What does the damage done by Kabuto Yakushi have to do with me, Orochimaru? Orochimaru drooped his two arms that could not move, indicating that he was innocent and hurt. At the same time, he looked at Kabuto Yakushi. as a loyal subordinate and a capable general. Kabuto Yakushi immediately understood, and the whole person immediately moved to the side of Orochimaru. Raise your arm, bleed, press. A set of movements flowed smoothly. Assisted Orochimaru to complete his summoning technique. Amid the rising smoke, the ferocious and huge 10,000 snakes made a brilliant appearance. Like a lifelong enemy, Toadbunta instantly met eyes with 10,000 snakes. Murderous aura filled the air. Prepare 10,000 sacrifices. The 10,000 snakes were still arrogant, narrowed their eyes, and threw out the conditions for summoning it. The whole body rose from the ground, and then plunged into the ground. When it rose again, it had brought a huge explosion and appeared beside Toadbunta. Mwah! The huge snake mouth opened to the extreme, as if it wanted to swallow the mountain like Buntai whole. Help me find an armored warrior. It's a Konoha genin. If he's injured, treat him immediately. Tsunade ignored the battle next door and quickly ordered the slug to find Naruto. Got it. Lady Tsunade. Countless small slugs suddenly split from the big slug and walked towards the smoke and dust area created by the water dragon bullet. Grandma Tsunade, I'm fine. A blue figure rushed out from the smoke and dust. Although it was a little embarrassed, with scratches all over the armor. But the movement was still agile and natural, and it seemed that there was nothing wrong. Senior Kabuto is so insidious, he almost knocked me out. But it's a blessing in disguise. It allowed me to awaken another skill. The majestic and steamy armored warrior slowly walked towards Orochimaru and the others. This move once again attracted the attention of the audience. I can also attack from a distance. While Naruto boasted loudly, he raised his right arm. Come on! Wind Eagle Crossbow. 170, Wind Eagle Armor, Wind Eagle Crossbow. Wind Eagle Crossbow. What is that? After hearing Naruto's shout, Orochimaru turned his attention to him again. A blue light flashed. A handsome crossbow with a metallic luster appeared on Naruto's right arm. Interesting, it seems to be a new move. A hint of danger appeared on Orochimaru's face. These little ghosts in Konoha are so interesting. If the first priority now is to heal the injuries of his hands. Otherwise, he doesn't mind sneaking into Konoha again and capturing a few little ghosts to study. Senior Kabuto, you used ninjutsu to sneak attack just now. Now it's my turn. Naruto shouted loudly, and the sound came out through the full body armor. The sound that people heard was a dull, half-mechanical voice. Haha, you idiot, you have all the power but you don't know how to use it. I'll stand here and see if you can hit me. If your armor was on me, you would have died 10,000 times. Kabuto Yakushi sneered and mocked him fiercely. Why did such stupid kids gain miraculous powers one by one? And he was thrifty and had a superior IQ, but he didn't have such good luck. He couldn't even find the meaning of existence. If it weren't for Orochimaru's appreciation, he would have killed himself long ago. Damn it! I'm going to beat you up. Naruto was so angry that he was easily affected again. Sure enough, the light cannon shot out was like a random shot, without any accuracy. It landed on the ground nearby, and 443 dissolved into small pits. This power scared Kabuto Yakushi. Fortunately, he used words to stimulate this idiot first. Tsunade-sama, Naruto, this idiot, is being led by that Kabuto again. Should we go over to help? Shizune ran to Tsunade and said helplessly. Naruto is an idiot, but fortunately he is fine. Go up to help, this time we must not let Orochimaru go. Tsunade's face was also full of black lines. Naruto was a little hot-blooded, but he seemed to have no brains. She couldn't help but remind loudly. Naruto, calm down. The other party deliberately angered you and made the weapon in your hand lose its accuracy. You retreat quickly, I will deal with them. These words made Naruto stiffen, and the whole person paused. Ah? Is that so? Damn Kabuto, too treacherous. No wonder I can't hit him no matter how hard I try. Shizun couldn't help but roll her eyes. He really stood there, stay where you are, and don't move. Your aim is too bad. I will definitely hit you this time. Naruto took a deep breath and held up the Wind Eagle crossbow. Perhaps the Wind Eagle armor had never seen such a stupid master, and it once again added fuel to the fire. Naruto suddenly felt as if his mind had been refreshed for a moment, and he awakened a Wind Eagle continuous shooting skill. He grinned and pulled the trigger. Swish, swish, swish. Several blue rays shot out. Accustomed to Naruto's slow and random shooting, Kabuto Yakushi was startled. For the first time, he made an evasive move. The dense blue rays just blocked most of his movement positions. Swish! Unable to dodge, a ray of light pierced through his shoulder fiercely. Ah! Kabuto Yakushi screamed in pain. Good job, I hit it this time. Naruto is awesome. The happiest person is Shizun. This bastard Kabuto Yakushi is even more hateful than Orochimaru. Not only did he cut her ankle, he also used Tsunade's hemophobia to severely injure Tsunade. When Naruto came to support, he beat Naruto all over. He also stabbed Tsunade hard afterwards. If it weren't for Tsunade's creative regeneration, someone else would have died. During this period, he also helped Orochimaru summon 10,000 snakes. He is the MVP of the game. At this moment, Naruto awakened the power of miracles. Finally, he won a game. Naruto, come on! Keep up the good work! Shizun shouted happily, and rushed forward at the same time. Her ankle had healed by herself. Who knew that Tsunade next to her was faster and crushed the ground with one foot? She had already leaped over. Haha, I told you I could hit them. Look, I'll beat them into a sieve this time. Naruto laughed and fired the Wind Eagle crossbow again. This time, Kabuto Yakushi and others were prepared and used the body flickering technique and the body substitution technique to avoid them all. But before they could gain a firm foothold, Tsunade's attack was coming one after another. Tenjukyu! Boom! A kick came down, and the ground nearby collapsed. The explosion caused Orochimaru and Kabuto Yakushi to roll out in a mess. Just as Tsunade was about to chase them, an obvious hillock rose under the ground. A huge snake head broke out of the ground and bit Tsunade fiercely. Get out of here! You beast! Tsunade swung her right fist directly, and her precise chakra control allowed her to instantly concentrate a large amount of chakra in her right fist. The airflow surged. The strange power punch was struck out. This fist can easily break the wall. Dang! The snake just broke out of the ground and wanted to show his power. The mountain-like head was hit by a punch and buzzed. It hit the ground and rolled up dust. It took a long time to come back to its senses. But it just stopped everyone from chasing Orochimaru. Hiss! After waking up, the snake screamed to the sky. The violent eyes stared at Tsunade, wanting to eat her alive. Enough! That's it for today. Tsunade, it's your loss if you don't help me with the treatment. I can find a way myself, it's just a little troublesome. Orochimaru flashed to the head of the snake and stopped the snake's impulse. The aura of a shadow-level strong man exuded from his body made the arrogant and often retorted snake shut up quietly. The blood-stained Kabuto Yakushi also took the opportunity to jump up and threw several smoke bombs. They disappeared in front of everyone together with Orochimaru. Seeing that Tsunade and Jiraiya, who was chasing the snake, had no intention of chasing, Naruto did not continue to rush into the smoke. But he said unmercifully, "Tisk, you said it as if you won. You ran away in disgrace." Puff! Naruto, you are the best this time. Shizun happily gave a thumbs up. No, Tsunade is still the best. Naruto scratched his head embarrassedly, but he didn't scratch it, and then he found that he was still wearing full body armor. The battle is over, so take it off. Just when he was thinking about how to take off the Wind Eagle armor, the whole set of armor glowed blue. The dazzling beams of light slowly gathered into a handsome belt. In the middle was the transformation device of the Wind Eagle armor. "Is this the secret of your transformation?" Shizun asked curiously, "Who gave it to you?" As soon as she said this, Tsunade and Jiraiya also looked over. They were equally curious. Naruto scratched his head and felt something was wrong. Why did his transformation device change? It was completely different from the transformation device of Akimichi Koji. However, if he couldn't figure it out, he would stop thinking about it. Anyway, he could transform. It was so cool. I'll show it to my friends when I get back. I found Tsunade on this trip and asked her to agree to go back and be the Hokage. I learned the Raise Nan and the transformation. It was really a great harvest. The happiest day of my life. Hey, this one was given by Natsuki. Naruto said happily and proudly said. He is the president of our Dimension End Gathering Society, and he possesses many mysterious powers. A row of neat white teeth sparkled in the dazzling sunlight. The eyes of Jiraiya, Tsunade, Shizun and others were also shining. 171, wearing the Hokage robe, visiting the Hyuga family. Just as Naruto and others were fighting with Orochimaru and others in the distance to find Tsunade. Konoha village, Hyuga clan. Today, we welcomed a special guest. Wow, is that the youngest Hokage who was newly promoted to Konoha? So handsome. It hasn't been officially appointed yet, but the Hokage succession ceremony is already being prepared, so it should be a done deal. Why did he suddenly come to our Hyuga clan? Is there something important to discuss with the clan leader? No, he is Miss Hinata's classmate, and it seems that he just came to play with Miss. No way? This 5th generation Hokage is actually Miss's classmate? Miss just graduated from the ninja school not long ago, right? Yes, she just took the Chunin exam, but it was interrupted by the invasion of Sand Ninja and Sound Ninja. This is too outrageous. Miss is not even a Chunin, but she is already a Hokage. In the Hyuga clan, a group of branch ninjas with Byakugan, as well as the family ninjas they raised, and the servants were whispering on the side. The main topic was that a young man wearing a majestic Hokage robe just walked into the reception hall of the clan. He was personally received by the chief of the Hyuga Hayashi clan. At this time, the table was filled with fresh fruits, vegetables, and meat, as well as some beautiful desserts. That's enough, disperse, what's the point of gathering outside? Hyuga Hayashi shouted in a muffled voice. The majesty of the long-established clan chief made these branch families and servants scatter instantly. However, the little maids who occasionally came in with the help of presenting fruits would still secretly look at Xiaomu. There was no way, Xiaomu's beauty plus the reputation of Hokage, he was really a girl killer. This made him secretly sigh. In the past, when he came to the Hyuga family to date Hinata, he was sneaking around and dodged all kinds of guards. This time, it was open and aboveboard, and even their clan chief had to come out to receive him respectfully. Sure enough, the title of Hokage is still very popular in the ninja world. In this world, ordinary people have to call ninjas adults when they hear them. After all, if they are upset, ordinary people will die without knowing how. The kage of each village is recognized as the most outstanding person among the ninjas. In Konoha, many people have been instilled with the idea that the Hokage is the greatest, and they should listen to the Hokage and be loyal to Konoha. This is also thanks to the education of the will of fire by the 3rd generation Hokage for dozens of days. Ordinary ninjas don't even dare to think about becoming a Hokage, because it is too difficult. Even in the ninja school, when those who dare to shout in public that my future dream is to become a Hokage, the first thing they receive is not sincere admiration and blessings, but ridicule that he is ignorant of the world. Such as Uzumaki Kushina, Uchiha Obito, Naruto, etc. Even Hinata Hanabi heard that Xiaomu was coming. She jumped and rushed over. Brother-in-law, "Oh no, brother Xiaomyu, you are here to see us. Wow, you are actually a Hokage." As soon as Hanabi entered the door, her eyes lit up and she happily threw herself on Xiaomyu. This made Hayashi frown. "Too outrageous. You are a member of the main family. Where did the etiquette I taught you go? Just now I ordered the servants to leave, and you did this again. This is too embarrassing for me. If the Hokage sees this, he will think that our Hyuga family is so casual in entertaining guests." Although Xiaomyu is still very young. But it is precisely because he became the Hokage at such a young age. It shows that he is more capable. In the future, he may be able to rule Konoha for decades like the third Hokage. Then the Hyuga family must never make enemies with him. And at the time of the Chunin exam, his family returned to the clan under the protection of this young man. To this day, Hayashi still can't forget it. What is that move called? The move of the Great Sun Tathagata. Directly suppress the three-headed snake summoned by the sound ninja. Hundreds of ninjas turned into powder. Such a genius is probably no worse than Hashirama Senju, the first Hokage who founded Konoha and is known as the god of ninja world. Anyway, with his fighting power, even if the entire Hyuga family joins in, it is still not enough to fill his teeth. And it is said that these are not all his strengths. He used to fight monsters in Konoha and became a little hero of Konoha. The powerful summoning beast Tyrannosaurus summoned in the Chunin exam, etc. It seems that this guy has countless trump cards. Every time they meet, he has a new ability to use. Other families may express doubt and contempt because of his young age. But their Hyuga family must take this opportunity to hold on to their thighs. Oh no, stand firm and support them with all their strength. In a moment, Hyuga Hayashi has already thought about a lot. In his current position, what he considers is not the gains and losses of one person, but the honor and disgrace and future of the entire family, the first powerful family of Konoha. Haha, it's okay. I'm very familiar with Sister Hanabi, we're old friends. Feeling that the little Hanabi in his arms was startled and almost fell, Xiaomyu quickly hugged her tightly and tried to smooth things over. Hanabi looked up at her majestic father. Seeing that he had no obvious objection, she immediately happily gave head buried in Natsuki's arms. No way to get down. This kid has been naughty since he was a kid. But it worked for Hokage. Hayashi said apologetically. Nonsense, I'm very well behaved at home, how dare I be naughty? Hanabi whispered in Natsuki's arms. This made Natsuki laugh and secretly pat her little butt. However, how could she escape the elite ninja Hinata Hayashi no matter how quiet she was? It seems that this little guy has a close relationship with the Hokage. He has become bolder since he came in. Please give flowers. This is a bit strange. Natsuki and her sister are classmates. He knows that they have a good relationship since childhood. How did Hanabi get familiar with Natsuki? After deciding to let Hanabi take over the family strictly watched her and cultivated her with all their strength. Could it be that she became familiar with Xiaomyu during the times her sister took her out to play? Indeed, with the strength and various strange abilities of the Hokage, it is easy for him to lead people to avoid the family guards. Fortunately, it is not a bad thing for the younger generation to be familiar with the Hokage. The cunning Hayashi pretended not to hear his little daughter's muttering and continued to ask. By the way, the Hokage suddenly visited today. Is there something important? Speaking of business, Xiaomyu patted Hanabi's little butt and asked her to sit down. Then, smiling, he said to Hayashi. Actually, there is nothing important. I was just busy for several days, and now I finally have some free time, so I came to see Hinata-san. After all, I promised her before that I would teach her the Tathagata palm. Besides, I want the Hyuga clan leader to provide more manpower and resources to help organize the Hokage succession ceremony in a few days. As soon as these words came out, Hyuga Hayashi's eyes lit up. Yes, Yes. That's it. This is the move he's been thinking about. This Tathagata palm is a perfect match for their family. It's much stronger than the soft fist and Bagua palm. If everyone in the Hyuga family can learn this move. Forget it, we don't ask everyone to learn it. If there are 10 or 20 people, we can dominate the ninja world. By then, the Hyuga family will be the first powerful family in the ninja world. The Uchiha, Senju, Kagaya, and Hojiki clans are all not good enough. As for Hinata, if she learns it, with her personality, will she not teach it to her clan members? And if Hinata, who is so stupid, can learn it, then there are a lot of elites in the family who can also learn it. It's just a question of whether the Hokage will allow it. It's a problem that so many people in the Hyuga family learn it. Let Hinata take the initiative at that time. Anyway, I think this marriage is a good one. A palm of the Buddha made Hyuga Hayashi lose his mind. He had imagined a marriage, and he was just short of asking you to take Hinata back. As for assisting in organizing the Hokage ceremony, it was the opportunity for the Hyuga family to show their ability. We must go all out. So that's how it is. Please rest assured about the Hokage succession ceremony. We, the Hyuga family, will definitely support it with all our strength. Hyuga Hayashi said confidently with a big hand. Then, looking around the living room, the most important person was not there. Oh, right. Where is Hinata? Isn't this girl the one who likes Xiaomu the most? He was anxious, and Hayashi frowned habitually, and asked in a deep voice. Hanabi, where is your sister? Chuan. 172, long time no see, I've been looked down upon, please give me some flowers and votes. Ah? My sister. My sister is still practicing in the back mountain. Hanabi hesitated and replied. Is my sister practicing with her flying movements? Why can't I? Well, call her over quickly. Hinata Hayashi nodded, called a ninja from the branch family over, and instructed. Just say that the fifth Hokage, oh no, just say that Xiaomu came to see her. Is Hinata practicing in the back mountain again? This little girl has been very hard-working recently. I guess her proficiency in the Samsara Eye has improved a few levels. Thinking of this, Xiaomu stood up and said directly. No need to call her, I'll just go there. Hanabi also jumped up quickly, raised her hand and said. Brother Xiaomu must not know where the back mountain of our clan is? I'll take you there. Good guy, I, the clan leader, haven't agreed yet. You little girl volunteered to agree first, it turns out that girls are all outward looking when they grow up. Hinata Hayashi thought to himself, but said with a smile on his face. Okay, then let 443 Hanabi lead the fifth generation over there. If you need anything, you can always ask. Xiaomu nodded and agreed happily. Then he said goodbye to Hinata Hayashi and led Hanabi out of the reception hall. Instantly, countless eyes gathered again. Brother Xiaomu, go this way. Hanabi greeted happily while walking to the right side of the main hall. No need to be so troublesome, we can fly over directly. Xiaomu shook his head and refused. Do you really think I don't know where Hinata is training? With his ability, he has sneaked here countless times, or even openly. It's just that the guarding ninjas here can't detect it. Xiaomu waved his right hand. Little Hanabi floated up in the air. Hey! This weak and powerless situation made Hanabi panic a little. But after seeing Xiaomu also take off, she was relieved. Yes, this extremely rare floating ability was seen in the Chunin exam. Currently, there are only 2 people in Konoha who can fly so freely. One is her sister Hinata, and the other is Xiaomu. And according to her sister, it was Xiaomu's brother who was able to awaken this ability. This ability is really practical and cool. I must perform well and try to let Xiaomu help her awaken it. If stupid sister can learn this skill, I can do it too. Hanabi encouraged herself secretly while staring at Xiaomyu in the air. Her bright eyes curved into two beautiful crescents, flashing a hint of cunning. Watching the two slowly float in the air, and then quickly flew to the back mountain like fish in the sea. The branch ninjas and guards on the ground cast envious glances. A pair of white eyes looked far away. Hokage-sama is indeed outstanding. The flowing Hokage robe moves with the wind like my dream lover. All the Hokages in the past are people with outstanding talents, but there are few who are as young and promising as the fifth generation, right? What a terrifying amount of chakra, even more than the Jinkra ki. Let alone Konoha, I have never seen anyone with so much chakra in the entire ninja world. It's simply a human-shaped tailed beast, the key is that he is still young and his body is still growing. You can imagine the situation in a few years. Don't say a few years later, a month ago, Orochimaru implemented the Konoha collapse plan, and the Hokage suppressed hundreds of enemy ninjas by himself, and beat the three-headed snake into powder. Yes, that Tathagata Buddha is 1,000 feet tall. Not to mention Konoha, I guess people within 100 miles saw it. It's too scary. Yes, in the next few days, many villagers nearby came to Konoha for pilgrimage. The ninjas of the Hyuga clan were full of emotion and admiration. The faraway Xiaomyu was also wide-eyed because of this. In those pairs of open white eyes, there was Xiaomyu's huge and terrifying chakra, as surging as a furnace in the sun. That was the huge energy accumulated by extracting the abilities of the middle school friends again and again. And Naruto's newly awakened armored warrior power will also become one of Xiaomyu's extracted abilities. Hi! Ha! In the training ground of the main family in the back mountain, which is rarely visited by people, Hyuga Hinata is concentrating on her moves, stepping on the water with bare feet. Like the artificial lake of the Uchiha clan. The Hyuga clan also intercepted a section of the river without showing any weakness. A small waterfall was created in the back mountain of their own clan. Methods of practicing chakra control accuracy such as climbing trees and stepping on water are not secrets in front of these powerful families. Only Naruto, who has no foundation since childhood and is like a commoner in the ninja school, will be taught by elite ninjas after becoming a genin. At this time, Hinata, like a dancing elf, took mysterious steps, and her palms moved like thunder. The 8-diagram 64 palms have been mastered by her. The blue flames burning between her palms are more dazzling and vigorous than those of other ninjas in the clan. It seems that she is not far from mastering the soft steps double lion fist. This is a much faster training speed than the original. In the original, it would take about 3 years until pain invaded before he could learn this trick. But now, because of Xiaomyu, Hinata awakened the Samsara Eye in advance, and the amount of chakra in her body increased dramatically. The Samsara Eye chakra mode that occasionally escaped from her eyes also allowed her to control ordinary chakra more easily. Hey! The right palm suddenly slapped out, and at the same time, the fingers were bent into a grab. A huge rock in the distance suddenly deviated from the gravity. It was controlled by Hinata remotely and rose from the ground. This is one of the most basic abilities of the Samsara Eye. Ha! The huge rock suddenly accelerated and slammed into the back of the mountain in the distance. As a result, when it was about to hit, the rock suddenly stopped. Hinata was covered in sweat, and a trace of confusion flashed across her serious face. What happened? I've never encountered such a situation before. Every time, the big rock can be controlled by her, but this time it can actually hover in the air. Did I activate gravity and repulsion together without realizing it? Hinata wrinkled her nose, raised her left hand, and pushed hard with her right hand. Nothing happened. Strange. Repulsion doesn't work. Then try gravity. This time it was no longer a push, but a pull with both arms, and the gravity of the Samsara Eye was activated. Buzz! Suddenly, the huge rock tore through the air and flew back in Hinata's direction. Go! It's done! Hinata's face flashed with joy, her ability is still there. This is a unique ability between her and Xiaomyu, she cherishes it very much. But the next moment, the joy turned into shock. No, it can't stop. Hinata found that the stone was out of control again, and it was not controlled as it was before. According to its flying speed, it will hit her in 5 seconds. Quick stop! Repel! Hinata pushed out with both palms and continued to exert repulsion. But it was useless, the stone still hit quickly. Ah! Just when the big rock was about to hit Hinata, it stood still again. If it wasn't floating on the water at this moment, 3 meters away from Hinata. People who didn't know would think that the stone was originally here. No. This ability Xiaomyu-kun, are you here for 4.4? The little face that was just frightened was immediately filled with joy again. Hinata turned her head and looked around. No one was there. Puff! Stupid sister, you just reacted now. Suddenly, a chuckle came from above. It was the voice of her younger sister Hanabi. Hinata looked up quickly. 2 figures were seen descending rapidly from the sky. They landed on the big rock floating on the water. The handsome man in the cool Hokage robe was Xiaomyu. Xiaomyu, it's you. Hinata said in surprise, and immediately broke through the water, like a young swallow returning to the nest, and fell into the arms of her lover. Because of the little prank just now, Hinata's reaction ability was also trained. Knowing that the little girl was still panicking at this time, so Xiaomyu didn't dodge and hugged Hinata tightly. He patted her back gently with his right hand. Don't be afraid, it's me. Long time no see, Hinata. 173, Sisters Fight. Hinata, you've been working hard lately. Hina's face instantly blushed when Xiaomyu's voice came to her ears. But she nodded seriously and said, Yes, I want to keep up with Xiaomyu-kun and don't want to be left too far behind by you. I want to fight side by side with you in the future. Instead of being protected by you behind me like during the turmoil of the Chunin exam. I can do it. Just like the original work, Hinata, who is gentle and introverted and more shy than anyone else, will become unusually brave and strong for her lover. No problem, let me practice with you. However, when I'm not around, don't practice too much, pay attention to rest, and combine work and rest. Continuous high-intensity training can easily hurt yourself. Xiaomyu released his right hand that was hugging Hinata, rubbed her head, and said gently. The little girl started to grow long hair, which was a little longer than the short hair she wore before. She looked young and lovely. Yeah, I understand. Being treated so gently by Xiaomyu, Hinata lowered her head shyly again, and a faint white smoke began to rise from her head. She didn't dare to look at him. Snap! Suddenly, the right hand that was rubbing Hinata's head was taken down by another white and tender little hand next to her. Put it on her little head. Hey, Xiaomyu brother, you can't be partial, can you teach me to train too? I also want to become as strong as Xiaomyu brother. Especially your ability to fly around, Hanabi really wants to learn it. Little Hanabi grabbed Xiaomyu's arm and looked up at him, her eyes full of hope. According to her, her sister's ability to awaken the reincarnation eye was awakened by Xiaomyu brother. She is much smarter than her stupid sister. Since she was a child, people in the tribe and even her father have said that her talent is better than her sister's. Then as long as brother Xiaomyu is willing to help, I will definitely be able to awaken the beautiful and powerful turning eyes. Then the 3 of us can fly in the blue sky together. Flying freely in the sky like a bird is a dream that everyone has. Not to mention the ninjas who fly high. So those ordinary ninjas who can't fly jump from tree to tree when they are on the road. One reason is the fast speed, and the other reason is to enjoy the pleasure of gliding in the air. Hearing this, Xiaomyu changed from rubbing to knocking on Hanabi's head. Why are you here to join in the fun? Not everyone can awaken the Samsara Eye. Hanabi immediately puffed up her cheeks and said unconvincedly, my talent is better than my sister's, I will definitely awaken it. Haha, very good, very energetic. If you are so confident, then I will teach you how to awaken it. Xiaomu laughed and raised his hand to put on Hanabi's head, ruffling her smooth long hair. Awakening the Samsara Eye is difficult, so you have to work 10 times harder than ordinary people, don't be lazy. Hanabi's little face drooped immediately. Ah? Why do I have to work 10 times harder? Brother Xiaomu is really biased, letting my sister rest well and letting me practice twice as much. Is my sister more obedient? I can do it too. This made Hinata blush beside him, and she could only shrink behind Xiaomu a little, not daring to say a word. Stupid, you are 5 years younger than your sister, shouldn't you work 10 times harder? Xiaomu couldn't help but knock on Hanabi's head again. This little Lolita is so smart, much more lively than Hinata when she was little. Oh, that makes sense. Hanabi nodded, looking thoughtful, feeling that she really needed to work harder to catch up with the age gap. However, in normal sparring, if sister doesn't use the power of the Samsara Eye, she can't beat me. Father always praises me. Stupid, that's because your sister couldn't bear to hurt you, so she let you. Otherwise, do you really think you can beat your sister now? Ah, brother Xiaomu, don't hit my head, I'll really become a fool if you hit me again. On the calm water, 2 delicate figures, one tall and one short, stood opposite each other. For Hanabi's dissatisfaction, Xiaomu felt that it was necessary to teach her a lesson, lest she become arrogant and complacent. After all, there are very few people of the same age who can suppress her, but there are many people in the entire ninja world who are stronger than her. In the battle between ninjas, one will die if he is not careful. Therefore, if there is any sign of a spoiled and careless character, it must be cut off. As a result, Hanabi proposed a water battle this time. She learned the skill of treading water and climbing trees at a young age, and can easily use chakra to stand on the water. And the rule this time is that whoever has chakra disorder first and falls into the water will lose. The Hyuga family is famous for its soft fist. And the most special thing about the soft fist is that it can inject chakra into the opponent's body, causing chakra disorder. If the acupuncture points are hit, it can also seal the opponent's chakra mobilization and destroy the opponent's ability to move. In daily performance, Hanabi's soft fist is also better than Hinata's. So she is confident and let her sister fall into the water first. Okay, let's start the sparring. Don't use the power of the reincarnation eye. Hinata, you don't need to hold back this time. Teach the naughty little Hanabi a lesson. The referee Xiaomu shouted on the shore. Usually in front of her father, Hinata, who is introverted and protective of her sister, never dares to use her true strength, fearing that she might hurt Hanabi. After all, after awakening the Samsara Eye, her own strength and even her physical strength have been greatly improved. Okay. Natsuki-kun. Hinata 443's eyes, which were originally a bit naive and concerned when looking at Hanabi, immediately became sharp. It was also the first time that Hanabi saw such an aggressive sister. In the past, she always looked weak and didn't dare to be ruthless during sparring. So that she disappointed her father. After all, if a clan leader wants to lead the whole clan and continue in the cruel ninja world, weakness and pity are the most undesirable thing for him. Is my sister really letting her go all the time? Wait a minute, will I be beaten up? Wouldn't it be embarrassing in front of brother Natsuki? I got it, my sister is a bit dull, so I'll trick her first. Thinking of this, Hanabi suddenly squeezed out an exaggerated and frightened expression and shouted. Sister, can't you? Brother Xiaomu said a word and you became so fierce. Are you trying to kill me? This immediately broke the defense of the simple Hinata. How is it possible? I won't do that to you. Good opportunity. Looking at her sister's trance and relaxed her vigilance. Hanabi's eyes flashed with a gleam of light, and a smile of success flashed inadvertently at the corner of her mouth. The snow-white little feet stepped on the water, creating circles of ripples. The whole person was like a tiger coming out of the mountain. Leaped over. Soft boxing technique Bagwazang. Seal the acupoints. Strike out with a palm, directly attacking Hinata's lower body. Sister, you are as innocent as ever. 174, Hanabi's face turned pale and she was frightened. It's over, sister, give up. Hanabi grinned and the battle ended as soon as it began. Brother Xiaomu must be surprised. Pa. Using language skills, she attacked Hinata at the moment she lost her mind. Hanabi thought that the Bagua palm, which she thought was a sure thing, did not work. It was blocked by another strong white palm. The blue chakra flames ignited between the palms fell clearly into Hanabi's bloody white eyes. That was Hinata's defensive posture, the same Bagua palm parry. Hanabi, your usual trick doesn't work. Hinabi blocked Hanabi's attack with her left hand, and her right hand even had time to move a strand of hair hanging by her ear. It seemed calm and stress-free. This completely different posture from before made Hanabi slightly stunned. You know, in the past, when she was sparring in front of her father, her sister always looked very tired and had great difficulty in blocking her attacks. How could she be so relaxed now? Don't be distracted during the battle. Otherwise, you will fall into the water at this moment. Hinata reminded again. She did not attack her sister when she was distracted. It was in sharp contrast to Hanabi's previous actions. She also showed great confidence. Is this still the sister who has always been submissive and submissive? Hanabi did feel a little stunned, but as a ninja, she should not make the mistake of losing focus on the battlefield. Even if it was the most outrageous phenomenon. Humph. I would only do this when facing my sister who has no murderous intent at all. If I were facing an enemy, he would have been knocked down by me. The arrogant fireflies, who refused to admit defeat, retracted her right palm and raised both palms horizontally. You just blocked one of my moves, don't think you're sure to win. See if you can take my next combo. Here, Hanabi inadvertently used verbal skills again. Hinata is her sister, so it's easy for her to tolerate her juniors. As soon as these words came out, Hinata couldn't dodge and had to take the attack forcefully. And if Hinata's 8 trigrams 64 palms can hit the enemy safely, there's no need to complete the whole set. The enemy will basically lose their combat effectiveness. Besides, Hanabi has recently mastered the 8 trigrams 64 palms. It shouldn't be a problem to defeat her sister. Soft fist 8 trigrams 64 palms. Hanabi shouted, and stepped on the water. Like a light butterfly, she drew a beautiful trajectory and flew towards Hinata. The 8 trigrams 64 palms is a unique skill of the Hyaga family, and it is also matched with special footwork. It can quickly entangle the enemy and attack the acupuncture points around the body. 2 palms. Swish. The sound of the fingers and palms breaking through the air brought a strong wind. With this attainment, Hanabi can indeed be proud of her peers. Ordinary ninjas can only use the instant body technique and the substitute technique in time, and there is no way to avoid it. Snap. It's just that Hinata understands the 8 trigrams palm more thoroughly than the current Hanabi. Facing the fast attacking fingers and palms, when they are still more than 30 centimeters away from the acupuncture points in front of her, Hinata's 8 trigrams palm was activated, but it was the first to arrive. Accurately slapped the 2 palms of Hanabi. Ahum! 4 palms. 6 palms. Feeling the pain of her wrist being slapped open, Hanabi couldn't help but let out a small cry of pain. But her pride, as well as her status as a ninja and the next heir of the main family, made her immediately suppress the pain. She gritted her teeth and clapped even faster. The speed was so fast that she instantly clapped out 4 palm shadows. They blasted down from the sky towards Hinata. Swish, swish, swish. Hinata once again did not dodge or evade, her slender jade-like fingers and palms were as fast and accurate as sharp arrows. In the blink of an eye, she blasted out 4 palms. Bang 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 bang. The palms faced each other, and the energy brought by the blue chakra even exploded a small air wave in the air. Little Hanabi was blown away by Hinata's palm power. The smooth little feet drew a long wave on the water. The whole body swayed and almost fell into the water. Fortunately, the chakra that was quickly mobilized gathered on the solace of her feet, still allowing her to stand on the water in danger. Hanabi, not bad. When my sister was your age, she hadn't learned Bagwazang yet. Before Hanabi could stand firm, Hinata's voice of praise had already appeared in front of her. The fierce palm wind also came over. Ah! I give up, sister. Hanabi was so scared that she quickly closed her eyes and yelled. After a while, the expected attack did not fall. Hanabi quickly opened her eyes, only to find Hinata taking out a bottle of medicine for bruises. Let me help you wipe the wound on your arm. You used a little too much force just now. Don't blame me. Hinata said gently to her sister, while applying the medicine on Hanabi's arm and using chakra to smudge it. Hanabi then felt the soreness between her palm and arm, with a slight redness and swelling. Then she looked at Hinata's arm, which was still as white as jade, as if she had never practiced against him just now. You know, my palm power is also very strong, and ordinary people can't stand my palm. It seems that my sister's physical skills and physical strength are much stronger than mine. Damn, sister, it turns out that you have been hiding your strength all the time. Hanabi said with a little frustration. Hanabi, you are already great. I can't beat you at your age. Okay, let's go back to the shore. Xiaomujun has been waiting for a long time. Hinata smiled sweetly, cheering her sister up while pulling her to the shore. Humph. Then you usually lose to me on purpose. Hanabi pouted. Hinata smiled and shook her head without replying. Because your sister doesn't want you to become a branch family. Hinata didn't want to say it, but Xiaomu didn't have such scruples. Unlike the original work, Hinata in this life has grown up a long time ago. Instead of the weak woman before. But she still didn't have the idea of inheriting the Hyaga family and becoming the head of the clan. The Hyaga clan is a descendant of Otsutsuki Hamura. All members of the family have the Byakugan, which is said to be comparable to the Sharingan. In order to protect this blood from being taken away by people with ulterior motives, the Hyaga clan didn't know when to divide the family into the main family and branch families. The main family is the real successor of the Hyaga clan, and the branch family is only the guardian of the main family, shouldering the responsibility of protecting the main family of the Hyaga clan. And there is only one successor to the main family, and all other descendants will become branch families and be engraved with a bird in a cage. And this is also the source of the internal Hyaga clan. In the original work, Naruto, who became Hokage, fulfilled his promise and abolished the system of the main family and branch families of the Hyaga clan with Hinata. In this life, Xiaomu can solve this problem. But now the problem still exists, oh my god. So, as soon as Xiaomu finished speaking, Hanabi understood. If her sister inherited the family and became the main family, then she would definitely be designated as a branch family and be caged. Even her father's twin brother, Hyaga Hisashi, was caged, so there was no reason for her to be spared. Originally, because of the cruel practice of carving a caged bird on a branch family, Hyaga Hayashi had never thought of having a second child. But Hinata was too weak since she was a child and could not bear the responsibility of inheriting the family, so Hayashi had the idea of training a new trumpet. Sister, is this for me? Hanabi's face was pale. It was unclear whether the dense water droplets were cold sweat or the river water infected by the battle just now, dropping down quickly along the soft long hair. Indeed, only one of them could inherit the position of the head of the family in the future, and the other would become a branch family and be caged. This kind of cruel seal where life and death are controlled by the main family's thoughts is unacceptable to Hanabi. But Can my sister accept it? 175, new member code name, Third Magician. But don't be afraid. Let's abolish this cruel system of the main family and the branch family in the future. Xiaomu confidently dispelled the concerns of the two sisters. If someone else said it, they might sneer. It's been a long time since the old tradition of the Hyega family was broken. How can an outsider intervene? But it was said by Xiaomu, who was wearing a Hokage robe and had become the most powerful person in Konoha village at a young age, and had various abilities. But they were convinced. Xiaomu, brother, that's great, you can do it. When the time comes, we will also help. Hanabi cried with joy and threw herself on Xiaomu. Xiaomu is the Hokage, and one of the two sisters will definitely become the head of the Hyega clan in the future. Internal and external cooperation. It will be much easier to abolish this decadent old tradition. Don't you think so, sister? Hanabi rubbed her little head hard in Xiaomu's arms, then turned her head and said to her sister behind her. Yeah, I will help too. Thinking of Hyega-Niji's hatred for the main family, Hinata had this idea a long time ago. It's just that she is alone and weak, and she doesn't have the courage to break the tradition. Now with Xiaomu taking the lead, she can finally muster up the courage to work hard for this goal. Okay, now the most important thing is that you all have to grow up quickly. Only when you have enough power can you do what you want. Xiaomu said, looking at the wet clothes on his chest, and knocked on Hanabi's head. Little Hanabi, you deliberately wiped your snot on my Hokage robe, right? You are the first person in Konoha who dares to pollute the Hokage robe. Hanabi covered her head and stuck out her tongue playfully. I'm not an ignorant little brat, how can I have a runny nose? This is the river water that splashed when I was competing with my sister just now. After saying this, Hanabi deliberately shook her wet hair, and a fresh scent of shampoo came to her nose. Then, as if she remembered something, she wrapped herself around Xiaomu like a koala and hugged him tighter. Oh, Xiaomu reminded me. Then I shouldn't let go. I want to hug this Hokage robe tightly. It is the symbol of Konoha's highest honor. Seeing her sister being so unpresentable, Hinata reluctantly persuaded, Hanabi, come down quickly. Girls should be more reserved. Lalilal no, Xiaomu loves me the most. It's okay. Hanabi made a face at her sister, then covered her mouth and chuckled. Speaking of which, my sister is more daring. I saw you kissing Xiaomu several times. In terms of talking, 10 Hinatas are no match for Hanabi. Sure enough, as soon as Hanabi finished speaking, Hinata's head began to smoke again, and she was so embarrassed. When she was with Xiaomu, she was hiding very well. Why was she discovered by her sister? The more she thought about it, the more confused she became. The whole person closed his eyes and fainted. Fortunately, Xiaomu was quick to support Hinata with his left hand. At the same time, he stretched out his right hand and knocked on Hanabi's forehead. Bang! Okay, come down quickly. Do you still want to learn the ability to fly around like us? Seeing Hinata suffer a loss, Xiaomu had to give Hanabi a head smack to suppress her arrogance. Woo, if you keep knocking, you will become as stupid as your sister. Humph! Brother Xiaomu really likes my sister more. Hanabi rubbed her forehead, pouted and said angrily. I won't come down unless brother Xiaomu gives me a kiss. What my sister has, I can't miss. What kind of childish idea is this? However, considering Hanabi's age, she is indeed still young. Xiaomu couldn't help asking, do you often snatch your sister's toys? Ah? How did you know? Hanabi widened her eyes, her face full of confusion. Then he quickly shouted, no, brother Xiaomu, don't try to change the subject. Well, okay. But you have to keep your word, otherwise brother will really get angry. Xiaomu said in a serious tone. If I don't scare this little girl, she will keep pushing it. Yet. Hwa. Huo nodded her little head quickly like a chicken pecking at rice. It was agreed. Xiaomu did not break his promise, lowered his head slightly, and gently touched Huahuo's smooth forehead. Just when he was about to look up and leave, Huahuo used her feet to wrap her two slender legs around his waist. Holding Xiaomu's face with both hands, she looked up and pecked his beak hard. Humph! The forehead does not count. This counts, hee. Little Huahuo laughed mischievously. She looked like a little kid, so Xiaomu couldn't get angry. You guy! Okay, come down quickly. Otherwise I'll throw you down. Huahuo stopped when she saw that it was going well, her eyes narrowed into crescents, and she jumped down happily like a little fox. Then brother Xiaomu, please teach me how to awaken the Samsara Eye. You won't really shout something like the first magician like my sister said. That would be too embarrassing. Xiaomu gently placed the unconscious Hinata on the grassy slope on the shore and replied, What do you think? If you don't even have this little bit of awareness, it will be difficult for you to awaken the Samsara Eye in this life. You know, that's the Samsara Eye, which is above all living things, the evolved version of the Byakugan, fully developed, and the god of war. The moon on the moon can be split into two halves. Xiaomu's words surprised Hanabi, feeling a little incredible. The moon can be split into two halves. Of course. By the way, the first magician is your sister's title, you can't use it. Also, wear this badge, and you will be a new member of our Dimensional End Gathering Society in the future. You can use the title of the third magician. After Xiaomu finished speaking, he took out a shining badge from his pocket and threw it to Hanabi. Hanabi hurriedly caught it. Take a closer look. This is a badge with a dark and deep abyss bottom map that seems to absorb everything. A shining hexagram is printed in the center, which is very three-dimensional. My sister cherishes this badge very much, like a treasure. When I was a child, I could grab any toy from her, but she would never let go of this one. It turned out to be given by Xiaomu's brother. Humph! Now I have it too. This badge is so mysterious and beautiful, it's a good decoration. How come the name of this club feels so unreliable? Maybe it was chosen randomly by Xiaomu's brother and sister when they were playing house when they were children? By the way, my sister is the first magician, so shouldn't I be the second magician? The clever little Hanabi immediately discovered the blind spot in Xiaomu's words. Because, the second magician has someone. You don't think that there are only 3 of us in this club, do you? Ah! Hanabi's eyes widened, her face full of disbelief. Besides us, there are other people joining this unreliable club. Brother Xiaomu, you didn't force others to join by force, did you? 176, Akatsuki, recruiting new members, her name is Uchiha Izumi, with Manjiki. Get lost. What do you mean by an unreliable club? How many people want to join, but I won't let them. This club will be resounding throughout the heavens and the worlds in the future, and each club will be an elite that can stand on its own. As Xiaomu said this, he pretended to take the badge back. Hanabi was so scared that she quickly protected the club badge in her arms. To me. I'm already a member of the club, I can't take it back. Since my sister can successfully awaken the Samsara Eye, I can definitely do it with the same method. Hanabi waved her little fist confidently. Tick, tick. At the same time, in the land of rain. In a dark cave. The sound of water drops was sparse and continuous. Several figures stood vaguely on the raised rock platform. If anyone in the ninja world saw it, they would be shocked. Because these people are the most dangerous wanted rebels in each village, S-level rebels. Each of them is a ninja with terrifying strength and has done many unforgivable bad things. For example, Uchiha Itachi, who claimed to have wiped out his own clan. Kakuzu, who was ranked first on the bounty hunter list and assassinated all the high-ranking officials in his village. The Red Sand Scorpion, who attacked and killed the strongest ninja in his village, the third generation Kazekage. Yes, this is the Akatsuki organization that launched the Fourth Ninja World War. Most of these S-level rebels are evil people who are famous for attacking and killing their own people. Haha, I didn't expect Konoha to be so depraved that a 12-year-old genin became Hokage. I wonder how much his head is worth. Kakuzu, the Minister of Finance of Akatsuki, who is obsessed with bounties, said in a muffled voice. How would he feel if he knew that the 600 billion bounty he saved after years of hard work as a bounty hunter was burned up by Konan, a prodigal woman? Konoha has been going from bad to worse since the third generation took over, and now there is no successor, so a child is allowed to become Hokage. Even if it is rumored that this child is very outstanding. I think it's time for Konoha to be embraced by my evil god. Haiden, his companion, also echoed. Once is Konoha, the former first ninja village, really so weak? Then leader, can we go to Konoha first? Let the art of explosion bloom in this first ninja village first. Deidara suggested with excitement, as if he wanted his art to shock the entire ninja world the next moment. Itaki, Kisame. You just met the new Hokage of Konoha. How does it feel? As the leader, Pain asked. At present, Nagato still appeared as the leader in the image of Tendu Pain. Except Zetsu and Uchiha Obito, other members of the Akatsuki organization did not know the existence of Nagato. Strong. Very strong. The sense of oppression he gave us is stronger than that of the third generation Hokage. Konoha is likely to return to glory under his leadership. After all, he is only 12 years old. As long as he does not die early, his ruling period can even exceed that of the third generation Hokage. Uchiha Itachi frowned, recalling the scene when he and Hoshigaki Kisame faced Natsuki that day. To be honest, he is recognized as a genius by the entire ninja world. At that moment, he also truly realized what it means that there are always people better than you. He is younger than him, but has all kinds of strange powers. He can easily suppress him and Kisame by himself. Although he is a spy of Konoha, he secretly let him go. But the other party didn't seem to go all out. It is said that this person is Sasuke's younger brother and classmate. I really don't know how this strength was cultivated. The entire ninja world has never heard of such a blood limit. It's as if his power is not something that this world can have. It's too strange, it doesn't look like a ninjutsu at all. Kisame Hoshigaki recalled at the right time. For the most orthodox ninja in the entire ninja world, Kisame Hoshigaki, who must make hand seals for every ninjutsu, is the most normal ninja. And those ninjas with bloodline limits who can display various powerful abilities without hand seals are completely favored by God in his eyes. Ninjas should make hand seals well. Genius? Which one of us is not a genius? Even Mr. Itaki, you almost wiped out the famous Uchiha clan at the age of 13. No matter how strong the 12-year-old Hokage is this time, I think he can't be stronger than your Sharingan, right? Faden, who believed in the evil god and possessed an immortal body, grinned. He didn't believe that Konoha could produce another genius younger than Uchiha Itachi. Otherwise, Konoha would be too terrifying, with geniuses famous in the ninja world in every period. Then you can go to Konoha to cause some damage. In this way, you will most likely meet the 12-year-old Hokage. Kisame Hoshigaki, who was standing near Itaki, smiled slightly, with a tone of sarcasm. You don't need to tell me, I also want to visit Konoha, which is known as the first ninja village. Faden was not afraid at all. The evil god gave him an immortal body, and he was not afraid of anyone. Turning to his companions in the same group, he said. What do you think? Senior Kakuzu, Konoha village has been repeatedly burned by wars and is now weak. There are many black market bounty ninjas there. Before Kakuzu could respond, a pitcher plant-like figure emerged from the rock wall. It was the Akatsuki organization's Ju who had countless clones and specialized in gathering intelligence from all sides. 0. Oh, it's not a good time to go to Konoha at this time. Jiraiya, one of the 3 ninjas, found Tsunade and prepared to make her the Hokage. That is to say, in addition to that weird little Hokage, Konoha now has 2 famous cage-level masters. Of course, the dark side of Konoha, Shimura Denzo, should not be underestimated. The news brought back by Zetsu instantly calmed down the S-rank rebels. Even Feijuan stopped his arrogance. He was immortal, but he was also afraid of powerful sealing ninjutsu. The legendary 3 ninjas all mastered many ninjutsu, including some that could seal him forever. Konoha is worthy of being the first ninja village. Even if it has declined to this extent, it still has a force that cannot be ignored. The number of cage-level strongmen in the light side is no less than that of other ninja villages. Okay, we still have some preparations to do, and we have to be patient for a while. I can give you a hint in advance. The sensation caused by the tasks assigned at that time will shock the entire ninja world. Leader Tiendao Pain made a timely summary, and the pressure released by Tiendao also made many arrogant rebel ninjas look sideways. By the way, there is another piece of news. Recently, a group of very interesting bounty hunters appeared in the ninja world. Mr. Suzaku, she is from your clan. Maybe you know her. Ze threw out another piece of news. Suzaku is the code name of Uchiha Itaki in the Akatsuki organization. Her name is Uchiha Izumi, and she has also awakened the Mangeki Sharingan. Chuan. 177, what a terrible Sharingan. Why did you Konoha ninjas also join the hunt? Have you joined forces with the Hidden Earth village? A ninja with a scratch on his forehead, leaning against a tree, shouted hysterically. If it weren't for his powerful water clone, he would have died several times. After all, he was facing the famous Uchiha. But the opponent didn't seem to be using his full strength. The look always felt a bit like a cat playing with a mouse. It seemed to slowly magnify the fear in his heart. Because you are valuable. A girl slowly emerged from the bushes. Holding a bounty order in both hands, she read it word by word. Ichiro Murata, a Class A trader from the Tugakure village, chose to give up the assassination and defected to the Tugakure village during a mission to assassinate the daughter of a wealthy businessman. Afterwards, he killed several waves of the chasing troops from the water village, and the bounty was 5 million. The girl 460 looked at the bounty order, as if she didn't take the other party seriously at all. So it's a bounty hunter. Ichiro Murata gritted his teeth and said hatefully. Obviously, after becoming a traitor, he was also harassed by bounty hunters. But before, they were all ordinary chunin, or weak wandering ninjas. And he was a jonin. I didn't expect that even Uchiha would come to be a bounty hunter this time. No, didn't the Uchiha encounter a great chaos? The remaining troops were taken to attack the land of water by a guy called the Hero King. Why are there still Uchiha outside? I didn't expect that the famous Uchiha would become a bounty hunter. Ichiro Murata said as he began to prepare for the seal. No matter what, you can't take it lightly when facing the Uchiha. Because our club is short of money, what? Do you want to join our Dimensional End Assembly Club? Our club is the first in the world, and the president is an existence that looks down on the ninja world. Join our club and you can gain powerful power. The girl raised her head and looked at the rebel ninja, with 3 Megatama Sharingan in her eyes. This is Uchiha Izumi who left Konoha. Now, the Uchiha outside, except for the 2 in the well-known Akatsuki organization. There is only the peace faction led by Uchiha Fukiyo who was taken away by the Hero King. The radicals all died on the night of the genocide. The only ones left were Uchiha Izumi and Uchiha Suzuki, who joined Xiaomu's Dimension End Gathering Society and awakened the Mangeki Sharingan. Dimension End Gathering Society? What the hell? I haven't heard of it. Ichiro Murata was stunned, desperately searching his memory, and he had never heard of such a famous organization. However, He had just left the Tsuchiya village and wanted to live a peaceful life. He would never join any force again and work for those cold-blooded people above. But you can forget about it. I defected from the Tsuchiya village because I don't want to join any force again. I just want to live a peaceful life with my wife. Why is it so difficult? At the end of the speech, Ichiro Murata was excited, clapped his hands, and quickly made seals. To deal with Uchiha, you can only strike first. Anyone who wants to destroy his life is an enemy. Earth Escape, Earth Dragon Bullet Technique. The ground in front of him suddenly began to crack, and a dragon made of mud rushed towards Uchiha Izumi with a roar. Boom! Amidst the huge roar, the place attacked by the ninjutsu collapsed and exploded on a large scale. If he was hit head-on by the ninjutsu, even if the god of the ninja world came, he would have to die on the spot, right? Murata Ichiro chuckled. Puff! Suddenly, a sharp knife tip pierced through his back to his chest. Ahem, what when? Murata Ichiro glanced behind him with difficulty. I saw a long knife piercing through the tree trunk and nailing him to it. From the moment you were slightly stunned. Uchiha Izumi smiled and walked out from behind the tree trunk, and took away the long knife. By the way, okay, stop pretending, this is just your water clone. As soon as he finished speaking, Murata Ichiro turned into a pool of water. It really is a water clone. The next moment, Murata Ichiro appeared from 10 meters away, and said solemnly. Sharingan is really scary. It's too early to sigh now. Suddenly, Uchiha Izumi's voice came from above his head. Murata Ichiro suddenly widened his eyes, and just when he wanted to jump away, he only had time to jump half of his body sideways. Puff! A long sword pierced him again. But this time he was nailed to the ground from the air. Ahem, it's hard to defend against. Is this the strength of Uchiha? Murata Ichiro's lower abdomen was pierced, and he had lost his ability to move. The ending was determined. What? Want to join us? You also have a chance to gain powerful power. Uchiha Izumi jumped down from the tree canopy and proposed again. You still want me to work for you? Impossible! Murata Ichiro shouted angrily. He had promised his wife Takuchi Miu that he would no longer kill people, so he left the Tsuchigumi village and vowed not to work for these dark forces. Then forget it. Our club doesn't accept everyone. Your will is good, but your strength is indeed a little weak. Then I'll take your bounty. Uchiha Izumi finished speaking, and formed a fire escape seal with both hands, and hit Murata Ichiro, who was unable to move. Fire escape, great fireball technique. A huge fireball burst out. No. A woman came out from nowhere and blocked Ichiro in an instant. Boom. Endless flames filled the entire field of vision. No. Murata Ichiro's eyes were red with anger. This voice was the voice of his wife Takuchi Midi. She was also his former assassination target, the daughter of a wealthy businessman. Because of a series of things, he gave up the mission and defected from the ninja village, and ran to a small town in the Rain country with her to hide his identity. 4.4 If Midi died, he would not live alone. Murata Ichiro struggled to pull out the long knife that stabbed him. He stumbled into the fire. The hot flames instantly swallowed him up. Strange. Why doesn't it hurt? After jumping into the fire, Murata Ichiro felt something was wrong the first time he jumped into the fire. The next moment, the red light in the sky disappeared. He was still leaning against the big tree at the beginning. Looking around, there was a figure. For a moment, he didn't know whether he was still in the illusion or back to reality. What a terrible illusion! What a terrible blood-red eyes! Ichiro Murata sat down under the tree and slowly looked up at the sky. Is there really a Dimension End Assembly Society? 178. Do you also want to join the Dimension End Assembly Society? Why didn't you kill him just now? After performing the illusion, Uchiha Izumi quietly left and was walking slowly on the forest path. Another figure gradually appeared beside him, a girl in blue armor. It was Xiaomyu's heroic spirit, King of Slow Hair, Altria. Member Ino summoned the hero King Gilgamesh in the second-year language. Therefore, Xiaomyu gained the skill of summoning heroic spirits. At this time, King of Slow Hair was sent by Xiaomyu to Uchiha Izumi's side. The purpose was to make the name of his dimension and assembly society in the ninja world. This man has a good will and dares to go through fire and water for the one he loves. I don't think he should die here. At least he shouldn't die in my hands. Uchiha Izumi answered seriously. There was a trace of recollection in her eyes. On the night of the extermination of the clan, she was killed by the person she loved, Uchiha Itachi. If it weren't for Xiaomyu, she would have died long ago. She even envied the ordinary person of Takuchi Mi 15 years old. At least their feelings were two-way. And she had already closed her own emotions and worked hard to strengthen the Dimension and Assembly Society in this life. Next time she sees that person, it's time for her to raise the long sword in her hand. Two powerful life forms are approaching. At this moment, Altria reminded. Uchiha Izumi came back to his senses after hearing this, and stared forward. Two figures wearing black-bottomed red cloud imperial robes appeared from the woods. Wherever they passed, there was complete silence, and two huge auras surged. The people who came were the Red Sand Scorpion and Deidara of the Akatsuki organization. Their original intention was to recruit Uchiha Izumi to join the Akatsuki organization, so they did not think of a sneak attack. At the same time, their confidence in their own strength also made them choose to test it head-on. Originally, the group that recruited Uchiha Izumi was supposed to come from Uchiha Itachi. But Uchiha Itachi refused this mission. When Deidara did not join the Akatsuki organization, he was knocked down by Uchiha Itachi's illusion. This time, he took the initiative to ask for the mission. He wanted to try whether he would be completely defeated by the Uchiha clan now that he is more powerful and his art is more brilliant. At this moment, Deidara, who had arrived in front of the mission target, could not suppress the release of his inner art, and took the lead to step forward and shouted. Hey, you guys! Do you also want to join the Dimension and Assembly Society? Before Deidara finished speaking, Uchiha Izumi asked first. This completely disrupted Deidara's rhythm. Aren't they here to recruit people into the Akatsuki organization? Why did the other party take the lead? They don't play by the rules. A drop of hot sweat slid down his forehead. What is the End Assembly Society? Jade, do you know? Deidara turned his head and asked his companion beside him, how come he had never heard of this organization with such a loud name? I haven't heard of it either. Scorpion, who was hiding in the red amber, shook his head. Jade was his code name in the Akatsuki organization. After so many years in the ninja world, he had no news of this organization. Tisk, you're not just making up a name to scare me, are you? Scorpion doesn't even know about it, so it's probably a newly established small organization, or maybe it's just to scare people. Immediately, Deidara shouted at Uchiha Izumi again. Hey, I'm telling you too, do you want to join us, Akatsuki? We are the strongest organization in the ninja world. We're about to do something big that will shock the ninja world. Akatsuki. Uchiha Izumi frowned. She had been a bounty hunter for so long, but she had never heard of the name Akatsuki. So she imitated Deidara and turned her head to ask her companion beside her. What Akatsuki? Altria, have you heard of it? The king of Damas shook his head. No, it's probably just a small organization with only the two of them. Asshole! You dare to imitate me? It's time for you to learn the art of explosion. Deidara jumped up in anger. Also, we have many strong people in Akatsuki, but I am the weakest one among them. With a wave of his right hand, several clay spiders whizzed away. Fire style, Great Fireball Technique. The huge fireball swallowed several clay spiders in the blink of an eye. Boom! The continuous explosions plowed the grass between the two people. Ha ha ha, the art of explosion, the same fire style as Mr. Suzaku. I will never lose this time. Deidara laughed loudly. Come again. See one bird. Just when Deidara summoned a piece of clay bird again. Swoosh! A blue figure burst out from the edge of the flame. It was Altria, the king of Daifu. So fast! Deidara's face changed slightly, but he breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that the other party had no weapon in his hand. But Altria, with her momentum, held the invisible sword in both hands, turned in the air, and slashed with the sound of whistling wind. The strong killing intent and the fierce wind pressure finally made Deidara's face change drastically. This guy actually has an invisible weapon in his hand. Dang! In a flash, the companion red sand scorpion took action, and the poisonous tail of the red flowing amber attacked. 460 blocked the attack of King Daimo. Taking this opportunity, Deidara quickly dodged and retreated, pulling away from Altria. After the brief fight just now, he already knew that she was a master of swordsmanship, and he must not let her get close. With a wave of his left hand, the prepared clay bird whizzed past. Boom boom boom! The bird was blown up by several wind pressures slashed by King Daimo quickly. The whole venue was filled with smoke and dust again. Deidara, you underestimate your opponent before the fight even starts. You have really been slacking off recently. Taking this opportunity, Scorpion said dissatisfiedly. Sorry, brother I will be serious this time. Deidara responded with apology. Indeed, after joining the Akatsuki organization, especially with Scorpion, he was invincible and never met a decent opponent. Besides, Scorpion of the Red Sand was cautious. When working with him, he never had to worry about being trapped, assassinated, poisoned, or anything like that. Although his artistic level had improved, his combat vigilance had decreased a lot. This time I will let them know what the consequences will be if they provoke me, who has the highest artistic level. Kaka. C2 Giant Flying Dragon. A huge cloud of smoke rose up. 179. Do you also want to challenge the power of the end? The smoke rolled up and enveloped the entire battlefield. Deidara's C2 Giant Flying Dragon spread its wings, raising gusts of dust, exuding a violent breath, giving people a sense of oppression. Dimensional End Assembly? No matter how powerful it is, it's just a cover made up casually. Deidara snorted coldly, and the flying dragon circled under his feet, ready to attack at any time. Altria held the invisible sword tightly with both hands, leaning forward slightly, ready to go. Every movement of hers conveyed an oppression that could not be ignored to the enemy. Uchiha Izumi stood beside her, with the three Magatama Sharingan emitting a dark red light and a cold look in his eyes. Deidara, do you really want to challenge the power of the Dimension End Assembly Society? Uchiha Izumi said coldly, his voice as piercing as the cold wind. No matter how much you brag, such a small club is nothing but a joke. Deidara laughed arrogantly and attacked the two without any concealment. Just when he controlled the flying dragon to dive down, a blue light suddenly lit up and cut through the smoke. You haven't realized yet that the real threat is here. As the voice appeared, Xiaomu's figure slowly emerged from the dense smoke, and the dark blue evil king's true eye burst out a strange light in his left eye, as if penetrating every detail on the battlefield. Deidara and Scorpion turned their heads at the same time, focusing their eyes on Xiaomu, who suddenly appeared, with solemn expressions. They felt an unusual pressure in an instant. This power did not seem to be any kind of ninjutsu, but more like an existence that even the blood limit could not match. The evil king's true eye, control the dimension. Xiaomu said, and the dark blue pupil in his left eye gradually turned, as if to roll the entire space into it. His sight was locked on the flying dragon, and he raised his hand gently, and a slight click seemed to sound in the air. The next moment, Deidara's flying dragon froze in mid-air, and the surrounding space seemed to solidify, completely imprisoning it. What? Deidara's face suddenly changed, and he felt an unprecedented oppression. He tried desperately to control the flying dragon to break free, but no matter how he struggled, the flying dragon's body seemed to be trapped in an invisible bondage and could not move. This is the power of the Lord of the Dimension. Xiaomu stared at Deidara coldly, with an unquestionable majesty in his tone. The red sand scorpion remained silent on the side, with a trace of caution in his eyes. He felt that the power of the young man in front of him was far beyond the ordinary, and even made him begin to doubt whether Akatsuki's intelligence network had missed any important information. Akatsuki organization claims to be the strongest? But have you ever understood the real power? Xiaomu's voice rang out on the battlefield, with a hint of contempt, as if Akatsuki's reputation was just a joke. You don't underestimate me! Deidara roared, trying his best. He tried to control the flying dragon with his strength, trying to break free. However, no matter how he struggled, the flying dragon was always trapped in the air, as if it was restrained by an invisible thread, unable to move at all. Altria stared at Xiaomu, feeling the power of the evil king's true eye gradually spreading, and her respect for him deepened. She had never seen anyone who could control space to such a level by himself. At this moment, the light in Xiaomu's left eye suddenly flashed, and the power of the evil king's true eye suddenly intensified. The entire space seemed to be torn apart, and the flying dragon was instantly shattered under the pressure of space, turning into countless fragments flying in the air. Deidara was stunned in place, with incredible horror in his eyes. How could it be possible? My art was destroyed in an instant. His voice was full of unwillingness and loss. The Dimension and Assembly Society is not an existence that you can laugh at casually. Xiaomu said coldly, with unquestionable majesty in his tone. The eyes of Scorpion of the Red Sand became more and more solemn. He understood that the boy in front of him was not an ordinary ninja, and was even stronger than any member of Akatsuki. He slowly raised the scarlet flow amber in his hand, and the tail of the stinger flashed with cold light, preparing for the next round of attack. Come on, let me see what other means you have. Xiaomu did not flinch. The power of the evil king's true eye had extended to his whole body. The air around him seemed to be distorted by his power, forming an inviolable barrier. Altria and Uchiha Izumi stood beside him, full of fighting spirit. Xiaomu, since you have already made a move, let me lend a hand. Uchiha Izumi smiled slightly, and the Mangeki Sharingan rotated in her eyes, releasing an incomparable pressure. The Red Sand Scorpion felt the power of Uchiha Izumi's pupils, and his eyes changed slightly. Although he was a member of Akatsuki, he was still wary of the power of the Uchiha clan, especially the legendary Mangeki Sharingan, which even made him feel a little scared. Let's see, is your evil king's true eye stronger, or is my art better? The Red Sand Scorpion sneered, and controlled the Feilu Amber to attack Xiaomu. Xiaomu sneered, and the silk threads in the evil king's true eye seemed to be woven into an invisible barrier in an instant, blocking him. The attack of the Feilu Amber was completely dissolved the moment it touched the barrier, and it didn't even cause a ripple. Nothing more. Xiaomu said contemptuously, his eyes full of disdain. The Red Sand Scorpion's expression gradually became angry. He had never been despised like this. Even the three ninjas, who were called legends in the ninja world, had never made him feel so powerless. At this moment, Xiaomu suddenly raised his hand, and the power of the evil king's true eye condensed into a blue light in an instant, shooting straight at the Red Sand Scorpion. The Red Sand Scorpion only felt a flash in front of his eyes, and his body couldn't move, as if the whole space was locked. What? He opened his eyes wide and tried to break free, but the power of the evil king's true eyes was like a chain, completely imprisoning him in place. Xiaomu walked forward slowly, his eyes cold and his voice low. Akatsuki claims to be the strongest, but has never seen the real power. Today I will let you know that the power of the Dimension End Assembly is beyond your reach. The face of the red sand scorpion gradually became stiff. He knew that he could not break free. The battlefield was filled with a tense atmosphere, and Xiaomu's voice echoed like a bell. The arrogance of the Akatsuki organization has ended. He stood in front of the red sand scorpion, and the light of the evil king's true eyes illuminated the surroundings, forming an invisible barrier. Behind him, Altria and Uchiha Izumi were also ready for battle. You three are indeed difficult opponents to deal with. Scorpion of the Red Sand responded angrily. Although he knew he was in a desperate situation, he was unwilling to give in easily. 180, Flame Shadow made a move, with overwhelming power. If it weren't for my belief in Akatsuki, I would have disdained to be your enemy long ago. He tried to stay calm, trying to find a chance to fight back from this despair. Xiaomu smiled slightly, with a hint of sarcasm in his eyes. Belief cannot change the facts. Today, you will see the real power. At this moment, Altria took a step forward, grasped the invisible sword, and prepared to attack. Scorpion of the Red Sand, you used to be a strong man, but today you are facing an existence beyond your imagination. Her voice was firm and powerful, full of determination to fight. Don't be too confident. Scorpion of the Red Sand smiled coldly, thinking about the countermeasures in his heart. Even a strong man, if forced into a desperate situation, will fight back with all his strength. He held Fei Luhu tighter, and the aura on his body instantly became dangerous. Since you are so confident, let me see how long you can hold on. The Red Sand Scorpion whispered, secretly accumulating strength in his heart. Xiaomu tilted his head slightly, as if he noticed his inner struggle, and a trace of disdain surged in his heart. Your struggle is meaningless. He raised his hand again, and the light of the evil king's true eyes instantly increased, and the air around him seemed to be distorted by the oppression. The body of the Red Sand Scorpion was like being bound by invisible chains, unable to move. I will not give up. He roared, trying to struggle with his will. Free from the shackles. But no matter how hard he tried, Xiaomu's power was still as heavy as a mountain. Is this what you call art? Xiaomu's voice was full of contempt. Faced with such absolute power, your struggle will only become more powerless. At this moment, Artoria's figure flashed, as if a white light crossed the battlefield. I'll end it all. Her sword was as powerful as a rainbow, pointing directly at the Red Sand Scorpion, containing a strong determination. Invisible sword, cut off your fantasy. A trace of fear flashed in the eyes of the Red Sand Scorpion, and finally realized the threat he was about to face. He tried his best, and the red flowing amber turned into a red light in his hand and attacked Artoria. I won't let you hurt me. He roared, his power continued to rise, trying to resolve this fatal blow. Artoria's sword collided with the red flowing amber, making a deafening roar, and a powerful air wave swept over. However, all this seemed insignificant under Xiaomu's gaze. No matter how worthless the counterattack is, it can't change the result. Xiaomu said coldly, and the power of the evil king's true eye reached its peak at this moment. The attack of the Red Sand Scorpion exploded in the air, but under the suppression of the evil king's true eye, it instantly turned into invisible waves and scattered. How could it be? He looked around in shock, realizing that his power seemed so small in front of this young man. This is the judgment of the dimension. Xiaomu said lightly, with ruthless majesty in his eyes. Just when the Red Sand Scorpion was stunned, Xiaomu's fingers moved slightly, and the light of the evil king's true eye flashed again. A dark blue silk thread shot out from his hand like lightning, directly to the heart of the Red Sand Scorpion. This is your end. Xiaomu's voice echoed on the battlefield, with unquestionable majesty. The Red Sand Scorpion felt the powerful force and realized that he had no way to escape. I'm not willing. He let out a desperate roar, trying to use up his last bit of strength. However, the thread had locked onto his heart, and the strong sense of oppression instantly engulfed him. The game is over. Xiaomu said coldly, and with a slight movement of his fingers, the thread instantly penetrated the body of the red sand scorpion. Ah! The red sand scorpion screamed, and then turned into a puff of light smoke, completely disappearing from the battlefield. Everything disappeared like a dream, and only Xiaomu's figure still stood on the battlefield. Look, the strong men of the Akatsuki organization are ultimately no match for the real power. He slowly turned around and looked at Artoria and Uchiha Izumi. The two looked at each other and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. We won. Artoria smiled slightly, with relief in her eyes. But this, Fi, is just the beginning. Uchiha Izumi's eyes gradually became solemn. The enemy will not give up easily, and there will be stronger challenges waiting for us next. Xiaomu nodded, his eyes firm. No matter what, we will face the next battle. On this battlefield shrouded in smoke, the three stood shoulder to shoulder, ready to meet the coming storm. Xiaomu, Altria, and Uchiha Izumi stood shoulder to shoulder on the battlefield. The atmosphere was tense and solemn. The battle just now brought them the joy of victory, but deep in their hearts, the three realized that the real test had just begun. The red sand scorpion was defeated, but this does not mean that we are safe. Uchiha Izumi was the first to break the silence, his voice calm and clear. Akatsuki will not give up easily, they will definitely send a stronger opponent. Altria held the invisible sword tightly, her eyes firm. We must be prepared. A trace of determination flashed in Xiaomu's eyes. I feel that new forces are approaching. At this moment, on the other side of the battlefield, thick black fog slowly rose, looking particularly weird. It seems that a new opponent has arrived. Altria watched the black fog vigilantly, and the hilt of the sword exerted a little force, ready to fight at any time. A figure gradually emerged in the black fog. It was a slender boy wrapped in a black robe. His face was hidden under the hood, and only a pair of eyes with deep red light could be seen. Are you members of the Dimension End Assembly Society? His voice was low and gloomy, as if it came from the abyss, full of oppression. Who are you? Xiaomu asked coldly, without fear. My name is Flame Shadow, a new member of the Akatsuki organization, good at controlling flames and shadows. The black-robed boy slowly walked out of the black fog, revealing his cunning and sinister smile. The background of Flame Shadow is full of legends. He was an orphan who grew up in the ruins. After countless hardships and training, he was finally spotted by the Akatsuki organization and became a member of it. For revenge, I am willing to dedicate everything to the organization. The flames and shadows in his eyes intertwined, showing an extremely powerful aura. Your aura is very strong, but it is not enough to scare me. Xiaomu's eyes were firm, and the power of the evil king's true eyes surged in his body. What a naive boy! Yanying smiled contemptuously. Today, I will let you see what real power is. Then, he waved his hands, the black mist suddenly spread, and the surrounding air instantly became extremely hot. The flame ignited in his palm, turning into a huge fireball, attacking the three people. Get out of the way! Altria reacted quickly, turned into a white light, and jumped into the air. 181. The power of the Lord of the Dimension cannot be touched. She swung her invisible sword, the sword energy was like a rainbow, and she slashed directly at the fireball. Invisible sword, slash! The sword energy collided with the fireball, making a deafening roar, and the strong energy shock wave spread around, causing chaos on the battlefield. Xiaomu took the opportunity to gather the power of the evil king's true eye and looked at Yan Ying. Do you think you can defeat us with this power? You are too naive. Yan Ying raised a sinister smile at the corner of his mouth, his gestures changed, the flames rotated in the air, condensed into several fire dragons, and rushed towards the three people. Come on, let me see how strong you are. Xiaomu responded coldly, and the silk threads in the evil king's true eyes quickly woven into a protective barrier. The fire dragon slammed into the barrier, instantly causing a violent explosion, and the flames shot up into the sky, but Xiaomu's defense was not damaged at all. This power, how is it possible? Yan Ying showed a look of astonishment, and then he was furious and unwilling. Continue? Or are you willing to surrender? Xiaomu raised a sneer at the corner of his mouth, and his eyes revealed a sense of oppression. Humakage gritted his teeth, the flames in his hands became more and more blazing, and the anger in his heart drove him to not give in. I won't back down. He waved his hand again, and the flames surged like a tide, instantly surrounding the battlefield. This is my ultimate move, the tide of the flames. The flames roared, and the flames swept over like a wave, approaching the three people. Stop! Uchiha Izumi gave an order, and the Mangeki Sharingan rotated, releasing a powerful pupil power. Amaterasu! Her voice sounded, and a black flame seemed to flash across the sky, reaching the flame tide of the flames. The flames collided with each other, making a shocking roar, and the air around them was scorched and distorted. This power! The flames felt the oppression from the Mangeki Sharingan, and their hearts tightened. At this moment, Altria took the opportunity to attack from the side. Her invisible sword pierced out like light, heading straight for Flame Shadow. Cut! Her sword cut through the air with unparalleled power. Flame Shadow instantly realized the danger and hurriedly dodged sideways, but was still swept by the sword energy and was forced to retreat. Ugh! Flame Shadow groaned, anger and humiliation intertwined in his heart. You three really opened my eyes. He stood up slowly, a sinister light flashed in his eyes, but I'm just getting started. He chanted in a low voice, gathered flames in his hands again, and then threw them upwards. The flames exploded in the air, forming a huge fireball, falling towards the three people. We can't let him succeed. Xiaomu was alert and quickly mobilized the power of the Evil King's true eye to prepare to block it. 0. Protect yourself! Artoria shouted, gathering her strength and preparing for the next attack. It's not that easy to stop my flames. Yanying sneered, and more flames ignited in his heart. I will make you feel despair. Just when the fireball was about to fall, Xiaomu's Evil King's true eye emitted a dazzling light, and the surrounding space seemed to solidify instantly, and time also stopped at this moment. The power of the Lord of the Dimension cannot be touched. Xiaomu's voice echoed on the battlefield, and the power of the Evil King's true eye was released instantly. The flames around were suppressed by a powerful force and turned into nothingness. Yanying's face suddenly changed, and he was terrified. This is impossible. Chuan. 182. Sneak attack. Holding the idea of a sure kill. As time recovered, the surrounding flames disappeared instantly, and the battlefield returned to tranquility. Who are you? Yanying's voice trembled, and his eyes were full of fear and unwillingness. I am a member of the Dimensional End Assembly Society. Xiaomu smiled slightly, his eyes as sharp as a knife. You have no chance to escape. Ying had no way to retreat, and he was unwilling in his heart, but he also realized that he had fallen into a desperate situation. You won. He whispered, with despair in his expression. However, this is far from over. Uchiha Izumi said coldly, the shadow of Akatsuki continues to spread. Next, we must find the leader of Akatsuki and completely eliminate this threat. Artoria said. And I will regard every enemy as a challenge. Xiaomu's voice was firm, his eyes cast towards the distant sky, and the horn of battle had sounded. As night fell, the battlefield fell into silence again. However, they knew that a new crisis was quietly approaching. In the aftermath of the battle, Xiaomu, Artoria and Uchiha Izumi still stood on the battlefield. As night fell, the stars in the sky gradually became brighter. However, they did not feel the slightest bit of relaxation. We must act quickly and find the leader of Akatsuki. Uchiha Izumi's voice was filled with urgency. Yes. Altria nodded seriously, we must seize this opportunity. The Flame Shadow has been defeated, but Akatsuki has a deep foundation and must not be taken lightly. Xiaomu added, with deep thought in his eyes. Just then, a gust of rapid wind came from the sky. The three looked up and saw a young man in dark ninja clothes and long hair falling from the sky. His face was firm, and his eyebrows revealed a momentum that should not be underestimated. "Are you looking for me?" He landed slowly and looked directly at the three people. "You are who?" Altria asked vigilantly, ready to draw her sword at any time. "My name is Ying Zhou, and I belong to the Akatsuki organization." The young man's voice was low and firm. "I came here to cause trouble for you." Ying Zhou's background is quite complicated. He was born in an ordinary ninja family, but he showed extraordinary talents since he was a child. Later, he met the Akatsuki organization by accident and was gradually absorbed and became an important member. Ying Zhou is good at using space ninjutsu, able to move quickly and perform surprise attacks in battle. "Do you want to take revenge on Yan Ying?" Xiaomu asked coldly, with a strange light flashing in Xia Wangjin's eyes. "He is powerless and not worth mentioning at all." Ying Zhou's mouth corners slightly raised, but his eyes were gloomy. "I just want to see how strong the legendary Dimension End Assembly Society is." He approached step by step, and his aura gradually strengthened. "If you have the ability, then come and try." Xiaomu did not flinch. The power of the Evil King's true eye surged in his body. Ying Zhou smiled slightly, his eyes revealing contempt. "Do you think 4.4 can threaten me with that kind of power?" As the voice fell, his body suddenly disappeared from the spot, and then appeared behind Xiaomu again. The speed was astonishing. "You?" Xiaomu was shocked, and reacted instantly, ready to mobilize strength. However, Ying Zhou's hand had already stretched out, and the palm of his hand was surging with space energy, directly approaching Xiaomu's back. 183, the invisible sword cuts off everything. "Space tier!" Ying Zhou shouted coldly, and the power burst out instantly. "Back off!" Altria realized the crisis and quickly waved her sword to block Xiaomu. The invisible sword collided with Ying Zhou's attack, generating violent energy fluctuations, and the shock wave instantly swept around. "You really overestimate your own abilities." A trace of anger flashed in Ying Zhou's eyes, and he quickly adjusted his position and prepared to attack again. "I will let you see the real space ninjutsu." He chanted in a low voice, and gathered more space power in his hand. Xiaomu was not to be outdone, and the light of the Evil King's true eye flashed again, and the air around him seemed to become distorted. "Do you think your space technique can defeat me?" Xiaomu's voice was like thunder, and he pushed forward with the power of the Evil King's true eye. Ying Zhou's heart was shocked, and he felt the threat from Xiaomu, and he quickly retreated, trying to keep his distance. "It seems that you are not as simple as I imagined." Ying Zhou smiled coldly, thinking constantly in his heart. "However, I don't plan to give up easily." He mobilized the space ninjutsu again, and instantly turned into countless shadows, attacking the three people. "The technique of clones!" he shouted, and the shadows surged forward like a tide, targeting the three people. "Stay alert!" Altria shouted, the invisible sword in her hand ready to meet the enemy at any time. With the impact of the shadow, a fierce battle broke out on the battlefield. "Is this all your strength?" Xiaomu sneered, and the light of the Evil King's true eyes flickered more and more. "Dimension Judgment!" He gave an order, and the surrounding space solidified instantly. The shadow was as fragile as paper in front of his power. Ying Zhou was shocked and realized the seriousness of the situation, but he was not willing to give up. "You underestimated me too much!" he roared, and gathered space energy in his hands again, preparing to launch a stronger attack. At this moment, Altria keenly caught a trace of movement, and the sword in her hand suddenly slashed out. The sword was like a rainbow, and it was close to Ying Zhou. "Invisible sword, cut everything off!" she shouted, and the sword energy turned into a ray of light and rushed towards Ying Zhou. "Damn it!" Ying Zhou roared, trying to dodge, but found that his space ability was restricted and could not teleport. I can't lose. There was despair in his voice, trying to do his best. Just when the sword energy was about to touch, Ying Zhou condensed the last bit of space power, and actually tried to distort the air and change the direction of the attack. You are too naive. Xiaomu looked down on him, and the power of the evil king's true eye was strengthened again, and the surrounding space was distorted sharply. Break it! He whispered, and the power suddenly burst out, instantly shattering Ying Zhou's defense. Ah! Ying Zhou screamed, and 460 was immediately hit by the powerful force and flew out, falling heavily on the ground, his face pale. It seems that your space technique is meaningless in front of me. Xiaomu said lightly, with a look of disdain in his eyes. Ying Zhou struggled to stand up, his face was full of embarrassment, but the unwilling anger in his heart made him unwilling to give in. I will not admit defeat. He shouted loudly, preparing for the final counterattack. No matter how strong your power is, you can't suppress me forever. He closed his eyes slightly, as if accumulating the last bit of strength. Xiaomu stared at him coldly, ready to give the final blow. 184, delicious food, past memories come back again. Do you really think you can escape? He sneered, the power of the evil king's true eyes surged like a tide. You have no way out. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared behind Ying Zhou, with a black cloak fluttering in the wind. Ying Zhou, that's enough. The voice came slowly, revealing an unquestionable majesty. 3 people turned their heads and saw a tall and mighty man walking out of the shadows. His face was serious and his eyes were deep. Who are you? Altria asked vigilantly. My name is Blackfire, another member of the Akatsuki organization. He said slowly, his voice as shocking as thunder. Blackfire's strength is terrifying and has caused a lot of turmoil in the ninja world. He is good at controlling fire and shadows, and his fighting style is extremely fierce. Ying Zhou, step down. Blackfire's voice was full of unquestionable authority. Ying Zhou's face flashed a trace of respect, and he slowly stepped back, ready to accept Blackfire's order. Since you dare to challenge Akatsuki, get ready to face the real power. Blackfire turned to the 3 people, his eyes flashing with fighting spirit. I will let you know that the reputation of the Akatsuki organization is not something you can easily challenge. He smiled slightly, and the flames ignited behind him, and the atmosphere became more tense. We are not afraid of any enemy. Xiaomu's voice was firm, ready to meet new challenges at any time. The prelude to the battle was opened again, and the atmosphere between the 4 people was as tense as gunpowder. At this time, the whistling of the wind sounded in the ears, foreshadowing the coming of a new crisis. The aftermath of the battle gradually subsided, leaving only a faint sound of wind and residual flames. Although Xiaomu, Altria, and Uchiha Izumi won, they gradually felt exhausted. Let's find a place to rest first. Xiaomu suggested, looking around. This is not a long-term solution, we need to leave as soon as possible. Uchiha Izumi reminded. I know a place. Altria thought for a moment, with a gleam in her eyes. She turned around and led the 2 through the wreckage and walked towards an alley. At the end of the alley was a small restaurant with a simple sign hanging in front of the door, which read Food House. The food here is delicious. Altria said with a smile, as if she remembered some good memories. I am a little curious. Xiaomu raised his eyebrows, with an expectant look in his eyes. Pushing open the door of the restaurant, a rich aroma hits you in the face. The decoration inside the store is simple and warm, and the walls are covered with photos of customers, which looks friendly and natural. Welcome. The owner is a middle-aged man, smiling and welcoming. We want to try your signature dishes. Altria smiled slightly, and ordered a few dishes after sitting down. Soon after, the dishes were served one after another, and all kinds of delicious food with good color, fragrance, and taste came into view. It looks really good. Xiaomu's eyes flashed, and he couldn't help but say, Ma Wang. This is my favorite fish soup. Altria said as she scooped up a bowl, and the rich soup made people salivate. Let me try it. Xiaomu came closer, took a sip, and instantly felt warm and satisfied. The taste of this soup is really wonderful, as if it can dispel all fatigue. He was full of praise. And the ramen here is also very good. Altria continued to recommend, pointing to a bowl of steaming ramen. 185, ramen? A little enjoyment after the battle. Ramen. Xiaomu's eyes showed curiosity. He immediately picked up a noodle and gently put it into his mouth. It's so delicious! He exclaimed, the chewiness of the noodles and the deliciousness of the soup base are perfectly integrated, making people unable to help but eat one mouthful after another. As long as you like it. Altria smiled slightly, feeling relieved. At this time, Uchiha Izumi was also immersed in the food, tasting a stir-fried vegetable. This dish is also very unique, refreshing and delicious. She said softly, with a hint of appreciation in her eyes. You all know how to eat. Xiaomu teased, smiling and picking up the noodles again. Time 477 passed quietly in the enjoyment of delicious food. The three shared the joy of food with each other, and the fatigue after the battle gradually dissipated. Actually, I have always loved food. Altria's voice was soft, recalling the various foods she had tried in her past adventures. Once, I met an old lady in a village. The dumplings she made were the best I had ever eaten. Her eyes flashed with a gentle light. What you said makes me want to try dumplings too. Xiaomu responded with a smile. Then let's go find dumplings next time. Altria nodded with a smile, her heart full of expectations. Sometimes, being able to enjoy food after fighting is the joy of life. Uchiha Chuan pondered for a moment and added. That's right. Xiaomu agreed, feeling happy. At this time, the owner came over and asked with a smile, do you need anything else? Another signature dessert. Altria did not hesitate. Okay, wait a moment. The owner smiled and left. Soon after, a dessert with attractive color was served on the table, exuding a rich aroma. This is a special matcha cake, try it. Altria introduced. Xiaomu couldn't wait to pick up a piece and gently put it in his mouth. It's so delicious, the aroma of matcha and the denseness of the cake are perfectly combined. He exclaimed. Uchiha Izumi couldn't help but taste it, and surprise flashed in his eyes. It's really worth recommending. She nodded slightly. Time passed quickly in the laughter and the night outside gradually thickened. Delicious food can always heal the soul. Xiaomu sighed, and his love for life became stronger. Just as they were immersed in the joyful atmosphere, a hurried voice suddenly sounded outside the door. Footsteps. The three looked at each other and became alert. Is there another enemy coming? Altria held the invisible sword tightly, ready to meet the challenge. I'll go and see. Xiaomu stood up, walked to the door, and pushed open the door of the restaurant. The wind and clouds were surging outside, and several dark shadows quickly passed by in the night and approached the restaurant. Who are you? Xiaomu asked coldly, his body tense, ready to deal with the sudden situation. Several figures stopped and gradually revealed their true faces. The leading man was tall and burly, with a stern face, followed by several companions wearing dark ninja clothes. We are from another organization. I heard that there are members of the Dimension End Assembly Society here. The man's voice was low and threatening. Xiaomu frowned and was alert. What are you doing here? He asked coldly, thinking of a countermeasure in his heart. We are very interested in the plan of the Akatsuki organization. The man showed a sly smile. 186, the journey is over. Unfortunately, your food trip is about to end. He waved his hand, and his companions behind him prepared to attack. Want to disturb our good time? Xiaomu snorted coldly, and the light of the evil king's true eyes flashed again. It seems that you don't know how to be respectful. Before he finished speaking, he mobilized the power in his body and prepared to fight back. You have provoked someone you shouldn't have provoked. Altria followed closely behind, holding the sword in her hand tightly, with the fighting spirit flashing in her eyes. I will deal with these guys. Uchiha Izumi's voice was calm and firm, and then he released the power of the Mangeki Sharingan. At the moment when the warm atmosphere of the food was broken, the horn of battle sounded again. The night outside became more and more solemn, and the air was filled with the breath of battle that was about to break out. Xiaomu's eyes were like torches, locking on the enemy in front of him. The man in the lead was named Kylo, a powerful ninja from a foreign land. He has a certain reputation in the ninja world and is famous for his strength, but he is also controversial for his ambition. Kylo smiled slightly, with a hint of contempt in his eyes. I just want to understand the power of the Dimension End Gathering Society, but I didn't expect to meet you little guys. This time, you have no way out. Xiaomu responded coldly, clenching his right hand gently, and the light of the evil king's true eye gradually increased. Do you think you can stop us with your strength? Kylo's voice was provocative. Several ninjas gathered behind him, with great momentum, as if ready to attack at any time. I don't want to waste time. Xiaomu took a deep breath and made a quick decision. Altria, Uchiha Izumi, get ready to deal with it. Altria nodded, and the invisible sword in her hand glowed faintly, and the sword was as powerful as a rainbow. Uchiha Izumi calmly activated the Mangeki Sharingan, revealing a sharp breath. We won't let you succeed, she said, her eyes flickering. Seeing this, Kylo sneered. If you want to fight, then come. With his order, the ninjas behind him launched attacks one after another, rushing towards the three people like the wind. Come on! Xiaomu's heart moved, and the power of the evil king's true eye quickly expanded, forming an invisible barrier to lock the enemy. Please ask for flowers. Evil king's true eye imprisonment. He shouted in a low voice, and then the air in the space seemed to solidify, and several ninjas were instantly bound. How could this happen? Kylo's face changed slightly, and he was shocked. Your power can't compete with us at all. Xiaomu responded indifferently, with a firm look. Just then, Altria slashed with a sword, and the sword light was like a rainbow, rushing straight to Kylo. Invisible sword, cut! She shouted with a fierce voice, and the sword was agitated, forcing the enemy to retreat. Kylo barely raised the weapon in his hand and resisted the attack, but the expression on his face gradually became solemn. This woman's power is really not simple. He was secretly alert in his heart, and then mobilized his full strength to prepare for a counterattack. At this moment, Uchiha Izumi quickly followed, and the Mangeki Sharingan in his hand emitted a dazzling light. Tsukuyomi! She chanted in a low voice, and the powerful pupil power quickly spread and surrounded Kylo. Kylo felt a strong oppression, and his consciousness fell into an illusion in an instant. Do you think you can trap me with these means? He struggled hard, but his mind couldn't extricate himself. 187, End it all. This is your illusion. Uchiha Izumi's voice echoed in the illusion. She took this opportunity to quickly approach and prepare to give a fatal blow. Just when Kylo's consciousness was blurred, Xiaomu and Altria attacked at the same time, performing their own unique skills. Now, end it all. Xiaomu ordered decisively, and the power of the evil king's true eye gathered again. A faint blue light condensed instantly and rushed towards the trapped Kylo 477. At the same time, Altria's sword light also flashed like lightning, directly at the enemy's heart. You! Kylo shouted in horror, trying to fight back, but it was too late. The powerful force surrounded him instantly, and Kylo felt an irresistible oppression, as if his body was firmly imprisoned by invisible restraints. Ugh! A painful roar came out, and Kylo's body was knocked down by a huge force and fell to the ground. The enemy ninjas saw this and panicked, realizing the seriousness of the matter. "Run!" one of the ninjas shouted, trying to hold his companions and prepare to retreat quickly. "Want to escape? Not that easy." Xiao Mu's eyes flashed with cold light, and the power of the evil king's true eyes quickly expanded, locking all enemies. In an instant, the actions of several ninjas were stopped by the powerful force. "You asked for this," Xiao Mu said coldly, and then waved his hand to perform skills. A strong blue light suddenly burst out, as if tearing the space, and instantly surrounded all enemies. "Stop!" Kylo struggled desperately, trying to stop it all, but he was powerless. With a deafening sound, a powerful energy shock wave erupted, knocking them all down. "This is the power of the Dimension End Assembly." Xiao Mu's voice was sonorous and powerful, with unshakable confidence. When the smoke and dust dissipated, the enemy had been completely suppressed. "It seems that you underestimated us." Uchiha Izumi breathed a sigh of relief and smiled slightly. Altria slowly walked to Xiao Mu's side, feeling a little relieved. "Thank you for your cooperation," she said softly, with a firm look. "Is the battle over?" Xiao Mu was slightly tired, but still alert. "It should be, the enemy can no longer resist." Uchiha Izumi confirmed, and felt relieved. Kuro and his companions were completely defeated and could no longer pose a threat to the three people. "We should leave here as soon as possible and continue our journey," Altria suggested. "You are right." Xiao Mu nodded, then turned and walked out of the restaurant. The three walked along the way, passing the previous food house, and their hearts were full of longing for the future. "Perhaps, we can continue to look for delicious food." Altria smiled, her eyes flickered. "Yes, our journey has just begun." Xiao Mu responded, determined in his heart. As night fell, they gradually disappeared into the endless darkness, continuing to pursue their own adventures and delicacies. The journey continued. Xiao Mu, Altria and Uchiha Izumi walked with firm steps. After walking for a while, the three finally came to an open plain. The sun shone on the grass, and the breeze blew gently, as if welcoming their arrival. "This place is really nice, suitable for rest." Altria looked around and smiled. "We can stay here for a while." Uchiha Izumi also nodded in agreement, gently stroking the grass with his hand, enjoying this quiet time. 188, Raito, the ninja from the Wind Village. Just as they were about to rest, a burst of hurried footsteps suddenly came from a distance. "Someone is coming," Xiao Mu said vigilantly, looking in the direction of the sound. Soon after, a figure approached quickly and gradually became clear. It was a young ninja, thin, with short curly hair and a stubborn look on his face. "Wait a minute! I found you!" the young ninja shouted, panting. "Who are you?" Xiao Mu frowned and looked at the visitor warily. "My name is Lei Do, 15, from the Wind Village in the north." The young ninja introduced himself, with a firm look in his eyes. "I heard that you have a connection with the Dimension End Assembly Society, so I hurried to find you." Lei Do continued to explain, looking very excited. "Why are you looking for us?" Altria asked in confusion. "I want to join your team and become one of you." Lei Do stated his position without hesitation, his eyes were fiery. "Join us?" Uchiha Izumi frowned slightly, looking a little hesitant. "Do you have any other reasons?" Xiao Mu pondered for a moment and looked at Lei Do seriously. "I heard that your power is extraordinary and can compete with powerful enemies." Lei Do did not shy away and said firmly. "I want to become stronger and grow in battle," he added, his eyes revealing an unyielding fighting spirit. "Why did you choose us?" Altria asked, wanting to understand his motives. "Because I believe that only by walking with the strong can I improve myself faster." Raito responded firmly without flinching. That makes sense. Xiaomyu nodded, slightly appreciative. If you can prove your strength, then I have no objection. He finally said. I will prove my determination with my actions. Raito said, clenching his fists, looking particularly determined. Then come on, try your strength. Xiaomyu walked towards Raito with a serious look. We will give you a chance. Altria added, her attitude became gentle. Thank you. I will do my best. Raito smiled slightly, and hope ignited in his heart. The three quickly dispersed and prepared for a simple test. Come on, let me see your ninjutsu. Xiaomyu stood still, his eyes like a torch. Raito took a deep breath and quickly formed a seal, with blue chakra flashing in his palm. Wind ninjutsu, whirlwind slash. With a shout, a strong whirlwind flew out of his hand and attacked Xiaomyu directly. Not bad power. Xiaomyu's eyes flashed with approval, and he quickly counterattacked, showing the power of the evil king's true eyes. He easily deflected the whirlwind and smiled slightly. Come again. Xiaomyu encouraged. Undeterred, Raito attacked again, showing his unique ninjutsu. He jumped flexibly and instantly appeared on Xiaomyu's side, ready to attack at close range. Not bad. Xiaomyu nodded slightly, and began to recognize Raito's ability in his heart. Just then, Artoria also launched an attack, with a flash of sword light, attacking Raito. Attention! Xiaomyu shouted, reminding Raito. Raito reacted quickly, turned around immediately, formed seals with both hands, and performed defensive ninjutsu. Wind shield! He shouted, and a strong wind wall formed around his body to resist Artoria's attack. 189, go all out, Raito's determination. Good. Xiaomyu and Artoria looked at each other and felt satisfied. Although Raito was young, his reaction speed and skills in battle impressed them. Keep it up. Xiaomyu encouraged, his evaluation of Lei Do rising in his heart. After several rounds of competition, Lei Do gradually showed his potential. You are good, there is room for growth. Altria smiled and praised. This is just the beginning for me, I will work harder. Lei Do responded confidently, his fighting spirit ignited in his heart. You have passed the test, welcome to join us. Xiaomyu nodded and gave him recognition. Thank you. I will do my best. Lei Do's eyes flashed with light and his face was full of excitement. Next, we will face more challenges together. Uchiha Chuan added, his expression serious. I will definitely not let you down. Lei Do clenched his fists hard, full of confidence. Under the sunshine of the plain, a new partnership quietly formed, and the three of them went hand in hand to the future adventure. With Lei Do's joining, their journey will be more exciting, and the future battle will be more hopeful. The morning light shines through the leaves and sprinkles on the ground. Xiaomyu, Altria, Uchiha Izumi, and Raito continue their journey. After a few days of getting along, the relationship between the four people gradually deepened. Where are we going today? Raito asked, with a curious light in his eyes. I heard that there is a mountain village ahead, where there are many ninjas practicing. Uchiha Izumi answered with a firm look. Then let's go and see, maybe we can meet new partners. Altria's voice was crisp and full of expectation. No matter what difficulties we encounter, we must work together. Xiaomyu said seriously, his eyes swept over each partner. The four people stared at each other, and they all understood the meaning of each other in their hearts. Yes, unity is strength. Raito nodded, his face high. At every step of the journey, they felt each other's support and trust, as if they had become a community of destiny. In the next few days, the four people continued to cross forests and mountains, and the bond between them became deeper and deeper. On a sunny afternoon, they stopped and sat on a rock to share each other's stories. How did you become a ninja? Lei Do asked curiously, looking expectantly. I have longed to be strong since I was a child and wanted to protect the people I love. Altria smiled and said softly. Me too. I once watched the ninjas in the village fight for everyone, and my heart was full of yearning. Uchiha Izumi continued, with tenacity in his eyes. I have experienced many setbacks and lost friends before I realized the importance of partners. Xiaomyu's voice became heavy, and a look of reminiscence appeared on his face. Partners are the power that supports me to move forward. He paused and continued. We fight side by side. No matter how big the difficulties are, we will never give up on each other. After hearing this, Lidu's heart was full of emotion. I didn't have many friends since I was a child, and I always felt lonely fighting alone. He lowered his head slightly, and a trace of loneliness flashed in his eyes. But now, I have partners like you. Lidu's voice became firm and full of power. The time we spend together is the most precious. Altria said softly, silently agreeing in her heart. 190, regroup and set off together. Yes, no matter how difficult the road ahead is, we will face it together. Uchiha Izumi smiled slightly, with warmth in his eyes. This is our common goal. Xiaomyu added, with confidence in his tone. The atmosphere between the four people gradually became warm, and the trust between each other became more solid. In the following days, they continued to train, help each other, and improve their ninjutsu and fighting skills. Reidu's potential gradually emerged and became an indispensable member of the team. After a training session, Xiaomyu decided to give Reidu some special guidance. Today I will teach you some skills about chakra control. Xiaomyu said seriously, with a gentle look. Thank you. I will study hard. Reidu was full of expectations, his eyes bright. Xiaomyu patiently explained, not letting go of every detail, and vividly demonstrated the use of chakra. You have to concentrate and feel the flow of chakra. Xiaomyu instructed, Reidu listened carefully. After several attempts, Lidu gradually mastered the skills and showed a happy smile on his face. I succeeded. He shouted, with a confident light in his eyes. Very good. Keep working hard, you will be stronger in the future. Xiaomyu responded with a smile, feeling relieved. You are really a good teacher. Lidu said happily, and his admiration for Xiaomyu deepened. During this period of time, Altria and Uchiha Izumi gradually found their roles. Let's practice together and learn from each other. Altria suggested, with determination in her eyes. Good idea, I also want to improve my strength. Uchiha Izumi responded, with fighting spirit flashing in his eyes. The two began to compete, and the sword light and ninjutsu intertwined in the air and collided with each other. As the battle progressed, the tacit understanding between each other continued to deepen, as if an invisible connection had been formed. It's a good match. Xiaomyu watched from the side and secretly admired in his heart. Time passed quietly in their laughter and joy, and the bond between the four people became closer. One day, they were resting on the top of the mountain, and Lidu suddenly asked a question. What do you think is the most important thing between partners? He asked curiously. Altria pondered for a moment, then said, trust and support. That's right. Uchiha Izumi nodded in agreement. In battle, mutual trust can really exert power. I think there is also communication. Xiaomyu added, his eyes firm, if you can share ideas in time, you can cooperate better. So, we must keep communicating. Lidu nodded, his eyes full of expectations. The four looked at each other, their hearts full of warmth and tacit understanding. They understood that the journey ahead would be more difficult, but as long as they stayed close to each other, they could overcome everything. No matter what we encounter in the future, we will go on together. Lidu promised solemnly, his eyes firm. Absolutely no problem. The other three responded in unison, full of confidence. In this warm moment, the bond between them became stronger and became an indispensable force for each other. Accompanied by the breeze and sunshine, they continued on their new journey, their hearts full of longing for the future. The morning sun shines through the treetops and falls on Xiaomu's face. 191. Arriving at the village, enthusiastic response. He woke up from his dream, heard the sound of birds singing, and felt the tranquility of nature. Last night, the four of them sat around the campfire, sharing their stories, and the warm atmosphere made him feel extremely cordial. Today we are going to explore that mountain village. Xiaomu thought to himself, ready to meet the challenges of a new day. After a period of running in, the four have become inseparable partners. He stood up and prepared to wake up the others. Everyone, get up! Xiaomu's voice was loud and energetic. Soon after, Artoria and Uchiha Izumi got up one after another, and Raito seemed particularly excited. There will be many new discoveries today. Raito said loudly, his face full of expectation. I hope to find some interesting ninjas. Artoria responded with a smile, with determination in her eyes. We must remain vigilant and not take it lightly. Uchiha Izumi's tone was serious and his eyes were alert. After a brief breakfast, the four of them packed their equipment and set off quickly, heading towards the mountain village. On the way, Xiaomu recalled his past experiences from time to time. His evil king's true eyes were not only a powerful force, but also a burden in his heart. What do these eyes mean? Xiaomu's heart was full of questions, and his eyes became deep. He remembered the oath he made with his companions, no matter how difficult it was, he would move forward together. This journey may allow me to find the answer. He made up his mind secretly. While crossing the woods, Xiaomu and Leido walked side by side, sharing their thoughts with each other. Xiaomu, your evil king's true eyes are really strong. Leido said, his eyes full of admiration. But it also brings a lot of trouble. Xiaomu responded frankly, with a hint of bitterness on his face. How do you withstand this power? Leido asked curiously. Every time I use it, I can feel its pressure. Xiaomu said seriously, I must always be vigilant and not let it get out of control. You will find a way that suits you. Leido said, with confidence in his tone. With his encouragement, Xiaomu felt warm in his heart and gradually let go of the burden in his heart. Thank you, Leido. Xiaomu smiled slightly, feeling the warmth between partners. As the distance got closer, the mountain village gradually appeared in the field of vision. Please flowers. The architectural style of the village is simple and elegant, surrounded by mountains and streams, and the environment is beautiful. We are here. Altria said happily, her eyes flickering. The four walked into the village and were warmly welcomed by the villagers. Welcome, strange ninja. A burly village chief came over and greeted warmly. We are ninjas passing by and want to rest here. Xiaomu responded with a smile, feeling a burst of warmth. Welcome, welcome. Please feel free to visit our village. The village chief said enthusiastically, with kindness in his eyes. The four of them began to tour the village. Appreciate the unique culture and customs. The atmosphere here is really good. Leido said with emotion, with a satisfied smile on his face. Just then, a young female ninja stepped forward, with sharp eyes and a firm feeling. Are you foreign ninjas? She asked directly, with curiosity in her eyes. Yes, we passed by here on our journey. Xiaomu replied with a smile. My name is Huaxiang, and I am from this village. The girl introduced herself with a serious look. 192, female ninjas in the village. Do you want to go and have a few moves? What is your special purpose? Huaxiang continued to ask, with a hint of vigilance in her tone. We hope to communicate with more ninjas and learn their skills. Xiaomu responded, knowing her concerns in her heart. I can take you to visit the ninja school in the village. Huaxiang suddenly suggested, with expectation in her eyes. That's great. Leido said. The four of them walked into the ninja school in the 477 village under the guidance of Hwaseang. In the school, the children are working hard to practice various ninjutsu, laughing constantly and full of vitality. The children here are very hard-working. Uchiha Izumi nodded slightly, with appreciation in his eyes. They are all eager to become stronger. Hwaseang said proudly, with expectations in his eyes. Xiaomyu watched quietly, and felt a strong resonance in his heart. This is what I used to look like, he thought, with a gentle smile on his face. After some communication, Hwaseang and Xiaomyu gradually established a tacit understanding. You have strong strength and can control the evil king's true eyes, Hwaseang said seriously, with respect in his eyes. But this also means that you have to bear more responsibilities. Her tone became heavy. I understand. Xiaomyu nodded slightly. As time went by, the four of them established a deep friendship with the ninjas in the village. The existence of Hwaseang made Xiaomyu realize the importance of responsibility. On a moonlit night, Xiaomyu sat alone on the grass outside the village, thinking about the future path. I must learn to use the evil king's true eye better and make it a force to protect my partners, Xiaomyu said to himself. His heart was firm. On a quiet night, he looked into the distance, his heart full of hope and determination. No matter how bumpy the road ahead is, I will not give up. Xiaomyu clenched his fists, his voice low and firm. After this journey, he had a deeper understanding of the bond between himself and his partners. He understood that the trust and support between partners was the driving force for him to move forward. Under the starry sky, Xiaomyu felt the invisible power flowing in his heart, and the future journey would be more exciting. The sun shines through the treetops and sprinkles on the quiet village. Xiaomyu sat on a small wooden bench at the entrance of the village, enjoying the warm morning light. The air in the morning is fresh, and the sound of birds singing accompanied by the breeze makes people feel happy. Today's weather is really good, suitable for departure, he said to himself with a smile on his face. After a period of getting along, the relationship between Xiaomyu and partners such as Hwaseang has become closer. Hanako is a female ninja from this village, with a solid foundation in ninjutsu and keen insight. Her enthusiasm and straightforwardness made Xiaomyu feel relaxed when communicating with her. Hanako, what are your plans for today? Xiaomyu asked, with concern in his eyes. I plan to go to the training ground to practice a few moves. Do you want to join me? Hanako responded, with expectation in her eyes. Of course, I also want to improve my strength. Xiaomyu agreed happily. 4.4. The two quickly packed their equipment and walked towards the training ground. The training ground is located in a corner of the village, surrounded by tall trees and a quiet environment. As soon as she arrived at the training ground, Hanako began her basic training, focusing and seriously. Xiaomyu watched from the side, secretly admiring her efforts in his heart. You are really talented, Xiaomyu praised, with admiration in his eyes. 193. The Power of Bondage. Thank you, but I still have a lot to learn. Hanako smiled slightly, looking humble. Xiaomyu quietly pondered his own growth, his heart filled with complex emotions. He knew that his strength did not only come from the evil king's true eye. The bond with my partners is my real motivation, he silently said in his heart. After the training, Xiaomyu and Hwaseang sat in the shade of the tree, drinking cool water. What are your plans for the future? Hwaseang suddenly asked, looking serious. I hope to find more powerful ninjas and learn their skills. Xiaomyu thought for a moment and answered. What do you think the evil king's true eye can bring you? Hwaseang continued to ask, with intelligence flashing in his eyes. I hope it can help me protect the people around me. Xiaomyu's eyes were firm and his voice was low. You can do it. Hwaseang showed a confident smile, full of expectations. The two continued to communicate and talked about their respective dreams and goals. Just then, Lado and Altria also came to the training ground and interrupted their conversation. "We are discussing future goals, come and join us." Lado shouted with a sunny smile on his face. "I hope to become the strongest ninja in the village." Raito was excited, his eyes sparkling. Altria kept her usual calmness and nodded slightly. "The process of becoming stronger is very important, and we can't rush for success," she said seriously, with determination in her eyes. "You are right, Altria," Xiaomu responded, thinking silently in his heart. The four of them sat together and talked about their dreams and challenges. The atmosphere was relaxed and harmonious. "We can train together and promote each other," Huaxiang suggested, with expectation in her eyes. "Good idea," Raito responded, his face full of energy. In the following days, the four of them trained together and exchanged ninjutsu with each other. During the training, Xiaomu gradually felt his own growth. Every time he punched and every time he used the Evil King's true eyes, it was an exploration of his potential. One evening, after the training, the four of them sat in the village square and enjoyed the quiet night. The stars twinkled in the night sky, and the moonlight shone down, reflecting a gentle glow. "This period of time is really happy." Xiaomu sighed, his heart full of gratitude. "With you around, I feel very relieved," he added, his eyes showing warmth. "We are partners, and it is natural to support each other." Altria smiled slightly, her tone gentle. "Yes, friends should support each other," Lado said loudly, with a bright smile on his face. A warm feeling surged in Xiaomu's heart, and he realized how important the existence of partners is. "I hope we can continue like this," he whispered, his tone full of expectation. As the night deepened, the four continued to talk about dreams and the future under the moonlight. Xiaomu gradually realized that the real strength comes from the bond and trust between each other. He felt this warmth with his heart, and his heart was full of hope and courage. Just then, the village alarm sounded suddenly, breaking the silence. "What happened?" Huaxiang's face changed slightly, and her eyes showed tension. "Go and have a look," Lidu shouted, his eyes flashing with anxiety. 194, Teaching Combat Skills. Instructions from Xiaomu. The four quickly stood up and ran towards the source of the alarm. "Be careful, there may be danger," Artoria reminded, her eyes became alert. They ran to the center of the village and saw the villagers gathered together, looking panicked. "What happened?" Xiaomu asked, feeling uneasy. "A group of unknown ninjas broke into the village and are attacking," a villager answered anxiously. Xiaomu's heart suddenly sank, realizing the seriousness of the matter. "We must protect the village," he said, his eyes flashing with fighting spirit. "Xiaomu, let's go together," Lidu responded, his face full of determination. "Let's fight side by side," Artoria also said, with determination in her eyes. The four rushed towards the enemy without hesitation. Xiaomu's heart was full of faith, he knew that he was no longer alone at this moment. "Fighting side by side with my partners is my real choice," he decided secretly, ready to meet the upcoming challenges. The sun shines through the curtains and falls on Xiaomu's bed. The fresh and peaceful morning air wakes him up with the sound of birds. Xiaomu stretched and realized that today was the training day he and his partners agreed on. It's a new day again. He smiled slightly, full of expectations. After a few days of fighting and training, Xiaomu has a new understanding of his own strength. His Evil King's true eyes are not only a symbol of strength, but also a bond between him and his partners. Xiaomu quickly washed up, put on his ninja clothes, and prepared to set off. On the path in the village, he met Hanako. Hanako is a vibrant female ninja with bright blue eyes and long black hair. She is good at using wind attribute ninjutsu and is as flexible as the wind when fighting, which is amazing. "Good morning, Xiaomu. We will have a special training today," Hanako said, with a gleam in her eyes. Special training? What is it? Xiaomyu asked curiously. I heard that a powerful senior will come to guide us. Huaxiang replied, her face full of expectation. Senior? Who is it? Xiaomyu was curious. It's a ninja from Kamikaze village, named Qing Shan. Huaxiang explained, he is very famous in the ninja world, and many people have asked him for advice. Qing Shan is a middle-aged ninja who has shown extraordinary strength in many battles. His fighting style is calm and firm, and can effectively deal with various enemies. That's great. We have to go to the training ground quickly. Xiaomyu said, full of expectations. They ran all the way and quickly came to the training ground. Some ninjas had gathered at the training ground, and the atmosphere was warm. When Xiaomyu and Huaxiang saw Qing Shan, they couldn't help but be attracted by his aura. Qing Shan is tall, with silver white hair fluttering in the wind and a faint smile on his face. Welcome everyone, I am Qing Shan, today I will share some fighting skills with you. He smiled slightly, his voice was low and gentle. Everyone welcomed him, and Xiaomyu was secretly excited. Qing Shan began to explain his understanding of ninja fighting and shared his years of experience. The power of a ninja is not only in the strength of ninjutsu, but also in mentality and strategy. Yes. Aoyama said, his eyes were deep. Xiaomyu listened carefully, and gradually realized more truths in his heart. In the battle, you must learn to observe the enemy's movements and find a breakthrough. Aoyama continued. 195, Continuous Training, Continuous Improvement. He led everyone in several rounds of actual combat exercises, and Xiaomyu took every detail seriously. In a simulated battle, Xiaomyu and Huaxiang formed a team. Are you ready? Huaxiang asked with a confident smile on her face. Of course, I will go all out. Xiaomyu responded, full of fighting spirit. After the training began, Xiaomyu flexibly used the Evil King's true eyes to keep an eye on the enemy's movements. He found that although he was powerful, he must also learn to respond flexibly. We can use the environment to gain an advantage. Xiaomyu suddenly thought of an idea. I use wind-attributed ninjutsu to create obstacles to cover your attack. Huaxiang responded, with intelligence flashing in her eyes. The two cooperated tacitly and quickly formed a powerful battle formation. After several rounds of competition, Xiaomyu and Huaxiang gradually found each other's rhythm. After the training, Qing Shan affirmed their performance. Your cooperation is very tacit, which is worthy of praise. Qing Shan said with a smile. Thank you for the guidance of the senior. Xiaomyu and Huaxiang said in unison, their hearts full of gratitude. With the deepening of training, Xiaomyu not only improved his combat skills, but also felt the importance of trust in the communication with his partners. King Shan's arrival provided Xiaomyu with a new perspective. In the following days, Xiaomyu and his partners continued to train and learn from each other. One afternoon, they rested in the village square and enjoyed the warm sunshine. The recent training is really tiring, but also very fulfilling. Xiaomyu said with emotion, sighing slightly. Yes, but after every training, there will be new gains. Huaxiang responded, with a firm look. I think we should celebrate. Leido suddenly suggested. How to celebrate? Altria asked, with curiosity on her face. We can go eat delicious food together and relax. Leido looked expectant, as if he had already imagined the taste of the food. This is a good idea, let's go. Xiaomyu agreed immediately, and he was also looking forward to the temptation of food. They came to the food street in the village, and Xiaomyu was dazzled by the dazzling array of snacks. I want to eat fried chicken. And desserts. Leido pointed to a stall, looking forward to it. I want to try this too. Huaxiang's eyes flickered, pointing to a colorful pastry. I want ramen. Xiaomyu did not hesitate, and he could not hold back. Several people bought various delicacies with great interest, sat on the benches in the square, and enjoyed the joy of this moment. It's so delicious. Raito stuffed fried chicken in his mouth, his face full of satisfaction. This is the most delicious ramen I have ever eaten. Xiaomu chewed and sighed. It feels good to share food with my friends. Huaxiang smiled slightly, with happiness in her eyes. They laughed and talked in the sun, sharing their own interesting stories and dreams. Xiaomu gradually felt that this kind of life was what he wanted. As time passed, the bond between the partners became deeper. We must continue to work hard and become stronger, Xiaomu said, with confidence in his eyes. That's right. We will meet the challenges of the future together. Huaxiang responded with a bright smile on her face. As night fell, the four of them were still talking in the square, enjoying this rare warm time. 196, Training Results, New Ninjutsu. Xiaomu secretly swore in his heart that no matter what difficulties he encountered in the future, he would not give up his partners around him. I will protect you forever, he muttered in his heart, with a resolute smile on his face. Under this warm night sky, they painted dreams and hopes for the future together. The morning light was slightly revealed, and the sun shone through the curtains on Xiaomu's face. He opened his eyes, stretched, and felt the vitality of the day emerging. As he continued to grow in training, Xiaomu gradually realized his responsibilities and missions. That day, Xiaomu decided to meet a long-lost friend named Taidu. Taidu is a young ninja from the Iron Country with a bold personality and good at using iron-based ninjutsu. He met Xiaomu during a mission, and the two became friends because of similar pursuits. Taidu must be exercising. Xiaomu smiled slightly, full of expectations. Walking out of the house, Xiaomu felt the coolness of the morning and heard the sound of birds singing. He walked along the path of the village, and the flowers blooming on the roadside made people feel happy. Soon, Xiaomu came to the training ground and saw Taidu waving a huge iron rod in an open space. Taidu was sturdy, his short hair gleamed in the sun, and he exuded a heroic spirit. Xiaomu! You are here! Taidu shouted, stopping his hand. I came to see you, I heard that you have a new trick recently. Xiaomu responded with a smile, with appreciation in his eyes. Of course. I just learned a new ninjutsu, can condense iron into a shield. Taidu said proudly, waving the iron rod and showing great strength. It's amazing. Can you show it to me? Xiaomu asked curiously. Taidu nodded and began to demonstrate seriously. He raised the iron rod in his hand and began to condense his breath. As he whispered the ninjutsu, a glittering iron shield gradually formed in the air. Look, this is my new move. Taidu waved his hand, and the iron shield rotated in the air, emitting a dazzling light. It's beautiful. This move is so practical. Xiaomu exclaimed, and he admired his friend's strength even more in his heart. You should also practice more and improve your ability. Taidu said seriously, strength is not the only thing, wisdom in battle is equally important. Xiaomu nodded and thought silently in his heart. I will. He replied, feeling the deep friendship between himself and Taidu. In the following time, Xiaomu and Taidu trained together and exchanged ninjutsu with each other. After each practice, Xiaomu was constantly improving his skills and experiencing the tacit understanding and trust between ninjas. After the training, Taidu suggested going to eat something. Let's go to that snack stand. I heard that their barbecue is very delicious. Taidu said, with anticipation in his mouth. Good idea. Xiaomu agreed readily, in a good mood. They came to the snack stand, and Taidu couldn't wait to order a bunch of barbecue. There are many kinds of barbecue here. I recommend you try this. Taidu pointed to the menu with excitement on his face. Xiaomu nodded, full of anticipation. Soon, the hot barbecue was served, the aroma was fragrant, and it was mouth-watering. 197, Ice Ninjutsu. The key to determining the rhythm of the battle. This is the taste I expect. Taidu ate with big mouthfuls, his eyes sparkling with satisfaction. It's really delicious. Xiaomu took a bite and instantly felt the tenderness of the meat and the unique seasoning. It feels good to eat delicious food after every training. Taidu said with a smile, with a happy expression on his face. As time passed, Xiaomu and Taidu talked about the dreams and plans of the future 477 in a relaxed atmosphere. Have you thought about your goals? Taidu asked curiously. I hope to become stronger and protect the people around me. Xiaomu replied with a firm light in his eyes. A good goal. Me too. Tetsudo nodded slightly, his face showing approval. In the afternoon, they returned to the training ground and prepared to continue training. Xiaomu was thinking about how to further improve his strength. Just then, another ninja came over. It was Zioxu. Zioxu is a calm and witty ninja who is good at ice ninjutsu and often wins in battle with unique strategies. Are you training? Zioxu asked, her eyes as clear as ice and snow. Yes, we are sparring. Tetsudo answered with confidence on his face. Zioxu nodded, as if to recognize their efforts. If you need help, I can teach you some ways to deal with ice ninjutsu. Zioxu said, with a gentle tone. That's great. We want to learn. Xiaomu and Tetsudo said in unison. Zioxu smiled slightly and began to explain in detail the characteristics and usage of ice ninjutsu. When facing a powerful enemy, controlling the rhythm of the battle is the key. Zioxu said seriously, ice ninjutsu can effectively restrict the enemy's actions. Xiaomu listened with great interest, thinking secretly about how to apply this knowledge to his own battle. Xiaomu, you need to practice more to better apply these skills. Zioxu reminded. I will work hard. Xiaomu nodded, feeling the support and trust from his partners. As dusk fell, after the training, Xiaomu and his partners gathered together to discuss today's gains and insights. I think our cooperation is quite good now. Taidu was excited. As long as we keep working hard, we will definitely become stronger. Yes, we will overcome difficulties together. Zioxu agreed, with a firm belief in her eyes. Xiaomu looked at his partners around him, and a warm feeling surged in his heart. I'm really happy to have you around. He said sincerely, with a sincere smile on his face. That day, Xiaomu not only grew up in training, but also felt the strength and support of the team in the interaction with his partners. They weaved the blueprint of their dreams together, determined to work hand in hand on the road ahead to meet more challenges and adventures. The morning sun shines on every corner of the village. 4.4. Xiaomu slowly opened his eyes and felt the warm sun on his face. After he got up and washed up, he decided to go to the training ground. Recently, he has gradually mastered the power of the evil king's true eyes in training, and his heart is full of expectations for the future. In the training of the past few days, Xiaomu not only learned new skills, but also improved his combat awareness in the competition with his partners. 198. Fusion Ninjutsu. Unexpected ideas. Today, I have to train well too. Xiaomu encouraged himself secretly. Walking on the road, Xiaomu was in a good mood, and the laughter and joy with his partners emerged in his mind. When he came to the training ground, he saw Taidu. He is training hard there. Taidu has a generous and energetic personality and is one of Xiaomu's best friends. Morning, Xiaomu. When Taidu saw him, he immediately put down his weapon and smiled. Good morning. What is your goal today? Xiaomu asked, his eyes showing his enthusiasm for training. I want to practice my iron shield skills. I heard that you have made new progress recently. Taidu said as he started to warm up. Yes, I am studying how to better use the evil king's true eyes. Xiaomu answered confidently. They started morning training and guided each other. As the training deepened, Xiaomu discovered his shortcomings. I still need more practice when controlling the power of space. He thought thoughtfully. Taidu noticed Xiaomu's thoughts, stopped his movements, and said seriously, Xiaomu, don't rush for success. Fighting is also an art. Practice and perception are equally important. I understand. Xiaomu nodded and secretly remembered it in his heart. Just then, Xiaoxiu came over. Xiaoxiu is an excellent ice ninja, good at using ice to control the battlefield. She has a gentle personality, but is extremely firm in battle. Are you training? Xiaoxiu asked with a smile. Yes, we are practicing new ninjutsu. Taidu replied, with anticipation in his eyes. Can I join you? I also want to improve my abilities recently. Xiaoxiu suggested, with excitement in her eyes. Of course. The more the better. Xiaomu said happily. The three began joint training, sharing their skills with each other. Xiaoxiu demonstrated her frost ninjutsu, how to control the enemy in battle and make them lose their ability to move. This technique is very effective when facing faster enemies. Xiaoxiu explained in detail, with a serious look. Xiaomu and Taidu observed carefully, trying to understand the key points. I can try to combine my Evil King's true eyes with Xiaoxiu's frost to form a stronger combat strategy. Xiaomu suddenly thought of it, and a glimmer of inspiration flashed in his eyes. That's a good idea. We can cooperate with each other. Taidu responded. The training lasted for several hours, and Xiaomu gradually became familiar with the response methods of frost ninjutsu. He also began to understand how to combine different skills to form a new way of fighting. In the afternoon, they decided to go to the nearby river to relax. Xiaomu, Taidu, and Xiaoxiu went together. The river water was clear and the breeze blew on their faces, bringing a 477 coolness. It's really nice here. I can have a good rest. Xiaoxiu looked at the river and smiled. Xiaomu nodded, feeling happy. They sat down by the river and enjoyed the quiet time. Do you have any dreams? Xiaomu suddenly asked, his eyes serious. I hope to become a powerful ninja who can protect the village. Taidu said without hesitation, his eyes firm. My goal is to be able to help more people and change their destiny with my abilities. Xiaoxiu said softly, with a gentle light in her eyes. Xiaomu listened carefully, and his heart was filled with longing for the future. 199, Ninjutsu Fusion, the power to affect space. I want to be a ninja who can control my own destiny and protect my friends. Xiaomu finally said, with a firm determination in his eyes. After a short break, they returned to the training ground. Xiaomu decided to try to combine the Evil King's true eyes with Xiao Shui's frost. Let me try. Xiaomu closed his eyes, concentrated his mind, and activated the Evil King's true eyes. In his heart, the power of space flowed quietly. With the guidance of his thoughts, the air around him began to become cold, and tiny ice crystals fluttered in the air. Xiao Shui, get your ninjutsu ready. Xiaomu shouted. Xiao Shui nodded and began to release the frost ninjutsu. The two forces met in the air, forming a wonderful aura. This is our cooperation. Xiao Shui said. With the mobilization of the power of Xiaomu's Evil King's true eyes, the power of frost became more condensed, forming a new way of fighting. It's amazing, our power is well combined. Taidu said, with pride in his eyes. As time went on, they continued to explore new combinations in training. With every attempt, Xiaomu could feel himself growing, not only in terms of ability, but also in the deepening of the bond between partners. The sun gradually set, and the golden light sprinkled on the earth. Xiaomu, Taidu, and Xiaoxiu sat on the edge of the training ground, enjoying the beautiful sunset. Today is a really fulfilling day. Xiaomu said with emotion, with a satisfied smile on his face. Yes, we not only improved our strength, but also enhanced our feelings. Xiaoxiu echoed, with warmth in her eyes. Taidu nodded, feeling the strength and friendship of the team. Tomorrow we will continue training and strive to make greater progress in the next mission. Taidu said enthusiastically. No problem. I will do my best. Xiaomu responded, full of fighting spirit. As night fell, they encouraged each other in the moonlight, full of expectations, looking forward to future adventures and growth. The first ray of sunlight in the morning shone through the curtains and illuminated the room. Xiaomu opened his eyes and felt the warm sunshine on his body. The training in the past few days made him feel that his body gradually adapted to the power of the evil king's true eye. Every time he sparred with his partners, he could feel the joy of growth. After breakfast, Xiaomu decided to go to the village market to relax. Walking on the street, a familiar scene came into his eyes, and the busy and happy figures of the villagers made him feel warm in his heart. Is there any special event today? Xiaomu thought to himself. The market was very lively, and the vendors were shouting, selling fresh fruits and delicacies. Xiaomu's eyes were attracted by a stall. It was a small stall specializing in desserts, and the colorful cakes sparkled with an attractive luster in the sun. It looks so good. Xiaomu couldn't help talking to himself. He walked forward and saw that the stall owner was a gentle middle-aged woman named Ma Zhao Zi, who was good at making all kinds of desserts. Welcome. Would you like to try my latest bean paste buns? Mei Zi asked with a smile. Okay, I'll have one. Xiaomu nodded. The red bean paste buns are soft and sweet. Take a bite, and the full sweetness fills your mouth, intoxicating. Delicious. Xiaomu praised, with a gleam in his eyes. Mei Zi smiled slightly and said happily, as long as you like it, I will continue to work hard to make more delicious ones. 200, rapid progress. Getting stronger and stronger. After eating dessert, Xiaomu continued to visit the market, occasionally stopping to say hello to his friends. In front of a stall, he saw a new ninja named Feng Ying. Feng Ying came from the border village, had a cheerful personality, and was good at wind-based ninjutsu. He was tall and had a sunny smile on his face. Hey, Xiaomu. Long time no see. Feng Ying waved. Hello, Feng Ying. What are you doing here? Xiaomu asked. I just came to the village and want to know everything here. Feng Ying answered, with curiosity in his eyes. Then I'll take you around. There are many fun places here. Xiaomu suggested enthusiastically. Feng Ying nodded in agreement. 477 The two began a pleasant stroll, and Feng Ying was full of interest in everything around them. The atmosphere in your village is really good, and the relationship between the ninjas is very harmonious. Feng Ying said with emotion. Yes, everyone is like a family. Xiaomu smiled and responded. Just as they were in high spirits, a noise came from the training ground in front. Let's go and see. Feng Ying suggested, his eyes full of curiosity. The two quickly walked to the training ground and saw that their partners were having a fierce competition. Xiaomu's friend Taidu was fighting against Xiaoxiu. The two fought wits and courage, and the scene was eye-catching. It seems that their strength has improved again. Xiaomu said proudly. I also want to participate and see how strong I am. Feng Ying said. Xiaomu nodded, then let's challenge them together. So they walked to the training ground and challenged Taidu and Xiaoxiu. Let's have a 4-player battle. Xiaomu suggested. No problem. I just want to see Feng Ying's strength. Xiao Shui responded with a smile. The battle began. Xiaomu used the evil king's true eye to observe the enemy's movements and accurately judge their next step. Feng Ying released the power of wind and quickly shuttled through the battlefield. Wind blade! He shouted, and the whirlwind-like attack rushed straight to Taidu. Taidu used his iron shield to resist, but Feng Ying's attack came like a tide, with great power. Xiao Shui used ice and frost to create a barrier to protect himself and Taidu. Awesome! Xiao Mu exclaimed sincerely, with appreciation for his partner in his eyes. The battle continued, and everyone was giving full play to their abilities. As the battle deepened, the cooperation between the four became more and more tacit. Feng Ying's wind-based ninjutsu and Xiao Shui's ice and frost formed a wonderful combination. This is so interesting! Feng Ying shouted, waving his hands to stimulate more wind power. Don't forget that we still have Xiao Mu's Evil King's true eye. Taidu reminded, smiling. Yes, I'll support you. Xiao Mu calmly analyzed the battle situation and was ready to adjust his strategy at any time. After a fierce battle, the four of them were evenly matched and refused to give in to each other. Xiao Mu realized that this confrontation was not only a contest of strength, but also a manifestation of friendship. After the battle, everyone was panting, but with a satisfied smile on their faces. Great, our cooperation is getting better and better. Xiaoxiu sighed. Yes, everyone is very strong. Feng Ying nodded, with appreciation in his eyes. This battle gave me a deeper understanding of Feng Ying, you are really amazing. Xiao Mu said sincerely. Thank you, Xiao Mu. You too. Feng Ying responded happily.